Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. They did it. They finally were able to kill Madara and, in doing so, had ended the war. Though it was not easy, the combined might of both the allied shinobi forces and a certain blonde-haired Jinchuriki was too much for the great Uchiha to handle. Thus, the last remnants of the vile Kuchiyos, Edo Tensei was now gone completely with the death of Madara. However, it was a bitter victory since many shinobis from the allied forces were either killed or Mia. But what hurt most for the hero of the war was the loss and death of his best friend, Sasuke Uchiha. It couldn't be helped. It was either utter defeat or personal loss, and he chose what he dictated to be the lesser of two evils. But that was the turning point in the war. Because of Sasuke's death, he was finally able to make peace with the young ignorant Uchiha and find the will of fire, and defeat both Obito and, finally, Madara. Now in the aftermath of the war, our hero can be found sitting on the edge of a cliff gazing intently towards the bottom of a waterfall. Dad, how would you react right now? I know I should be feeling happy and relieved, and yet, I feel empty and incomplete. I always believed that if I ever became a hero, then everyone would love me and respect me. But now, noise there. This gave the boy the chance to catch up with his emotions and thoughts, since he had not done so in such a very long time. Sighing out loud once again, Naruto couldn't help but notice that the sounds of crashing water from the waterfall only helped to make his thoughts that much clearer. Because of his deep thoughts, however, he did not hear the footsteps of the ninja walking up to him until the man put his right hand on the boy's shoulder. Flinching instinctively, the boy swiveled his head quickly to the left and was LCOMED to the sight of his sensei's signature eye smile. Yo, the man greeted simply before sitting beside the conflicted boy. This made the boy grin a bit before nodding the man's presence and moving a little to the right in order to make room for the man. What are you doing here, Kakashi-sensei? The blonde-haired teenager asked while rubbing his cheek from nervousness. I could ask you the same thing, Naruto. The said man retorted before pulling out an orange book and beginning to read from it. Both ninjas soon became content with the silence and were quickly engrossed with their own personal activities. Except for the occasional perverted giggles from the one-eyed man, everything went back to the way it was before the man had shown up. What is the purpose of being a shinobi? Naruto suddenly asked while still gazing towards the bottom of the waterfall. This question prompted the man to close his book, since he knew this conversation would be long and insightful. Well, the primary purpose of any shinobi is to carry out any tasks that is deemed necessary for the greater good of the village. For us, the Hidden Leaf Village, we follow the Hokage's orders because we believe his aims and aspirations are what is best for our village and the prosperity for our future children, he stated before looking up towards the blue sky. Naruto did not react to his sensei's statement, but Arthur kept his stoic look while never blinking once from the explanation. So then, we're just tools? Naruto questioned before finally peering back at his sensei. This made Kakashi scratch his head in thought before he spoke up once again. Well, if you think of it like that, then yes, we are in a way just tools. But alas, that is the fate of all shinobis, and we are no different. For if we are not tools, then we are weapons, and you can clearly see the consequences of becoming one. Kakashi nodded towards a random direction in order to get his point across. Naruto understood perfectly well the man's inferred meaning and example. Still, he was not completely satisfied with that revelation. But it had managed to quell one of his many lingering conflicts that had plagued his thoughts. That makes sense, I suppose. Thanks for the conversation, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled while thanking his sensei, which ultimately led to the end of their little chat. Kakashi merely gave Naruto another smile and a pat on the back before getting back up and leaving the young boy once again alone with his thoughts. Rubbing his forehead in thought, Naruto quickly replayed his little conversation with his sensei and couldn't help but to frown at his former teacher's explanation. Shaking his head, Naruto decided that he had given himself enough time to be a depressed little boy, and that it was now time for him to rejoin his friends and to celebrate along with them. Suddenly, a large beam of light breaks through the sky and envelopes the young shinobi and stops him dead in his tracks. What the? But before Naruto could utter another word, the beam of light materializes him into many finely fragmented pieces of gold dust that then get shot back up to the sky and vanish. The Valley of the End was quiet once more, with only the waterfall crashing down making any disturbances in the serene environment. Entrance to camp. Half-blood Mom. A young teenage boy with jet black hair and bright green eyes screamed out while watching his mother get crushed and dematerialize into golden dust in the Minotaur's hand. Falling on his hands and knees, the boy bangs his fist, from anger and frustration, into the ground with such force that it leaves several bruises on his knuckles. But the boy is unaware of the pain because of his absolute hate and anger towards the menacing monster. "Percy, we have to go now," a familiar voice cried out, breaking the boy's thoughts and diverting all the attention towards the strange-looking boy with goat legs. But Percy was not going to leave until he defeated the monster who killed his mom. Without thinking, he pulled out his pen and uncapped it. Instantly, the pen turned into a sword which gleamed dangerously from the moonlight. "No, don't do it." But the satyr's warning fell on deaf ears as the boy lunged towards the Minotaur's chest, hell-bent on impaling it with his sword, Riptide. But the bull effortlessly smacked the foolish boy with one of his hooves and hit him aside into a neighboring tree with a loud thud. "Oomph," Percy grunted out while bringing his left hand to his chest. It quickly became apparent that he had broken several bones in his ribs and that defeating the Minotaur would be no easy task. The said monster then let out an ear-piercing roar before charging the now seriously injured boy. Percy could only gasp in shock at how fast the bull was charging him and desperately looked around for anything useful that could save his life. Grover could only close his eyes and whimper at the thought of once again failing to protect anyone. When the monster was just inches from impaling the helpless demigod, a sudden ball of blue light came crashing onto the Minotaur's body. Eventually the force became too great, and the ball of light cleaved the monster in half. When the monster dissipated into dust, a strange-looking teenager with an ungodly amount of orange on his outfit with a red swirl on his back appeared from in the midst of dust from the now defeated monster. Slowly getting back to his feet from his kneeling position, the boy glanced slowly towards Percy and allowed his gaze to momentarily rest upon him. The mysterious boy then abruptly broke into a wide-eyed grin. "Yo," the strange blonde-haired boy greeted before falling head-first into the ground from exhaustion. Percy could only blink from the single word the other boy had said to him before he too collapsed into a pile of heap from exhaustion. Grover, however, had his jaw on the ground in utter amazement at what he just witnessed. He quickly recovered and carried the two now unconscious boys into the camp. A few moments ago, Naruto woke up with a major headache and a sore body when he opened his eyes. While picking himself up, his hands quickly skimmed along the ground. And that was when he realized that he was currently laying in a bed of grass and dirt. Wiping off the dirt, he looked around his new environment only to realize that he was now in a forest. Where am I?" Naruto thought out loud before hearing a pained scream from a short distance away. "I've heard that kind of yell before," Naruto realized while reminiscing about the past. He knew that someone was in danger, and quickly ran towards the source of the scream. When he got there, he saw two boys fighting what appeared to be a human-sized bull. Shaking his shock from seeing such a beast, he quickly saw that one of the boys was hopelessly trapped between a tree and the bull. Thinking quickly, he raced down the small hill and began forming his signature jutsu, but he soon realized that he was surprisingly tired all of a sudden. Knowing that this would be his only attack, he put everything into it before crashing his right palm that was holding his jutsu into the side of the monster. "Rasengan," he yelled while pushing the spherical ball farther into the beast's side until it cut in half. Falling on his knee in exhaustion, Naruto couldn't help but smirk a little from seeing the monster turn into flakes of golden dust. It was odd that he found satisfaction from seeing a living thing turn into gold dust rather than painted in blood. Noticing that the two boys were now staring at him with no decency as to blink, he painfully got back to his feet before staring back at the younger boy by the tree. "Yo," Naruto was able to manage to speak out before passing out. While falling towards the ground once again, he saw the boy's eyes widen in shock before he hit the ground and was greeted to darkness. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes abruptly and saw immediately a tan-colored sky. Blinking in confusion, he tilted his head to the right side and finally noticed that he was, in fact, in a tent. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he slowly tried to get back up before a gentle hand kept him in place. Looking towards his left side, he noticed a calm-looking man gazing at him questioningly before he retracted his hand from his chest. Naruto was abo. To ask him who the man was before the said man beat him to the introduction. "Hello young one, my name is Chiron, and I am the activities director for this camp," the now identified man introduced. Naruto merely nodded at the greeting before letting his eyes drift towards the floor. He immediately noticed the man was actually half of one to be exact. Where the man's legs and lower body should have been, there was a horse body instead. Widening his eyes in befuddlement, Naruto's mouth quickly took the form of a gaping fish, which was begging for air. "Ah, I see you've noticed my oddity." Naruto nodded dumbly now while never taking his eyes off the oddity. "Yes, well as odd as it may be, it's still not polite to stare young one." This statement quickly made Naruto tear his gaze from the man's horse legs. Laughing nervously, Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly in embarrassment. "Sorry about that horse man. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto apologized immediately afterward. This new name for himself made Chiron raise an eyebrow. However, "The proper term for my kind is that I am a centaur," Chiron said while pretending to feign anger. This made Naruto hastily put his hands up in an apologetic manner. "Ha ha ha, I'm just messing with you. Though I am curious about you. I'm sure you have many questions about where you were right now, correct?" Naruto, again, nodded. He did. "Nt want to speak so soon or else risk appearing to be rude to this man again?" "Well, you are currently in Camp Half-Blood, the medical wing to be exact," Chiron stated simply. Naruto let his eyes roam freely and could see similar patients in their beds that provided proof that he was indeed in the medical area of the camp. Hearing a cough, Naruto reverted his attention back towards the centaur. "Now, do you know what makes this camp different than all the others?" Chiron asked. He soon got a shake of the head from Naruto and let a small smile grace his face before continuing. "This camp is special in that only demigods can participate in this camp." Seeing Naruto's question look, Chiron guessed the boy did not quite understand what a demigod was exactly. A demigod is a child born directly from a god. Naruto now had his jaw on the ground and his eyes were now practically bulging from his eye sockets. "What do you mean everyone here is a demigod? Even you?" Naruto muttered out in disbelief. "Yes, indeed everyone here is a demigod, including you. Me on the other hand, well let's just say I'm a special case." Chiron winked at Naruto who was now trying desperately to piece his head around the newfound information. "So let me get this straight. Gods are real?" Chiron nodded towards Naruto's implied question. "Gods can have children and thus are called demigods." Again, Chiron nodded. "Well, how many gods are there?" Naruto asked innocently enough. This however presented Chiron with another dilemma. "Naruto, how well versed are you in Greek mythology?" He got his answer in the form of a tilted head from Naruto which showed the boy did not understand a thing about the subject. Sighing out loud, he decided to give Naruto a crash course in it with his explanation. "Okay, well, to answer your first question, there are many gods. However, the most important gods you should know are the 12 Olympians. They are the most powerful and respected gods in this world. The most powerful god being Zeus, the king of the gods. He is also the god of the sky. Next is his wife Hera, she is the god of marriage. Poseidon is the second of the 3 most powerful gods, the first one being Zeus, and is the god of the sea and earth. But most people don't seem to realize the second title since he is perceived to being only the sea's ruler. Hades is the god of the underworld and Compel, Acess the triumvirate of the 3 most powerful gods. Then there's Aries, the god of bloody war. After him, there's always the ever so lovely Aphrodite." Chiron was unexpectedly interrupted in his lecture. About Greek mythology by a beautiful teenage girl with flowing blonde hair and mesmerizing steel-colored gray eyes. "Sorry Chiron, but the Hermes cabin has done it again," the girl spoke in an annoyed tone. They repainted the Aries cabin during the middle of the night neon pink. Naruto couldn't help himself from smirking from hearing the Hermes kids prank. He would have to meet these geniuses soon, he thought quietly to himself. What's even worse, the Aries cabin is declaring war on them with Clarice demanding their blood. The clearly upset girl cried out while unknowingly tugging at her hair. Chiron could only chuckle before rubbing his chin in thought. Well, I can't say that the Hermes cabin doesn't deserve to be punished. I still cannot allow needless violence to occur in this camp regardless. Even so, I compromise that Clarice and her cabin not hurt any Hermes children until Friday. This declaration made Naruto frown in thought. What was going to happen on Friday? Another thing, what day was today? He'd have to ask Chiron later about it. Of course, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of that? How could I possibly be one of Athena's children if I can't even think of such a simple solution? The girl muttered into her hand that was currently being used to hide her anguish on her face. Now, don't be so hard on yourself, Annabeth. You are still by far the smartest person here in the camp, Chiron said, patting her hair while trying to reassure the troubled girl. Looking up from her recent meltdown, she could only smile gratefully at her father figure. Thank you, Chiron. You truly are the wisest here, Annabeth complimented back, making the centaur smile in appreciation. As you are wise also. The girl nodded back before noticing that another person was in the room with them. Turning her head to the side slowly, she quickly became wide-eyed from realization that the mystery boy that she heard about from Grover was in the bed in front of her. Carefully, got up and made her way to the boy until her face was mere inches from his. Naruto could only gulp in nervousness from the close proximity of the girl. It appeared that she was analyzing all his facial features, which quickly made him feel very uncomfortable and out of place. But his nose did wisp up a faint scent that emanated from the girl. She smelled faintly of olive oil. What a strange scent, Naruto thought silently to himself. What happened next shocked both Chiron and Naruto. The girl in front of him, out of the blue, reached her hand up to Naruto's cheek and delicately rubbed one of his whiskers. Besides blushing slightly from the contact, this also made Naruto give out a subtle from the tantalizing sensation. The girl's eyes narrowed from this reaction and, to Naruto, she appeared to be looking at him even harder than before, that he was sure that she would be able to see the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. To everyone's relief, she finally pulled away from him and crossed her arms in a thoughtful pose. Well, I'll let you two kids get acquainted with one another. I must leave and continue my duties as camp's activities director, Chiron stated before waving farewell and leaving through one of the many flaps found inside the tent. Naruto now looked back at the curious-looking girl before understanding the look that now graced the young blonde's face. It was the same look his shinobi friends had when they questioned him about the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. Knowing that at any moment, this girl would bombard him with millions of questions, he decided a simple introduction would quell the future torrent of questions. Yo, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said while placing an outstretched hand out for her to take, and for her to reciprocate the gesture and do it as well. But she merely stared at the hand with disinterest before finally shaking his hand, much to Naruto's relief of avoiding any awkward interaction. Annabeth Chase, she replied back, but her tone was indistinguishable so that Naruto couldn't tell what she was feeling, let alone thinking. She peered at Naruto's figure from the bottom up and to the top down before frowning. So you're a demigod, huh? She asked mostly to herself. Naruto came up with the thought that she would do this many times later to him. But Naruto thought about it before nodding anyways in confirmation. It then looked as if she was about to begin her interrogation of the poor blonde before Naruto put his hand up. Annabeth rolled her eyes in impatience before answering back, yes, my mom is a god. More importantly, she is one of the 12 Olympians. Specifically, she is the god of wisdom and war. Naruto heard the last part and became puzzled by it. Wait, I thought Aries was the god of war. Again, she rolled her eyes at Naruto's lack of Greek mythology before replying back, no, Aries is the god of bloody war. Athena is the god of respectful war. Oh, and that counts as 2 questions, so I now have 2 questions to ask you. Naruto quietly mumbled to himself about how unfair that was. Ignoring his complaint, She went into her first question, where are you from? From what I've heard around camp, you appeared from a beam of light last night. Along with your lack of knowledge in Greek mythology for a teenager, you are definitely not from this world, she stated while narrowing her eyes. This made Naruto sweat a bit before calming himself to answer her question. I guess you could say I'm not from this world. The place I'm from is called the Elemental Nations. My home specifically being the Hidden Leaf Village, he answered back. The girl again took her thinking pose before asking her second question. That would explain your odd get-up. But I am curious, it's obvious from looking at you that you're a warrior of some sorts. Tell me, what was your profession back home? This made Naruto scratch his cheek in thought. Before he answered back, well, I was a shinobi for my village. My village had ninjas for soldiers, and to more accurately answer your question, I guess you could say I was a soldier in my other world. Annabeth gave a nod of understanding to Naruto before looking at him expectantly. Naruto gave her a deadpan look before she threw her hands up into the air in frustration. It's your turn to ask a question now, Whisk. She quickly clasped her hand over her mouth in order to prevent her slip up, but Naruto instantly recognized the nickname since he was called that many times in the other world. The girl had a slight red hue over her cheek, and was now looking down onto the floor in embarrassment. Naruto let the awkward moment last a few seconds longer before he considered her moment of embarrassment to be enough for her. Chuckling out loud, the girl looked at Naruto in a curious way before Naruto spoke up. Don't worry, you're not the only girl who's called me that. Still, I'm always a little surprised when girls do call me that anyways, Naruto stated before leaning back into his bed. Suddenly, he remembered the events of last night and fighting the bull-looking man. Looking back at Annabeth quickly, he asked her where the other boys were and if they were alright. Yeah, in fact, Grover was the one who carried you into the camp. She responded back, much to Naruto's relief. The other boy though was in the same state you were in. Now that I think about it, you shouldn't be awake until at least tomorrow morning, she rationalized. About that, people have told me that I'm a faster healer and being a warrior and all, well, I'm used to passing out. Naruto laughed sheepishly while getting a strange look from Annabeth. But she just shrugged her shoulder with a look of indifference. Man, for being a girl, she seems to be very emotionless, Naruto concluded to himself. He would never tell her that since he had learned the hard way that telling a girl whatever he thought about her at that moment usually resulted him in a battered heap. Since you're new here and I got nothing better else to do, why don't I give you a tour of the camp, she asked before grabbing onto Naruto's hand and dragging him out of the tent. Not even caring what his answer would have been. Once they were outside, Naruto was finally able to get a good look at the entirety of Camp Half-Blood. To Naruto, it looked a lot more like a war camp than a regular camp. But since the kids in these camps were not regular, then it was fair to say the camp shouldn't be either. Beautiful, isn't it? Annabeth now stood beside him. She too as marveling at the sight of the camp with him. It's pretty cool, I'll give you that, Naruto replied back while giving her a huge grin and a thumbs up. For the first time that he met her, she giggled a bit at his childish behavior. Finally, some progress, he thought to himself before glancing back at the camp. Here, I'll show you my cabin first, she said before grabbing his hand and dragging him again to Athena's cabin. While walking, Naruto couldn't help but feel the piercing stares coming from the camp members, but Annabeth didn't appear to notice. When they finally got to her cabin, Naruto noticed that the building was colored blue and gold with an owl carved over the doorway with plain white curtains. Around 10 kids were outside playing around the building also. Are all these kids playing around the cabin also children of Athena? Naruto asked while admiring the cabin. Yep, that reminds me. Because you haven't been claimed yet, you'll have to stay in the Hermes cabin. Noticing Naruto's questioning gaze, she reverted back to her impatient self and answered his untold question. Every demigod has to be claimed by their parent god first before they can live in their respective cabins. However, if the person is not claimed, then they must stay at the Hermes cabin, she explained while twirling her hair. What if no one claims them? The thought had popped into his head, and he was curious as to what the answer was for that. Well, I won't say that it's common, it's also not uncommon either for a god to never claim their child. Whether it be for personal reasons or pride. The demigod then must live in the Hermes cabin indefinitely. She replied back, sadly. Naruto had a feeling that was the answer beforehand, but hearing it all the same was still painful for him. Watching some children of Athena play around outside, he noticed that 2 cabins appeared to be empty when they ran past them. Curious as to why they seemed empty, Naruto poked Anabeth's shoulder in order to gain her attention. Hey, why are those 2 cabins down there empty? Naruto asked while pointing at the 2 empty cabins. Annabeth followed his finger and frowned slightly before giving him her reply. Those cabins belong to 2 of the 3 most powerful gods, Zeus and Poseidon. As for the reasons why they're empty, she was lost in thought before continuing on with her explanation. Right. Long ago the 3 gods made an oath to never have any children. They even swore in the river Styx, which is the greatest oath a god could make. And before you ask, swearing on the river Styx is absolute. If you break the promise, you pretty much die. Now it was Naruto's turn to frown. There was just something odd about her explanation. Wait, you said there was 3 powerful gods. Where's the 3rd, Hades' cabin? This question made the young girl tense with uneasiness. Naruto, I don't know if Chiron told you this, but even though he is technically an Olympian, he is not officially recognized and thus does not have a seat on Mount Olympus. That also means he doesn't receive a cabin here then. This irritated Naruto greatly. How could family treat each other with such disrespect? If he kept hearing explanations like these, he feared that he would never fully understand this new strange world. Sorry, but I think it's time to show you to Hermes' cabin. I have other stuff I must do later tonight, she stated apologetically while motioning for him to follow her. He was kinda surprised that she didn't grab his hand and drag him again, but he shrugged and followed after her. A few moments later, Naruto came upon a really worn-looking cabin that, he thought, could use a makeover. Turning his head over his right shoulder, he saw Annabeth standing behind him with a nervous grin. Again, I'm sorry, but the Hermes cabin is the oldest and most populated cabin out of all the gods' cabins. She muttered out disappointingly, but Naruto didn't really mind it. If it was really bad though, he could always sleep outside. So there was always that. Okay, which one of you conniving cowards painted my cabin? A feminine yell was heard on the other side of the cabin. Inquisitive about whoever was making all that ruckus, Naruto quickly ran to the other side of the cabin. Annabeth, however, knew right away that only one female would have the galls to yell out with that much anger. When they both rounded the corner, they could see a girl with long, stringy hair with pig-like brown eyes. She was currently holding a small boy by the gruff of his neck collar and glaring daggers into his eyes, or soul. Naruto couldn't tell if he could make any comparisons with anybody he knew with her, then she would be very similar to a certain pink-haired kunoichi. Finally noticing that 2 new people were staring at her, she carelessly dropped the poor boy and began marching towards Naruto and Annabeth. Brace yourself, boy, Annabeth whispered, which made Naruto narrow his eyes towards the approaching threat. Instinctively, he brought his left hand towards his weapons pouch in case things got messy. Books and doing whatever smart people do. She jabbed at Annabeth. Well, whatever I do choose to do, I can always do it better than you, musclehead. Besides, you should ask your daddy about that. I bet he could tell you his personal experience of being bested from my mother. Annabeth smirked from the now enraged look the girl now had on her face. Oh, you'll pay for insulting my father, Aries, wise girl. The girl hissed while slowly drawing out her spear. But Naruto quickly noticed that her spear was no regular spear, since a spark of light flashed from the tip of it. Why, you little bitch, but her derogatory statement was interrupted by a cough from a blonde-haired boy. I know why. Oh, you girls want to kill each other, but I think Annabeth has something to tell you from Chiron personally, Naruto said while trying to cool off 2 angry females. Annabeth was about to retort with an insult to Clarice before Naruto gave her a stone-cold glare. Sighing out loud, she relayed her message. That's right, we have the weekly game of Capture the Flag this Friday. Perfect, I can kill both the Hermes cabin and you with one fell swoop, Clarice exclaimed while kicking another table over. She then began to walk past the 2 teenagers before she stopped directly in front of Naruto. You know, Any person who can kill a monster that easily is okay in my book, Clarice commented while winking at Naruto. This made him raise an eyebrow, but shrugged it off and he muttered a quiet thank you. Though he would admit she was very pretty for such a violent person, previous history with violent women had taught him to stay away from such females, in a romantic form anyways. Ha! You should read a book first then. Annabeth snorted while getting in the last word, not caring that what she did was very unladylike. Clarice only responded to her insult with a death-promising glare before she. Are you going to be okay, wise girl? Naruto asked with evident worry in his tone. But Annabeth lifted her right eyebrow at his name calling. Wise girl, I don't remember giving you permission to call me that. Well, it's only fair since you called me Whiskers. Naruto responded back. This elicited a response from Annabeth. Her cheeks got red again from embarrassment and she once again gazing at the ground. Idiot, she mumbled out quietly much to Naruto's amusement. Realizing that they were the only ones outside, Annabeth said her goodbye to Naruto. Her head was still looking at the ground when she did this. And swiftly left for her cabin to turn in for the night. Naruto chuckled at the girl's predicament before entering the Hermes cabin. Hope you enjoyed the intro. This is all experimental, but if I get enough feedback from this chapter, I'll definitely keep writing this fic. Suggested pairings are always welcomed. Anyways, I love Greek mythology, so I am already leaning towards continuing this story. So review. Oh, and I'll answer some reviews also. Until then, ciao. Chapter 2. And, alright, since the first chapter was filled with a surprising amounts of positive reviews, I have joyfully written this chapter using around 11k words. Now, I will proceed to answer some reviews. For the pairings, I will simply say this. One female will be chosen and, sadly for some, the female will not be Artemis nor Talia since they have been used quite extensively. I'm also conflicted about adding another female. You may share your thoughts on who the second female should be. I choose to go that route in the reviews. Fresh Prince 1. G3 Nasees. Yes, I do agree that he might have been a little too forthcoming with information. I don't believe any of it was too revealing. Example. Nine-tailed fox. He also never mentions any names from his home. As for how Annabeth knew Naruto was from another world, it's explained further in this chapter. Again, the first chapter was merely to set up the premise of this fic. Big Man 77. I absolutely agree. The main reason I even began writing was because of my love for writing and the possibility to express my imagination through writing. But, reviews are definitely very much like cherries on top of an ice cream cone. Yummy. Razorback Mike. I probably should have clarified the major characters' ages. Well, I shall do it right here and right now. Their ages are respective of their movie ages. Naruto age 17, Percy age 16, Annabeth 17, Clarice 17, Luke 17. These are the ages so for the current characters so far. Hamo 1996. I agree with that thought. I just believed that traveling between dimensions would create some sort of side effect. I chose loss of chakra simply because it was the most relevant obstacle for the situation. Okay, so these reviews were generally the common questions people had. Now to the story. I guess you shouldn't be too surprised or shocked, but if you're not, here's a spoiler warning. The revealing of Naruto's parent will occur in this chapter. You have been warned. So with that in mind, enjoy the chapter and I'll see you at the bottom. Chapter 2. To claim or not to claim. A lone figure could be Ian gazing idly off into the distance with a look of contemplation drawn onto his face. His fingers were rapidly tapping the side of the railing impatiently. The man had long dark gray hair with a gray and black beard. He was also sporting a dark blue pinstriped suit that only made the figure that much more menacing. The beautiful lights that he was admiring from the city scene below him were marred with obnoxious promise meant little to him in terms of danger. Now being quite bored from leaning against the railing for a whole hour, the man decided that he needed to sit down. Choosing a nearby bench to sit in, he quickly made his way over to it and began to stroke his beard with annoyance. Where the hell is that man? He thought quietly to himself. The man was. Nearby sound was heard. Wick. Made the patiently waiting man feel a rush of joy. Exiting the elevator, a man with black hair, a neatly trimmed beard, sea green eyes, and a nice tan stepped out of it. He was wearing Birkenstocks, leather sandals, khaki Bermuda shorts, and a shirt with coconuts and parrots on it or any other Hawaiian shirt, and a battered cap decorated with fishing lures. Like the other man, he had an aura that demanded respect from anyone who was near his vicinity. The man casually began walking to the seated man with a slow pace, much to the other man's disdain. "I see you're still a prima donna, T." He annoyed man muttered out while patting the right side of the bench with his hand. The mocked man then sat down next to the other man with a large feral grin protruding from his mouth. "Yo, long time no see, huh brother?" The cheeky man replied back. His response was met with a snort from the other man. Even after countless years, his brother had changed very little in terms of personality. But he could also relate with his brother, since he too had changed little after all these years. Still, he wished his brother had at least changed his sense of style. He was always too serious, and his apparel matched his attitude perfectly. "Quit the small talk, Poseidon." The now named man frowned slightly from the sudden atmosphere change. "You know why you're here, correct, brother?" the man asked, while turning his head so that his eyes were now staring directly into the other man's eyes. Scratching his head in thought, the man soon replied, "Oh, I don't know. Do you need me to cover for you again?" Like the last 100th time. Poseidon smirked when he saw his brother's face uncharacteristically turn a slight shade of red. "That is no joke, Poseidon. We both know that my wife gets quite temperamental when I do those stuff. Look at what she did to Hercules." The fanatic man yelled, much to the amusement of the other man. "So really, why did you call me up here, Lord Zeus?" Poseidon asked, his demeanor now completely serious. Zeus, realizing his brother was giving him the proper attention, nodded his head before talking. "Someone has stolen something very precious from me. This item represents my power and my will. In essence, this weapon is the very symbol of my being," Zeus said while narrowing his eyes slightly. Thinking quietly to himself, Poseidon soon let his jaw drop to the ground when he came to the answer. Your master bolt has been stolen." "But how?" he asked, now very much concerned for his brother. But he was shocked, however, when his brother turned to face him with his eyes still narrowed. Actually, his eyes might have narrowed even more. Gasping in surprise, Poseidon immediately stood up so that he was now leveled with his brother. "You think I took the bolt? Are you truly that paranoid to believe that someone of your own flesh and blood would steal it from you? And besides, gods cannot steal symbols of power from each other anyhow." He yelled back with anger laced in his voice. It was true, he and his brother had many conflicts over the years for the control of power. But, even if he did want to unseat his brother, stealing Zeus's master bolt was below him. If he were to ever take power from his brother, it would be from defeating him with his own powers. Zeus, closing his eyes, calmly spoke up with a dominating tone resonating from it. "True. But there are many other ways a god can steal from another god without breaking the law." This statement made Poseidon go wide-eyed with rage. "Are you accusing my son of stealing your stupid bolt? I haven't even met him, let alone talk to him because of your stupid rule." He spat out with rage. "Nevertheless, he is still capable of stealing it, and because of this I give you this warning." Zeus spoke while turning his entire body so that it was now facing Poseidon's own. "You have exactly 10 days before the summer solstice to return my master bolt, either you or your bastard son, to me, directly at Mount Olympus. If not, then brother, prepare for war." With this closing statement, Zeus walked away briskly towards the elevator, leaving Poseidon alone to absorb the grim news. "Damn it, brother, can't you see that you are making a horrible mistake?" Poseidon yelled, but his brother merely ignored his outburst, and rode the elevator back up to Mount Olympus. Burying his face in his hands, Poseidon shook his head in disbelief. "Percy, I am truly sorry my son, but your world is about to change. I'm afraid that I have given you a burden that no son deserves to bear. But you are the only person who can solve this problem. If you do manage to complete this quest, and if we do not go to war, then I promise on the river Styx that I will explain everything to you afterwards. Be strong my son, because unlike me, you will not fail your loved ones." He prayed silently, ironic, After a brief moment of despair, the depressed figure vanished in a swirl of water leaving nothing but Small, a water blotch that eerily resembled the god of the sea. However, the figure was missing something very symbolic that helped distinguish him from the other gods. In his right hand, where there should have been his trident, there was simply nothing. Camp half-blood. Smelling the familiar scent of olive oil, Naruto's eyes slowly fluttered open so that his eyelids were half-opened when he saw it. Two steel-colored eyes were staring deeply into his own when he realized, in that moment, that he was being watched in his sleep by the girl from yesterday. Gah! Naruto shrieked out while quickly leaning his back onto the pine tree. He was now standing and was also now very much awake. You know, you talk in your sleep. Did you know that? The girl asked in a casual manner. What the hell? Why were you watching me sleep? Wise girl. Naruto practically yelled, making the young girl cringe a little from the unexpected noise. The girl, after recovering, rolled her eyes at Naruto's untold accusation. Relax, sleeping beauty. I was only watching you for about a minute. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously from her statement, obviously wary of the girl. As to why I'm even here, Chiron wanted me to educate you a little more in Greek mythology. Naruto, still a bit dazed from suddenly waking up, asked her a more personal question. Did I say anything weird while I was sleeping? He asked seriously. Watching the girl's reaction, he noticed something was off when the girl muttered a quick no. She's lying. She definitely heard something important. Naruto deduced before he decided to let her slide for the time being. Chiron said that he was telling you about the 12 Olympians before I interrupted his little spiel. Do you remember where you had left off? Naruto scratched his chin in thought. We talked about the 3 powerful gods. Then we talked Aries, the god of bloody war. Oh, I remember. Naruto blurted out in his head. Yeah, we left off with a person named Afro something. Naruto answered back. The goddess whom I believe you are referring to as Aphrodite, the goddess of love, joy. Annabeth muttered out dryly. Well, I already told you about my mom, Athena. So let's talk about another goddess. Demeter, goddess of agriculture. She is the main reason for why we have seasons here. But the explanation about her daughter, Persephone, is better told for another time. She said. Naruto simply shrugged his shoulder at this. The less explaining she did, the less he would have to remember. Shit, he already forgot about some of the other gods' names and powers. I really have to take these explanations more seriously. He thought sorely to himself. Then there's Apollo, god of light. He's the god who carries the sun across the sky with his chariot. Without doing this, there would be no days. Next, we have Hermes. He is the messenger of the gods, and he also is the person who allows all unclaimed demigods to stay in his cabin. Naruto nodded at this, understanding perfectly well that he should be thankful to this god, even though he didn't actually stay in the said cabin. Artemis is the goddess of the hunt. I must warn you, since you are a man, that she well known for her hatred of men. Annabeth warned. Continuing on, Hephaestus is the next god. He is the god of fire and the forge. He makes many weapons for the gods and heroes. Finally, we have the god of wine, Dionysus. He is actually one of few gods you can meet easily with, since he is our camp director. However, he dislikes heroes greatly and acts very unpleasantly around most campers here. She sighed. Before glancing back at Naruto, she had unconsciously turned her head so that she was gazing back at the camp during her long, but brief, explanation for each of the 12 Olympians. Naruto, nodding that he understood what she had just told him, took the rare moment to speak up. So, is that all you needed to do with me? Annabeth slowly nodded her head in confirmation, not remembering Chiron telling her to explain anything else to the mysterious blonde boy. Again, the boy nodded his head, before saluting. Well, I guess I'll be off then. After speaking the last word, Naruto, surprisingly, went up in a cloud of smoke. Coughing from the sudden appearance of smoke, Annabeth waved away the smoke so she could see. To her astonishment, Naruto had completely disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Blinking several times in disbelief, she began to look around the pine tree for any signs of the boy. Obviously, she found nothing. This conclusion frustrated her immensely. Had she just witnessed defied any logic within her thinking. Turning back so that she was facing the camp once again, she noticed an orange blur cross her sight from the corner of her left eye. Knowing full well what that blur was, she began racing after it, determined with catching and bombarding it with all her newfound questions. The pine tree was once again alone when Annabeth left to catch the sneaky blonde. Now alone. If someone had watched the tree carefully, they might have noticed the tree make an unnoticeable shake from the base of it. Naruto was now sprinting through the camp. He didn't want to leave Annabeth like the way he did, but he also wanted to at the same time explore around the camp by himself. So he compromised by silently creating a clone and leaving it with her. He also figured that he wouldn't miss anything since the clone's thoughts would come back to him once it dispersed. Just around that time, however, the now dispersed clone had its towards it. I don't suppose a simple apology will do, even though you did try to dunk my head in the toilet. Percy mumbled the last part. The girl had her hands clenched in anger. It was pretty evident that she felt absolute loathing for the boy. Why is always the females who are the scariest? Naruto grunted to no one in particular. This is not how it's supposed to work. Newbies are supposed to get this treatment, not me. Clarice screamed while still very much glaring at him. Then why didn't I get pranked, warrior girl? Naruto interrupted while slowly walking beside the boy he had saved 2 nights ago. Sai's eyes went wide open in recognition of Naruto. But before he could say anything to his savior, a very angry female reclaimed his attention. There is more to a person being called strong than fighting, you know. Naruto replied back. What else could possibly deem a person worthy than fighting? Oh, I don't know. A person's loyalty, bravery, determination, and many other things. Naruto listed before giving the boy beside him a light punch. Hey, what was that for? Percy asked, puzzled as to why this boy was now bullying him. I'm just a bit annoyed that every time I have seen you, haven't you either been fighting with something or someone? Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Hey, move out of the way, kid. I have no quarrels with you. It's the boy beside you that I wish to teach a lesson to. Clarice warned while pointing directly at Percy. This made Percy gulp a bit from being called out in front of so many people who had now encircled them. Naruto looked between the two people with a look of thought. Shockingly, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulder and moved away from Percy, much to the young boy's horror. Wait, why are you leaving? Do you really want to see the person you saved die by this barbaric girl? The scared boy pleaded, much to Naruto's annoyance. Rolling his eyes, he glanced back at Clarice, who now sported an unnatural smile on her face. Kid, I would advise you not to agitate your opponent. Especially this one, and for the reason why I am not helping you. How should I put this? You start a war, you fight it yourself. I will not fight your wars if I don't need to. Naruto muttered, much to the boy's terror and the girl's delight. Damn, I think I'm in love. Clarice muttered out sarcastically, while still smiling like a mad woman. This made Naruto chuckle. He did not expect the god of war's daughter to ever mutter those words out. Both demigods pulled out their respective weapons. Clarice grabbed the electrified spear that was attached to her back. Meanwhile, Percy, still conflicted as to whether or not he should fight this girl, finally uncapped his pen, much to his disdain. Instantly, the pen became a 3-foot-tall double-edged celestial bronze sword. The two combatants then slowly began to circle around one another. But before anything could happen, a yell was heard from within the crowd. Stop, you guys! A heavily huffing Anabeth shouted while trying to regain her breath. Clarice, you know what Chiron told you, no fighting until Friday. Yeah, and what's to stop me from breaking that deal? Clarice replied, gripping her spear tighter in annoyance. Do I need to remind you about the last time you broke one of Chiron's little deal's muscle head? Annabeth warned. She then felt a sense of satisfaction when she saw Clarice's face go deathly gray. Knowing her threat was a direct hit, she began shooing away the crowd, much to their disappointment of not seeing a battle. Clarice, however, cursed loudly to Percy before storming off, with her supporters following closely behind her. Letting go a breath that he was unknowingly holding in, he sighed loudly to himself. He let himself fall to the ground so that he was laying with his back on it. He was really happy that he didn't have to fight that girl, or else he was afraid that she would have absolutely annihilated him. Where do you think you are going, Naruto? Anabeth said while tapping her right foot with impatience. During the chaos, Naruto had tried to escape, but was quickly apprehended by the daughter of Athena. Knowing that he couldn't escape without attracting more attention to himself, he relented and began walking back to where the two teens were. "You owe me an explanation," she stated while glaring at the young shinobi. "Well, what you experienced was one of my abilities, I guess," Naruto finally answered, but the look she was still giving to him, he knew she still was not content with that answer. "Okay, I guess it wouldn't hurt too bad if I told you a little more about it. The ability simply allows me to clone myself. The clone can do whatever I can do to a certain degree. But it can be cancelled by a simple attack or by yours truly." Anabeth took her thinking pose, which was having her pointer finger on her chin, while her left hand was idly creating motions that resembled circles. "Speaking of abilities, what was that you did to Clarice?" Naruto asked, now looking down at Percy, who was still laying flatly against the ground. Shrugging his shoulders, he answered back, "I don't really know myself." "Wait, Percy, you actually controlled the water?" Anabeth asked. She had quietly joined their little discussion after she was done thinking about Naruto's earlier ability. Percy instantly noticed the girl when she walked towards them. He couldn't help but to blush slightly from having an attractive girl speaking directly to him. But he quickly remembered that the girl had asked him a question. Looking up in thought, he suddenly got to his feet before replying. "Yeah, you could say that. It was a really strange feeling now that I think about it." Naruto noticed that Anabeth had the same look on her face that she had earlier when he asked her if she heard anything strange from himself while he was sleeping. "I see," she whispered. This made Percy give her a strange look before diverting his attention once again back to Naruto. "Forgetting your most recent actions, I have to thank you for saving Grover and I, or else we would have surely been killed," Percy stated before reaching his hand out. Noticing what the boy was asking, Naruto quickly reciprocated the boy's welcoming gesture. "The name's Percy Jackson. Yo, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. As for helping you and your friend out, it's no big deal since the place I'm from. I am constantly saving people's lives. I am also taking them," Naruto thought sadly to himself. Percy noticed his sudden sad attitude and decided to change the subject. "So what I have learned from this place. Every camper here is a demigod, or half a god to be more precise." Naruto nodded in agreement but was wondering where this conversation was leading them towards. "Then that me, and we both are either a child of a god or a goddess." Again, Naruto nodded in agreement. "Okay, I don't suppose you know who your parent is. I'm guessing you don't know your parent as well." Percy nodded his head in confirmation. But Naruto had already deduced who his parent could have been. "Well, hearing that you controlled the water in the toilet, it would be a safe guess that your parent is Po." A hand was quickly clasped in front of Naruto's mouth, effectively muffling his last words. Glaring slightly at the girl who had interrupted his revelation, he noticed Anabeth mouth the words, "I'm sorry." Huffing with frustration from not being able to speak his mind, he gently removed her hand from his mouth. Percy though had stared at the scene between them with a funny look. Naruto was going to say that your parent could have potentially been one of the Olympians. Anabeth hastily replied, hoping that Percy wouldn't press on. Thankfully, he seemed to be content with that information. Thank the gods this boy is dense beyond all reason, she silently thought before, unexpectedly, pulling Naruto to the side in order to have a private discussion with Naruto, much to Percy's confusion. "Don't you remember what I said earlier? The three gods were never supposed to have children. If what you were about to blurt out is true, then the oath would have been broken for the second time," Anabeth hissed, not realizing her slip-up. But Naruto, actually listening intently, caught it. "There's another child?" Naruto asked. Anabeth slapped herself mentally for revealing such an impactful secret. "Do you, Naruto, swear on the river Styx to not tell anyone what I am about to tell you?" Anabeth demanded. Realizing the seriousness, he nodded in agreement. "Repeat it out loud," she commanded. Sighing with annoyance, he reluctantly did as he was told. "I, Naruto, swear on the river Styx to never tell anyone about what you are about to tell me." Suddenly a loud boom could be heard in the distance. Thunder. But there's no storm clouds anywhere, he thought quizzically to himself. Anabeth, now satisfied with his oath, spoke up in a hushed tone. Talia Grace was the first hild to have been born from the three gods. Her father was, ironically, Zeus. Now, hiding her relationship with Zeus from the other two gods was nearly impossible. So it was no surprise to any of us Hades was the one who found out their connection. Knowing she would pretty much die unless she went somewhere safe, it was decided that she come stay at Camp Half-Blood. But Hades knew she would come here. That's why he sent monsters from the depths of Tartarus to kill her. We were extremely lucky to have managed to get her to the entrance of Camp Half-Blood, but she trailed off. Naruto let her weep quietly to herself before she felt comfortable again to talk. But we weren't fast enough to make it. Talia, knowing the outcome, sacrificed herself so that Luke, Grover, and I would make it. Zeus, pitying her death, transformed her into a pine tree that you had slept under last night. She now protects the camp with a magical barrier that prevents any monsters from entering. Annabeth was now gazing toward that particular tree. Wow, no wonder I felt safe near it. Naruto realized before noticing that Annabeth was about to cry once more. Without thinking, he wrapped his arms around her for comfort, and began whispering soothingly into her ear. Hey, don't cry, wise girl. I too have had my share of losses, he whispered. Annabeth blushed heavily from the proximity of the older boy, and was quite surprised that he had decided to hug her. But she didn't pull away. She felt quite comfortable wrapped around the mysterious boy's arms and was now feeling a lot better. He smells a lot like ramen. The girl giggled silently to herself. They stood there together for a moment longer before a cough was heard. Realizing suddenly that Percy was standing literally 25 yards from them, they quickly separated with small colors of pink dotted across their cheeks. Thank you, Annabeth muttered out quietly, her blush still present on her face. No problem, Naruto replied back awkwardly. He still wasn't used to female contact after all these years. So, what now? Percy asked, hoping to get past that strange moment between Naruto and Annabeth. Annabeth buried her face in her hands. She had forgotten to tell them something important. I forgot to tell you guys that tomorrow is Friday. Suddenly, a look of understanding crossed the two boys' faces. The understanding was the same, evidently. The two reactions were totally different. Hell yes, tomorrow's gonna be fun. Naruto cheered while jumping up and down with joy. It's settled, I want both of you on my team. Annabeth stated proudly. Luke should be ecstatic from this, she said, again, mostly to herself. Oh yeah, who is Luke? Naruto asked, remembering that name from earlier. That's right, Luke is the son of Hermes and is the head counselor for the cabin. I know when you meet him, you'll find that he is a very likable guy. Both Naruto and Percy nodded. However, Annabeth decided now was the best time to get some real answers from Naruto. I think it is time you two met Mr. D. Naruto knew the nickname, but Percy, not being informed earlier, had a look of confusion drawn onto his face. Dionysus. The single name still didn't help Percy much, but he was content with the person's actual name. Leading the boys to a rather large building, compared to others, she opened the door and motioned for them to walk in. When they walked in, they quickly noticed two men quite engrossed in a heated argument with one another. The man on the left with horse legs was easily identified as being Chiron. Using the simple process of elimination, the man on the right had to be Dionysus. This guy is a god. Naruto and Percy both muttered out in unison. The questioned man quickly had a tick mark on his forehead from the lack of respect from the two insolent teenagers. What, have you two ever seen a god before? Mr. D growled. Both boys shook their heads and the god of wine continued, then be quiet, you poor excuses of a demigod. The boys cringed slightly at the insult. Now I think it would be quite rude of you if you did not formally introduce yourself, god. Chiron chuckled, but Mr. D rolled his eyes before snapping his fingers. The boys were suddenly wrapped up in grapevines in an instant. They had sprouted from the floor beneath them and had wrapped themselves tightly around the poor boys. I am Dionysus, god of wine, madness, party, and everything else you deem currently relevant. Right now though, I am the camp director and your superior. He glared at the two boys. Ho were still struggling to break free of their restraints. Noticing that they were not listening, he made some of the vines wrap around the boys' heads and turn them so that they were now facing him. Listen up, you punks. You will respect me. Even if you are classified as heroes, you are nothing more than glorified teenagers. He spat out while reaching across the table for his glass of Diet Coke. What do you even have against heroes anyways? Naruto asked. He was quite interested as to why this particular god hated demigods. Narrowing his eyes, Mr. D cleared his throat before getting out of his chair and began walking towards them so that he was now directly in front of both boys. Looking directly into his eyes, both boys could see a purplish fire emanating from his pupils. You heroes never change. You accuse us, gods, of being vain. You should look at yourselves. You take what you want, use whoever you have to, and then you betray everyone around you. So you'll have to excuse me if I have no love for heroes. You are a selfish, ungrateful lot. Mr. D explained before releasing the boys from his vines. Percy and Naruto tenderly rubbed their sore wrists and unconsciously took a hesitant step backwards. What's your names again? Mr. D thought quickly to himself before finishing his thought. Oh right, you on the left must be Perseus, and you on the right must be Naru. It's Naruto, Percy. Both boys yelled from being called their wrong names. So he has already began calling them by their wrong names. Chiron thought quietly to himself while sighing softly at his company workers' show of affection. Same thing. Mr. D corrected while sitting down into his chair once again. So, how can I help you brats? Both boys looked at Anabeth, who quickly became nervous from the sudden attention she was receiving. Oh, is there something I can help you with, Annabelle? About that, I was wondering, Mr. D, if you could explain to all of us how you knew Naruto wasn't from our world. She asked while ignoring Mr. D's name calling. This small revelation made Naruto look at Mr. D with a questioning gaze. Rubbing his chin in thought, everyone leaned in closer, including Chiron, when Mr. D answered Annabeth's question. That's easy, Annabelle. I'm a god, he answered back nonchalantly. Everyone face faulted from hearing that obvious statement. We know, everyone yelled back. There was also a quieter yell about him not saying their name right that no one seemed to have heard, much to the girls' frustration. Alright, I'll let you in on a little secret, okay? Mr. D relented much to everyone's relief that they were going to get some kind of answer from him. He then set his sight directly onto Naruto's lone figure. Naru, the reason why I know that you're not from this world is because I know your parent. And they specifically told me about you. Mr. D snickered from seeing everyone's shocked face. Naruto, especially, was probably the most shocked from this statement. Why would my parent ever talk to you? You're nothing more than a bitter, lazy, party whore. Naruto yelled out in disbelief. Ever since saw the man, he knew he disliked him greatly. That is exactly what your daddy said to me when we first met. Dionysus grumbled out while taking a sip from his goblet. The whole room suddenly froze from that last sentence. Naruto was completely dumbfounded by the new information. In fact, he felt like a little piece of him had just died then and there. My father was no god. Naruto stuttered out while still recovering from his shock. This made Mr. D roll his eyes, however. Hello, shape-shifting. Ever heard of it? Gods can also do it, not just ninjas. Mr. D waved his hand across his face in order to get his point. Across. Have you ever wondered why you always seem to have been a natural at transforming? Noticing Naruto's jaw drop, he continued, yeah, I know all about what you people call jutsus and stuff. Please, what kind of? His eyes were as wide as saucers. His mouth in the shape of a wide O. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Everyone else stared at the shaking figure with a sense of pity, even Mr. D felt a little regretful about the way he revealed some stuff, but not all of it. This boy deserved to know the truth and, damn it all, the boy was going to get it. Yes, in fact, the whole Uchiha clan was related to Aries in some form or another. Now that I think about it, Aries truly is a cruel god. Making the basis of the Uchiha culture revolve around blood and death. His gift, the Mangekyo Sharingan, was more of a curse than anything else. Killing your own kinsman in order to obtain power, unforgivable. Mr. D muttered the last sentence quietly to himself. To his surprise, he found his shirt being obeyed roughly by a very angry-looking shinobi. What else have you not told me that I should know about? Naruto demanded angrily while glaring dangerously at the now sympathetic-looking god. I've said too much, Mr. D mumbled out quietly before wisping through Naruto's hands in a purple haze. Naruto blinked at his hands in astonishment for a couple of seconds before snapping out of his trance-like state. He was about to lunge at the god before he felt two soft objects rest gently onto both his shoulders. Glancing quickly at his shoulders, he noticed that they were hands, and that they belonged to both Percy and Annabeth. Stop it, Naruto, he is not your enemy, Annabeth whispered soothingly, trying to calm the crazed boy. Percy merely nodded in agreement. Comprehending the situation, Naru, to notice that everyone was looking at him with a pleading look. Finally, Naruto relaxed his body. He allowed his body to hit the floor and he sat there with one hand on his knee. Annabeth then peered back at Mr. D. Naruto never drew his eyes away from the god. He didn't even bother to blink. Instead, he clenched both his fists so tightly, they were now turning ghostly white. Mr. D. Who was my father? Naruto asked in a soft tone, which surprised Dionysus greatly since he was expecting another shouting match to occur. Smiling warmly towards the boy, Mr. D replied back in a serious tone. Naruto, I am not obliged to be one to tell you who your father is. Only your true father can tell you. Same thing goes for you too, Percy. Mr. D stated seriously. Naruto, understanding that this was he only information that he was going to get out of the god, huffed in dissatisfaction. He turned hastily so that he was now facing away from the god, and walked quickly towards the door. When he met up with the two teens who were waiting for him, he simply nodded to them and walked out. They soon followed suit. Sighing quietly to himself, Chiron walked up to a window and watched the three teens walk back to camp under the now setting sun. You think we should have told him who his father was? Chiron asked. Mr. D just played with the goblet in his hand before replying back. And have him forever mad at us? Nah, I think I'll pass. He answered back plainly. Still, the Uchiha revelation was a little unwarranted, considering the fact that his best friend was one. Shaking his head from this rare moment of sympathy, he went back to bickering with Chiron about how long Percy would last against Clarice in the capture the flag game. Tomorrow. The walk back to camp was painfully slow, both for Naruto and Percy. Annabeth meanwhile was in deep thought about the recent events that had just occurred. Sasuke was related to Aries. Naruto kept thinking while he was walking. Percy was thinking about his father and who he could have been. He was also upset at the fact that his dad didn't save his mom from being killed by the Minotaur. He could have forgiven his dad's neglect for him if only he had tried to save his mom. It was night out when they finally reached Annabeth's cabin. Well, today was interesting, huh? She stated while trying to make small talk from the suddenly silent boys. Percy merely nodded while Naruto looked her straight in the eyes. Yeah, to say it wasn't would be a lie, haha. Naruto haphazardly laughed. He too was trying to make the overall mood more lively. Percy, being dense as ever, couldn't get the hint. Naruto, if I remember correctly, you slept outside, Annabeth stated. Naruto merely shrugged in a duh manner. Ignoring that gesture, Annabeth continued. Well, wouldn't you be more comfortable if you slept in a, I don't know, tent? She asked sarcastically. I guess, but I don't really have a tent, do I? Naruto answered back, not quite understanding where she was going with this. In the name of Zeus, you are two are denser than a log. Annabeth cried out in exasperation. She quickly raced inside her cabin and came out immediately with a small box. Here, inside this box is a tent. Seeing as we have our own cabin, I think it would be put to more use with you two, she said while handing the box off to Percy. Thank you, Annabeth. You truly are the kindest girl here. Naruto complimented her cheerfully since he was getting a free tent. This made her blush a slight tint of pink. She was not used to any kind of affection from a boy, no less a compliment. Really, you don't have to thank me. It's just the right thing to do. She corrected him. She was thankful that it was dark, or she feared that they would see her face and ask about her blush. Whatever you say, Annabeth. We'll see you tomorrow and, together, we'll kick some Aries cabin's ass. Naruto shouted before slowly walking towards the direction of Talia's tree. Naruto, please don't remind me. Percy whined while trailing behind Naruto with a defeated posture. Naruto simply laughed, a genuine one, at the pessimistic boy while they were walking. When they got to the pine tree, they began to set up their tent, and before long they were sleeping cozily inside. The tent was quite large, allowing 2 people to easily sleep. Inside of it, they needed the extra room since both teenagers, unknowingly, kicked a lot in their sleep. Not to mention they also sleep-talked. Nevertheless, they were both able to fall asleep. Later that night Naruto woke up abruptly. He was woken up by a strange sound and smell. Frowning slightly when his eyes were now adjusted to the dark, he noticed immediately that something was amiss. He then promptly went over to Percy and attempted to wake him up. But doing so was easier said than done. For the life of him, Percy kicked like an all-star kickboxer when he was asleep. He took 2 shadow clones to restrain the boy, and even then, the boy unconsciously resorted to trying to headbutt him. Damn, if all you're worried about is Clarice killing you tomorrow, then you truly underestimate your own ability to kick some serious ass tremendously. Naruto thought loudly to himself before getting a solid thud to the face courtesy of Percy's right foot. Sorry Percy, but waking you up the slow and gentle way just won't work with you. Naruto growled before slapping the boy hard on his right cheek. Amazingly, the boy seemed to just barely feel it because Percy merely twitched his eyelids from the pain. What, he might be as heavy as a sleeper as Pervy Sage was. Naruto remarked before he heard a pained whisper escape from Percy. What do you want Naruto? Percy whispered, while trying to fall back to sleep. Naruto, not wanting to try to wake him up again, grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently until the said boy was awake. Percy, this is very important. Can you look up into the sky and tell me what you think of the stars? Naruto asked with a surprisingly serious voice. Percy narrowed his eyes slightly so that he could see the night sky clearer. If I explain it to you, will you promise to let me go back to sleep? Naruto nodded his head. This prompted Percy to sit up and gaze at the stars for a moment before sharing his analysis of the night sky. Okay, from what I see millions of possible stars that could house life on another planet in their solar system. Also, the reason the stars all look like they have the same brightness is because they are millions of light years away from. You idiot, Percy, someone has stolen our tent. Naruto finally yelled out. That was when Percy realized why he was feeling a gentle breeze all of a sudden. Glancing quickly around his surroundings, he quickly concluded that they were, indeed, missing their tent. Whoever stole this tent is going to pay. Naruto finalized before getting back up and pacing back and forth while in deep thought. Percy just sighed since he believed that the boy was thinking up a prank to get even with the thieves. But then, he heard an odd ruffling coming from behind him a ways. Turning his head around, he suddenly paled at the sight before him. Feeling a tap on his right shoulder, Naruto was about to yell at Percy for interrupting his thinking until he saw Percy pointing at something. Following the boy's finger, he soon came upon the sight that had caused fear into Percy. There, hanging from some trees, was their tent. Only it was now ripped and a large flap of it was hung on top of a tree trunk like a flag. Flag had a red painted boar-shaped helm drawn onto it. Narrowing his eyes so that they could now be described as slits, Naruto suddenly began to march back to camp, taking each step with a sense of purpose. Knowing how unpredictable the boy was, Percy decided to follow after him. He only prayed that Naruto didn't go too overboard with his prank since tomorrow he was probably going to Personal. Why die from Clarice's hatred towards him and Naruto's prank? I really hate games. The next day Clarice woke up with a large grin adorning her face. She leaned her head back and tilted her head slightly to the left. Her digital clock said it was 7 a.m. But more importantly, the word Friday was flashing off of it. Swiftly jumping out of her bed, she began to get prepared for her battle later on that day. The rest of her cabin mates were still asleep since she always tended to get up about an hour earlier than they did. It took her about 30 minutes to get dressed and prepared. She's pretty much a soldier and randomly decided to look out the window. What she saw scared the living shit out of her. The camp was currently being attacked by a giant serpent. Quickly, she grabbed her spear and shield and raced out the door as physically fast as possible. What she failed to notice was that right outside her door, there was a mess of marbles scattered across her entryway. Because she was moving so fast, she could not stop her momentum entirely, so when she stepped on the marbles, she slid comically across the surface of her walkway, and into a big pool of mud. Of course, the funniest part was that she was shrieking quite uncharacteristically the whole way. When she got out of the pool of mud, she was absolutely covered in it. But that was only half of the prank. Apparently, Naruto had woken up the entire camp, and they were all now standing there laughing their asses off from what they just witnessed. She then noticed suddenly that Mr. D and Chiron were there as well. What really caught her attention was Mr. D's video recording device. The mud now caked onto her. However, Naruto and Percy were laughing their asses off from behind the large group of people who had formed in front of the Aries cabin. They didn't notice two people walking up to them, both sporting large grins. Naruto, you do know that Clarice is now definitely going to kill Percy, right? Annabeth asked worriedly, but she didn't give the impression that she was worried since she was still giggling from the prank. Well done, Naruto. As the head counselor for the Hermes cabin, you have our utmost respect. The unnamed boy stated while bowing down respectfully in front of Naruto. But this boy could only be Luke. That is your name, correct? The now named boy nodded. Well, thank you, but I think the bow was little too much, wouldn't you agree? Of course not. Anyone who could prank Clarice likes that, deserves that and more. Luke retorted. He then glanced at Percy and gave him a welcoming wave. You must be Percy. It's an honor to finally meet you, Luke said while also bowing down to Percy. A little too welcoming, are we? Naruto snorted mentally to himself. Oh well, there were worse kinds of people out there. Ahem. Yes, that was indeed a good showing, young chap. Mr. D interrupted them while talking in a British accent. Why are you talking British? Annabeth asked politely, but Mr. D rolled his eyes at the question. Annabelle, you are such a party pooper, you know that. This made Annabeth narrow her eyes slightly at the man. Okay everyone, let's calm down. Everyone, meet me in the forest so we can begin our game. Chiron relayed to all the camp members. Everyone cheered with excitement before leaving towards the forest to participate in the weekly game of Capture the Flag. Both Annabeth and Luke nodded before following after. Naruto glanced back at Percy and saw worried. When they finally reached the location, Chiron had everyone circle around him. The rules are the same as always. The creek is the boundary line, the entire forest is fair game, all magic items are allowed, the flags must be prominently displayed and can have no more than 2 guards, prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged, killing or maiming is not allowed. The punishment for breaking this rule is loss of dessert for 1 week, and guards aren't allowed to stand within 10 yards of the flag. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. They were about to start the game until Annabeth noticed both Naruto and Percy were missing a piece of important equipment. Wait everyone, she pleaded, much to many people's annoyance. Percy, Naruto, do you guys have any armor? She asked. Percy was about to say no for the both of them until he noticed Naruto rolling up both his arm, legs and forearms. He then noticed that there appeared to be a type of seal inked onto Naruto's skin. Rubbing his forearms with the opposite hands while applying chakra to them, he unsealed his metal forearm protectors and began proceeding to do the same things with his legs. They also unsealed into leg protectors. Annabeth was amazed at this, but she kept quiet until she knew Naruto was done unsealing all of his armor. Noticing he was missing a chest protector, she raised an eyebrow before asking, Naruto, I think you're missing something. Naruto looked at her puzzled auntie. Realization dawned on him when she stared directly at his chest. Right, almost forgot. Thanks, wise girl, Naruto thanked. Without warning though, he lifted his shirt up so that his chiseled chest was exposed to the world. He heard a lot of oohs and ahs from a specific group of girls from within the large crowd. Even Annabeth was turning red from ogling at his muscular and well-defined chest. Percy simply rolled his eyes at Naruto's odd action, but underneath his shirt there was also a hand-drawn seal on his skin. Performing the same actions he did earlier for the other seals, his C.L. poofed out a black flak jacket onto his chest while Naruto was also holding onto a rather large-looking sword that was sheathed. Nonchalantly, he hung the large-looking sword onto his back. But what really intrigued a lot of people was the mask Naruto was now holding in his right hand. Naruto quickly placed his mask onto his face and looked at the dumbstruck campers. He was wearing a fox-styled porcelain mask that made many demigods intimidated by the menacing-looking mask. But everyone silently agreed that Naruto looked completely badass in his armor. "Nah, Naruto, what kind of armor is that?" Annabeth stuttered out in amazement. Naruto casually began to look up and down his armor before replying back in a cheerful tone, "This is my Anbu armor. It's armor worn for only the elite," Naruto stated. He was getting quite uncomfortable from all the stares that he was receiving before a commanding voice broke through the clearing. "Naruto, is that you?" Turning around, Naruto noticed it was Clarice. She was now cleaned and had now finally arrived at the clearing. She too was dumbfounded by Naruto's awesome-looking armor. "In the name of Aries, you are the coolest demigod I have ever met." She practically yelled with enthusiasm. She walked directly up to Naruto and scanned his uniformed figure closely. "My warrior boy, aren't you full of surprises?" Clarice stated mostly to herself while still scanning the boy up and down. "Excellent looking armor there, Naruto. Now Percy, do you, perhaps, have any armor of your own?" Now everyone's attention was diverted from Naruto's to Percy. They were all gazing at him expectantly. They hoped that Percy might have had the same awesome-looking armor Naruto had. "I do." A voice was heard from the back of the crowd. The sea of people slowly parted, allowing for Luke to easily walk up to Percy with a leather chest plate and bronze helmet on each of his arms. "They might be a little big, but they should fit you fine until we can get you properly sized," Luke said apologetically. But Percy thanked Luke anyways and took the armor from the boy gratefully. "Now that everything is set up, teams, start at your base until you hear my command to begin." Happy that the game was finally beginning, everyone sprinted to their respective areas. "Naruto, Percy, you two follow me, okay? I'll lead you to the flag," Luke advised the two teams. Ey both nodded in confirmation when Percy spoke. "What about Annabeth? What is she going to do?" "She'll be fine, Percy. Besides, this whole plan of attack was her idea and she is the daughter of Athena, goddess of war strategies," Luke reassured Percy, much to his relief. "By the power invested in me, you may begin this game." A booming voice commanded throughout the forest that everyone instantly recognized to be Chiron's. "Here we go," Luke cried out while sprinting forward. Naruto and Percy soon followed his lead, and sprinted in his direction. It didn't take long for the three demigods to meet the opposition. However, the opponents they faced were the children of Aries. "Okay, there's only 3 of them. I can handle them. You go capture the flag." Knowing Clarice, she and one of her minions will be waiting patiently for you there, Luke said while beginning to engage with the 3 oversized brutes. It was quickly becoming apparent that Luke was handling himself quite fine by himself. Looking at each other, both Naruto and Percy nodded and swiftly left to capture the flag. When they finally got to a clearing, they could see a creek running through it. Both of them suddenly feeling thirsty, practically dove towards the source of the water and began drinking from it. They were enjoying the cool, refreshing taste of the creek until they heard a twig snap. Instinctively, Naruto shoved Percy out of harm's way while a large club smashed the area Percy was recently drinking from. Looking back up, Naruto noticed this man was similar to the other 3 demigods they had encountered. Frowning, Naruto couldn't help but notice a disturbing trend in the Aries cabin. "Are all the Aries males big, dumb brutes like you?" Naruto jabbed at the giant-looking figure who was now narrowing his eyes in anger. "Joke all you want, but last I checked, I know my father," the teenager retorted, knowing full well that insult to a demigod's parent was a touchy subject. Now it was Naruto's turn to narrow his eyes. I was going to let you live and make incapacitating you a quick and painless way to go. But now that you have managed to royally piss me off, I think I'll let the gods judge your fate." Naruto threatened before unsheathing his katana. The man raised an eyebrow at the katana, however. They didn't look that special, and being a child of Aries, no regular weapon could harm him. The man then began to laugh madly, much to Naruto's pleasure. "Oh, you think this sword is nothing special, do you? Well then, hold still so I can show you how arrogant bastards like you are treated in my world." Ha ha, what can that puny swear? But his insult was shortly cut off mid-sentence. Looking down at his stomach, a large gash was drawn across it. Blood was now spewing out in all direction. The large teenager barely had any time to form a single coherent thought before blacking out and falling backwards unconscious. "It seems your daddy deemed you worthy enough to be kept alive," Naruto muttered out in a disappointed tone while his katana was singing a sharp hum and radiating a blue aura from it. After learning that Aries had affected his home earlier, his thoughts on Aries and any of his sons made the young teenager grimace with disgust. Quickly wiping off the blood from his sword, he realizes that Percy was off in the distance fighting Clarice. Naruto concluded that he should at least referee their little skirmish so that no one would die. He then quickly ran to where the two demigods were fighting fiercely. "Oomph," Percy grunted while landing on his back near the edge of the creek. The fight between he and Clarice was going surprisingly well for him until she decided to become serious. From then on, it was no contest. Percy was getting his ass handed to him by Aries' daughter. "Go to the water," a gentle voice urged, tugging at Percy's consciousness to crawl towards the creek. He resisted at first, suspicious of this mysterious voice and power, but he soon relented since he was both too tired to do anything and that he began to slowly believe the words the mysterious voice told him. Clarice had a smug look on her face when she saw Percy crawling towards the creek. In her head, she believed that Percy was trying to run away like a coward. When he reached the edge of the water, he rolled himself into the water and submerged his entire body completely. Immediately, he felt a rush of energy pour through him as he jumped up from his prone position. Everyone was now in the clearing, watching the epic fight between the two demigods. Naruto, however, was intrigued by Percy's newfound energy. Towards Anabeth, who had now noticed Naruto's childish behavior towards her and had frowned slightly at his immature act. "Is that all you got, crazy girl?" Sai asked mockingly while sporting a large grin and an overinflated ego. Grinning back madly at the thought of a decent fight, she replied back with her own jab, "There's a lot more of that where it came from, fish boy." Both demigods then charged each other and began clashing majestically with each other's blow. Clarice was doing everything textually correct. There was no flaw in her fighting style. Her parries were on time. Her stabs were performed perfectly during the most ideal moments of success. Her footwork was flawless in that it could have been compared to a professional dancer's, and even her occasional taunts were obviously affecting the boy. But she just couldn't hit the damn boy. Not even once during their engagement. "What the hell is going on?" Clarice screamed into her head. "Why can't I hit him?" She kept repeating to herself until a momentary slip-up on her part created an opening for her opponent. Percy, noticing that Clarice was momentarily distracted, took advantage of the distraction and aimed a left punch into her gut. Widening her eyes in shock, she realized why she couldn't manage to hit the brat. From entering the water, he had actually become faster than before. Clarice then fell forward and soon became sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The people watching their little fight were absolutely silent. That is until a certain blonde-haired boy began cheering and clapping. Soon everyone else followed suit. Percy simply smiled and waved while slowly walking towards the enemy's flag. No one dared oppose a boy who just defeated arguably the strongest demigod in the camp. Grabbing the flag, he triumphantly crossed the river that divided the middle of the forest. Shouting in triumph, everyone on Annabeth's and Luke's team surrounded Percy as he held up the flag proudly. Annabeth, however, needed to finally confirm her suspicions. When Percy was gently placed back onto the ground, she asked him to walk back into the creek. Percy hesitated at first before complying. When he entered the creek, he instantly felt amazing. "Percy, how do you feel?" Annabeth asked. Incredible, you guys should jump in too. Percy cried out in ecstasy. But he was soon worried when he noticed Annabeth gazing at Chiron with a nervous look. This is bad, really bad. Annabeth muttered quietly to herself. Percy switched his sights towards Naruto. He was even more bewildered when he noticed that Naruto was in the creek also. He had a contemplating look on his face while his hands were slowly cupping up water towards his chest. Again, everyone's attention was now focused on Naruto's lone figure. This water does feel pretty amazing. Naruto mumbled to himself. Annabeth and Chiron just about fainted from hearing Naruto's similar experience to Percy's. What's going on? Percy questioned. This whole scene was getting too weird for him to handle. Percy, Naruto said, drawing the boy's attention back to him. I think. You are the son of Poseidon, Percy. Naruto willed himself to say. Naruto, we both are the sons of Poseidon. Percy croaked out in disbelief. Right away, Naruto figured out that his earlier guesses were spot on. Both boys then looked back at the crowd of demigods, and were surprised at the sight of all of them bowing, including Chiron, who now spoke out loud in an official tone. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. A chorus soon follows after repeating the same declaration. Once they were done with Percy, it was finally Naruto's turn to be officially claimed and recognized by everyone. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Naruto Uzumaki, son of the sea god. Lastly, please, share your thoughts, opinion, and ideas by reviewing. That is all, so until next time, ciao. Chapter 3, alright, here's Chapter 3. It's not as long as the other chapter, but it's still longer than the first hee. Anyways, I'm going to answer some reviews once again. But first, the whole ordeal with Poseidon. Let's see, I believe that if Naruto was the son of any of the big three, it would have to be Poseidon. Some of your questions as to how Naruto could even be related to Poseidon will be answered in this chapter. On to the reviews. Redlocks to yes, no, and yes. He was well aware of Naruto being his son. And it was suspenseful, so, yeah, sorry about that. Crazy fanfiction 1. He is still very much relevant in this story. Okay, I'll admit that Naruto will most likely not be paired with a guy or a fellow shinobi. Back to this chapter. As the title states, the story will now progress past the camp and into the real world. You will notice that I have made several changes that will change the overall structure of the plot. It is still the same quest, just set up differently. Oh, and some strong knowledge of Greek mythology would help you enjoy this chapter that much more. Finally, I do want to reveal the girl being paired with Naruto. But I decided to have a little fun with this. Her name will be scattered throughout the chapter. The only hint of her cryptic name will be with the letters that correspond with her name. It'll be shown as this O, and this is a freebie. Enjoy. Equals E. Once you find all the letters, you'll have to unscramble them in order to completely reveal the name. Happy hunting, enjoy the chapter, and I'll see you at the bottom. Chapter 3. The quest begins. A whiskered-faced blonde said out loud while rubbing his right pointer finger on his cheek. His fellow half-brother was also doing the same thing. But instead of rubbing his cheek, he was scratching his chin. In front of them was a cabin with walls created from gray stone with pieces of seashell and coral. The cabin as a whole was low, long and solid, with all the windows facing the sea. Both boys were content with just admiring the cabin in front of them, and were in no rush to go inside. However, their female companion was less patient with their gazing and was getting quite ticked at the two boys' carefree attitude. The girl standing to the right of Naruto, who had flowing blonde hair, had quickly become agitated and, finally, voiced her annoyance to them. For the love of gods, you two are so much like your father. Stop standing around like two awestruck blockheads and go inside already. Annabeth yelled while pulling on her hair unconsciously. When they had arrived at Poseidon's cabin, the boys had uncharacteristically began to stare at the building with immense interest. They had proceeded to stare at the Nging building for about a good 30 minutes before she lost her patience. Geez, can't you admire our father's cabin? Considering the fact that you want to be an architect, surely you can enjoy it with us. The blonde-haired boy asked, still eyeing the cabin critically. Yeah, it's not every day you see a cabin this well made. Especially one that we are now going to be living in. Percy added eel whistling at the beautiful-looking building. That's the point. Because you guys will be living in this cabin, you'll be able to stare at it as much as you want. And as for being an architect, refer a building that can withstand the test of time. A perfect example of this would be the Parthenon. Besides, it doesn't help that this building is associated with Poseidon. Annabeth muttered the last sentence quietly. Percy didn't hear it, but Naruto did and reminded himself to ask her about it later. Sighing in unison, both boys decided that it was high time for them to enter the cabin. Walking up to the door, Naruto gently pushed against it and slowly opened the door. When they were inside, they were welcomed to the sight of walls that glowed like abalone. Several bunk beds, 6 in all, were divided evenly. On both sides of the room, there was exactly 3 of them laid in a line against the wall. A window was positioned directly above each bed with the left side's windows showing the sea. The boys then noticed that there was 2 chests in front of 2 beds. Deducing that one of the chests belonged to one of them, both boys carefully began to walk towards their respective chests they guessed. When Naruto got to his chest he noticed a golden nameplate labeled on it. Peering closer to the nameplate, he was a bit shocked when he read his name on it. Realizing his father, Poseidon, must have prepared the cabin for their stay, he nervously unlocked the chest and looked inside. Right away, Naruto found a note laying on top of a pile of clothing. When he picked it up, he quickly read it. Dear Naruto, I know you love your orange outfits, but everyone else, including the gods, find them to be damaging on the eyes. In light of this, I have decided to gift you with some new clothing. Note, they do not have any orange on them. Best of luck on your quest, my son. P.S. There are some trinkets that I have put in the chest that I think you will find interesting. Quest? What quest? Naruto thought while gripping the note tighter. His second real contact with his father was a relief for him, but the last sentence in the note was baffling to say in the least. He then noticed the clothing and held them up to be inspected. He quickly understood that the outfit was practically the same one as his current orange and black one, but there were some slight modifications to it, namely the color scheme. Instead of the overabundance of orange on it like his current outfit, this one had a cerulean color replacing it, and yellow replacing the black parts. When he delved deeper in the chest, he found another article of clothing. It was a short-sleeved white coat with black wind patterns along the hemline. All of the clothing were similar if not the same as his, only with different colors. Frowning at the lack of originality, he decided he would change into these new articles of clothing later, specifically when no one would be around to watch him change except for his half-brother. Putting down the clothes, Naruto brought his sights back to the inside of the chest and found something that piqued his interest. On the bottom of the chest was a necklace. A blue, spherical, L-shaped object was centered in the middle of the necklace. Naruto then noticed that it was connected to a golden spherical. Replace his previous necklace that was destroyed during his fight with Pain. Putting it on, he suddenly felt a sense of power emanating from it. It gave off a faint glow before it faded shortly after doing so. Curious as to what this necklace could do, he carefully placed the spherical object in his left hand. Feeling it with his right hand, he was surprised when the jewel was cool to the touch when he rubbed his fingers against it. Whoa, this is so cool, Naruto thought excitedly to himself before letting go of the necklace and letting it rest on his chest. He then realized that he had forgotten about Annabeth and Percy, and quickly changed his attention towards them. A watch. Why did he give me a watch? A clearly confused boy asked while tinkering around with it. It's obviously not just any watch if it was given to you by a god. Here, let me have a look, Annabeth suggested while reaching over to grab the watch that was now on Percy's wrist. When she got a hold of it, she began to inspect it closely. There's a button on the side of it. I wonder what will happen when I press it, she thought out loud before pressing the button. Instantly, a bronze shield spiraled out of it, much to everyone's surprise. Meanwhile, Naruto had now reached the 2 when this happened. That's pretty awesome. It's just like your sword, Naruto stated while sliding his hands across the surface of the shield. The shield had a simple trident design on the front of it, indicating that it was owned by the sea god himself. Both Percy and Annabeth nodded in agreement before Percy pressed the button again, hiding the shield in the form of a wristwatch once again. Annabeth, noticing Naruto's new necklace, walked up to him and grasped it in her hands. "Was this inside your chest?" she asked innocently. Naruto simply nodded and allowed her to play with the object in her hands. "It's so beautiful," she mumbled quietly while still playing with it. Naruto couldn't help but to smirk a little at the girl's truth. "Hey, does that necklace have any powers also?" Percy asked while inspecting the necklace with Annabeth. Frowning again, Naruto replayed the feeling he got from putting it on earlier. "None that I'm aware of, though it did feel empowering when I first put it on my neck," Naruto confessed. "Maybe it has passive abilities." "Necklaces do seem to have a habit of doing just that," Annabeth suggested. Both boys nodded their heads in agreement about that Iori, since it did seem to be a very plausible answer. "Hey, I was wondering, where is that other boy you were with?" Naruto asked, now remembering the missing boy from 2 nights ago. "Yeah, where is Grover anyways? I haven't seen him since yesterday when he was giving me a tour around the camp," Percy added on. Both boys now looked at Annabeth expectantly, an action she was sure would be a common occurrence between them. Since Grover is a satyr, he has certain obligations that he must perform. One of his duties being to find and bring demigods back to Camp Half-Blood, which he is currently doing right now. She answered back, much to Naruto's puzzlement. "Grover is a what?" This made Percy tap Naruto's left shoulder and inform him that a satyr is a half-man and half-goat thing. "What, you mean that boy is actually half of a goat?" Naruto cried out with disbelief. Again, the proper term for Grover's kind is a satyr. A familiar voice corrected Naruto. Turning his head towards the new voice, he found the voice to belong to a certain centaur. "Oh, hey there, horse man," Naruto greeted, knowing full well that the name would rouse something out of the centaur. The half-man and half-hor say person scowled slightly at the remark. "Excuse me, but I've told you before that I am a centaur, not a horseman." "Child," Chiron huffed before walking up to Percy. "As for you, Percy, son of Poseidon, we need to have a little chat regarding previous events." The said boy then became a little nervous from the sudden serious tone. Nodding his head in understanding, he followed Chiron out of the cabin and back to his domain. "I wonder what they're going to be talking about," Naruto asked out loud while scratching the back of his head in thought. But Annabeth quickly felt uneasy about the whole situation. She knew very well what Chiron was going to talk to the boy about. "Yeah, about that, I think we need to have our own little chat about recent happenings," Annabeth stated while walking towards one of the beds and sitting down in one of them. Naruto was confused by what she meant until he saw her pat an empty spot on the bed right next to her. Shrugging, he did as he was told, and walked over to her and sat beside her. "What do you want to talk about, wise girl?" This made the girl scowl slightly from the name. "Why do you insist on calling me that? Is calling me Annabeth that difficult for you that you have to give me a meaningless nickname?" she asked in an irritated voice. "I can't help it. Ever since Clarice called you that, I can't control myself from calling you that." Naruto confessed with a grin adorning his face. Annabeth just rolled her eyes and proceeded to change the topic. "So, you are the son of Poseidon," she stated simply. Naruto nodded, but was hesitant when he did so. "Yeah, but I don't really understand how." Naruto grimaced while scratching his cheek in thought. "I mean, yeah, I was claimed and all, but other than that I have absolutely no abilities. Hat could distinguish me as being his son." This statement made Annabeth think once again. She didn't see Naruto do anything with the water that could be compared with Percy's control of it when he was in the girls' bathroom. But she did find something odd when she remembered, specifically, during that afternoon when they were playing capture the flag, that Naruto said something rather peculiar while in the creek. "Whenever you were near water before, did you ever feel different?" she asked while looking directly into the boy's eyes. Naruto thought about it before answering back. "Not really. Today was the only real time that I've felt anything weird near water," he replied while pursing his lips. "Yet, today was the day you were claimed," she whispered mostly to herself with her head down. It was evident that she was still in deep thoughts. She then quickly glanced back up at Naruto. You said you were a soldier in your other world. He nodded in confirmation. So you must have fought near a water source at one time or another. Did you get wounded at all during any of these fights? Naruto rubbed his temples in thought before a certain fight popped into his head. As a ninja, I'm almost always getting wounded. But back to your question, yeah, there's one fight that gave me what you would consider as a wound. He admitted before leaning back into the bed in thought. So, what exactly happened? But Anabeth instantly regretted asking that question when she heard Naruto's answer. Using one of his abilities, my opponent stabbed me through the chest and created a hole in it. He replied back casually, which made the girl's eyes widen in shock and disbelief at the boy's lack of emotions towards the event. But how are you alive? No man, even a demigod, could survive a hit like that. She reasoned before Naruto shook his head. True, but I'm not just an ordinary demigod either. I have something inside me that can protect me, he said while standing back up and turning his back towards the now curious girl. What could possibly be inside you that could heal you that quickly? She asked while eyeing the boy closely. But she didn't see the boy's look of pain flash across his face when she asked. I guess the best way of describing it would be calling it a demon. Naruto answered back, his eyes now fully closed. But Anabeth was shocked at the revelation. She couldn't understand how a demon could be living inside the blonde-haired boy. But how? It's complicated, but in short, I was used as a sacrifice in order to save my village and I was the baby forced to be the bearer of it. He replied while unknowingly clenching his hands into fists. She saw this, and knew right away that she had crossed into a touchy subject. Mentally slapping herself at her ignorance, she slowly got up and placed a comforting hand on the now conflicted boy. I'm sorry about asking. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked, she said truthfully. Naruto turned his body in. D was now facing directly in front of Anabeth's. She couldn't read his face, but she knew the look wasn't a happy one. It's not your fault. The issue is a moot point as of now though, he said before continuing. But I think I need some time alone right now. She wanted to ask more about the subject but nodded anyways, fully grasping the current situation, and promptly began to leave the cabin. But before she exited out the door, she turned around one last time and spoke to the saddened boy. Again, I'm sorry about the past. When you feel better, you can meet the rest of us at the dining pavilion that I showed you earlier. She finalized before leaving the boy alone to his thoughts. When he was alone, he began to fiddle with his necklace. He couldn't explain it, but whenever he touched it, he instantly felt a sense of comfort and security that was similar to Talia's tree emanating from it. How could I possibly be the son of a sea god? I don't even have an affinity for water. So that brings up another question. If I am truly his son, why do I not have any water abilities? Naruto mentally berated himself. It seems you are at crossroads, foolish boy. A demonic voice suddenly spoke, interrupting the boy's thoughts. It's nice of you to finally wake up, stupid fox, Naruto mentally muttered dryly while taking a seat on a nearby bed. After they had defeated Madara, the nin-tailed fox had decided to go into a short slumber much to Naruto's shock, his reason being that he was no longer vengeful at the world, and was quite at peace with himself. I see you haven't changed much at all. The fox snorted. This made Naruto roll his eyes at the fox's jab. Seriously, it hasn't been that long since you fell asleep. Naruto informed the fox. Maybe, but remember, time means very little to me, the fox countered. As to why I am even speaking right now, I couldn't help but to hear two little birdies chatting quite obnoxiously from outside my domain. You still got problems if you think birds can talk. Naruto joked quietly. I will never get used to your childish ways of thinking, brat. Kurama growled out much to Naruto's amusement. Back to the point. I believe I can help you with your little dilemma revolving around your dad. This made Naruto raise an eyebrow. He definitely did not expect the fox to know anything about his godly father. I'm listening, Kurama, Naruto voiced. This made the Biju grin widely now at having the boy's full attention. Well, when you first fought that Uchiha kid at the Valley of the End, it is true that I did heal you. But, Kurama trailed off eliciting Naruto to narrow his eyes at the speaker's incomplete thought. But, I was not the only thing that helped keep you alive. This truth made Naruto gasp. Slightly in surprise, he always believed that it was the fox who solely kept him alive in that fight. What do you mean, Kurama? I am in no mood for riddles, so give it to me straight. Naruto commanded, but the fox merely rolled his eyes at the empty show of dominance. Snorting, he decided to be serious and meet the boy's demands. Did you ever find it strange that whenever I did leak out of your seal that my chakra was an oozy, red liquidy substance? Of course not, you're an idiot. Oh, and you will forever be an idiot no matter how old you get. Naruto was quickly getting irked by Kurama's not so subtle insults of him, as evident by his now rapidly tapping right foot. The fox, realizing Naruto's slowly decreasing sense of patience, went back to speaking in a serious manner. Moving on, I don't know if you would have known this, but my true chakra form more closely resembles that of fire than liquid. Naruto frowned at this piece of information. He was still in the dark about where this conversation was leading him towards. But he did find the truth to be somewhat intriguing. So why is your chakra liquidity? Naruto asked innocently. Before, I would have told you that I didn't have the slightest clue. But now, after coming to this world and learning about all these gods and goddesses, I have made a theory about it. Because in any normal person I would have had fiery chakra, it is now guaranteed that you had a strong, no change that godly affinity for water before I was sealed into you. This, of course, overrode my natural affinity of fire and changed it into, in essence, boiling water. He growled out, clearly not happy at the memory of losing his affinity. But Naruto was still in deep thought. So, from what I am deducing, every time the seal was weakened, my natural affinity was also being leaked out. Naruto asked expectantly. The fox nodded, and Naruto continued speaking. So when I was stabbed through the chest by Sasuke's Chidori, it was both you and my water ability that healed me. Again, Kurama nodded. If that's the case, then why can't I use any abilities similar to Percy's? This question made the giant fox laugh loudly. I'll answer that question with one of my own. Haven't you ever even tried to control the water after releasing me? Naruto's mouth absolutely dropped down to the floor. Of course he hadn't tried. How could he if he knew that he didn't have any affinity to water whatsoever? Palming his face, he began to shake his head in disgust while the fox looked at the boy's odd action in amusement. Although, I am still mystified as to why you also have an ungodly affinity to wind. The fox trailed off. Naruto's ear perked up right away from hearing this subtle revelation. He gazed back at the fox intensely before speaking up. What? But that would mean my mom was a goddess. That's impossible. Naruto induced mentally, since it seemed logical because his father gave him a strong water affinity. Listen, brat, if there's anything I've learned while being stuck with you, it's that the word impossible is irrelevant with the both of us. He rationalized while laying back down and resting his head on his two front paws. That is all I currently know, kid, and remember, this is all just a theory. So if you don't mind, I'm going back to sleep. And just like that, Naruto was swiftly kicked out of his mindscape. Naruto now found himself lying on top of his bed. Pulling his hair in frustration, he decided that he had answered enough questions for himself that night. Pulling himself out of the bed, and began changing into his new clothes. Afterwards, he hastily walked towards the door, and promptly slammed it when he left. However, when he closed the door, a subtle breeze of cool air rushed through the now empty cabin and slammed both chests closed. Dining Pavilion. When Naruto finally arrived at the pavilion, he noticed Annabeth waving at him and indicating him to sit next to her and Percy. Nodding to her that he understood, he walked towards their bench before a hand halted his progress. Letting his gaze wander up the person's hand and arms, he wasn't surprised at who the person was who stopped him. Yo, how's it going, Clarice? Naruto spoke simply, still not moving from his current position. Warrior boy, I heard you're the son of Poseidon, she stated loudly, which caused the whole area to go silent. This, however, did Naruto narrow his eyes ever so slightly. What of it? Clarice then looked him straight in the eye before breaking out into a large grin. I just wanted to congratulate you on being claimed by one of the 3 most powerful Olympians. she exclaimed while giving Naruto a playful punch to his left shoulder. He wasn't expecting such a powerful punch from her, and had to hide his discomfort. In his shoulder while he was rubbing it soothingly with his right hand. Thanks I guess. He thanked while still nursing his sore shoulder. You know, this means that you're going to have to spar with me sooner rather than later, right? She said while slowly reaching back for her spear. What the hell? She hasn't been awake for longer than a few hours, yet she still wants to fight. Naruto inwardly cursed at Aries' influence on his children. Yeah, as much as I would love to fight you, I kinda am not in the mood after the whole, your godly dad happens to be one of the 3 great Olympians, he explained sarcastically while silently praying that he would not have to fight with the war-crazed chick. Very well, you defeated my best warrior with complete ease during the match. Though I do apologize for what he said to you earlier, I believe what you did to him was just and, indeed, warranted. She said while giving him a subtle bow. Easy there warrior girl, I think you may be getting too soft. Naruto laughed, but immediately after he said those words, Clarice pulled out a knife from one of her hidden weapons pouches and threw it at Percy, who was currently enjoying a slice of pizza. From Percy's perspective, all he heard was quick swoosh and then a sudden feeling of weightlessness on top of his head. What the hell? He said aloud. Cautiously, he tapped the top of his head, and to his horror, he realized that he was missing a chunk of his hair. Glancing behind him, he soon spotted both Naruto and Clarice laughing their asses off at him. Even Annabeth as trying desperately to hold in her giggles. Having enough of this embarrassing moment, Percy threw his hood up with disdain. Ha ha ha, what was that about me being too soft, warrior boy? Clarice asked in between laughs. Never mind that I said that, Naruto chuckled. Sure, Percy was his half-brother, but Naruto still enjoyed funny gags such as that one. But he was surprised when Clarice then unexpectedly grabbed the collar of his shirt, and pulled his face mere inches from her own. You know Naruto, I wouldn't mind being a particularly bad girl for you. She cooed much to Naruto's growing discomfort. He was now flushed and uncomfortable from the girl's words. He couldn't finish before Clarice released him from her grasp. She was laughing once again. Clothes, she complimented genuinely. Funny, you're such a tease warrior girl. Naruto growled out at being teased at in front of everyone. Am I? She winked seductively at him. This quickly made Naruto go red once more, and he decided to just walk away from the girl. Hearing a cat call coming from the direction of the Hermes table, Naruto heard a sudden smack and scream of pain from one of the campers. And she's back to being the warrior girl. He mused quietly to himself. He eventually made it to Annabeth's table, and was puzzled as to why both his friends seemed to be angry at him. Percy, he could understand, but Annabeth, why was she so red all of a sudden? Giving up, he decided that it would be best to just sit down and order something to eat. That's when he realized he didn't know how or where to get the food. But his question was soon answered when a wood nymph appeared out of nowhere and asked him what he wanted to eat. Both people were then surprised by Naruto's odd behavior. His right eye was currently twitching and his mouth was held agape. Anything, he stuttered out slowly much to his friend's amusement and uneasiness. The wood nymph hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding her head in confirmation. Ramen. I wish to have a huge bowl of ramen, Naruto stated simply, but his voice was strained when he said that. Nodding in understanding, the nymph then clapped her hands and poof. A giant bowl of steaming ramen appeared in front of the now mouthwatering young boy. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there were 2 chopsticks laid neatly beside the bowl. Without waiting, he snatched up them and began diving into his bowl. Percy, Annabeth, and even the nymph were shocked at the appetite of the young boy. He quickly downed his ramen and was about to ask for more before he heard a swirling noise coming from inside his bowl. When he peered back down at his bowl, to his utter amazement, the ramen bowl had been refilled. Thank the gods, Naruto cried out in ecstasy. And began crying anime tears while slurping up another bowl of ramen. This humored everyone tremendously from seeing such a powerful demigod acting so childish around a soup dish. When Naruto was finally done with his meal, about 20 bowls worth, he laid back against the bench with a contented sigh escaping his mouth. Annabeth could only shake her head in disbelief before she noticed the certai N group of girls walking towards their table. Great, it was only a matter of time before they came to claim him. She muttered quietly with a scowl now evident on her face. Naruto, noticing the group of girls, stared at them with piqued interest. Wow, they are all so pretty, Naruto stated while being struck into a dazed-like state. One of the girls from the group stepped forward while giggly. Ingen gave Naruto a bright smile that nearly made Naruto faint from the warmth that it radiated. Hiya there hot stuff, the girl said cheerfully while giggling at Naruto's helpless state. It was quickly becoming apparent to him that there was something more to their attractiveness that was lulling him into this pathetic state. Damn it, why did that one simple sentence make my mind turn into mush? Naruto asked himself mentally while trying desperately to break this invisible spell. He was relieved, though, when Annabeth's cold and calculated tone broke him out of his stupor. What do you whores want with Naruto? She asked venomously, but the girls simply waved her away and continued their hat with the boy much to her annoyance. Silence ugly, you have no right to call the daughters of Aphrodite anything but magnificent. The lead girl replied while leaning closer to Naruto's face. Again, it seemed as the girl's simple smile could pierce into his heart. Finding this new feeling taxing on his psyche, he realized enough was enough. Poor kid, Naruto thought emphatically before switching his gaze at Annabeth. He was unsettled at the sight before him. Instead of her usual steel-colored eyes, they seemed to now take the form of flames, and she was currently glaring daggers at the girls. Gulping, he looked back at the girl in front of him. She was still radiating warmth from her smile towards him. So these are the children of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. If these kids are bad, I don't think I could handle being around their mom no less. He shivered at the thought. Quite the gentleman aren't you? That is so hot, the girl cried out in a sweet feminine tone. Enough you wretched sluts, isn't it apparent that he has no interest in you girls whatsoever? If it wasn't for your damn abilities, he would have done the same thing that he did with Clarice and ran for it. Annabeth cried out, her hatred towards the girls were becoming more and more apparent. But, why ignored the girl's remark and simply rolled their eyes before the lead girl once again spoke up. I don't know if you knew this, but every new camp member gets a special welcoming gift from the Aphrodite cabin. The girl shrieked with excitement. Naruto could only frown at this. The only other welcoming gift that he had heard about was from the Aries cabin where the children of Aries would dunk the newbies into the girl's toilet. The girl, noticing the sudden distress coming across Naruto's face, giggled at his harmless fear. No, silly, unlike the Amazonian bitch, our gift is envied by all. She explained while gradually leaning closer to Naruto's face. He was about to ask what the gift was exactly before his lips were passionately slammed into the said girl's lips and held there for a few moments while his eyes quickly bulged out of his sockets. What? Her lips taste exactly like ramen. He mentally cried out in surprise. Her lips were angelically soft as could be, and her breath was extremely intoxicating. He was resisting the girl's attempt to have her tongue enter his mouth and was slowly losing the will to fight it before the girl's lips were hastily removed from his court. ESY of a now furious blonde-haired beauty. Before she was silenced with a mouthful of dirt in her mouth by Annabeth. There, that's how you should clean your mouth, bitch, Annabeth said with a triumphant huff. MMPH. The girl tried to retort but, alas, dirt in her mouth had obstructed her use for words. The other girls were about to swarm in and help their fellow cis-T out before a loud cough drew everyone's attention. A slim, beautiful girl with black hair and blue eyes had a look of disappointment shown on her face. What is with all these pretty girls? Naruto cried out mentally before going over to Annabeth and helping her up. Really sisters, you had to try to rape another camp member. I'm completely disgusted with you girls right now. The angry girl said while rubbing her right temple in anguish. The rest of the girls looked down in regret and a few of them muttered out a quiet sorry. Without saying another word, the girl pointed at a nearby cabin and, by some silent command, they all rushed back towards it. The girl then looked back at Naruto and frowned. He was still dazed and, overall, still out of it. The girl then walked up directly in front of him and snapped her finger in front of his eyes. Instantly, Naruto felt normal once again. Sorry about that. My sisters can get a bit eccentric around H and some men like you. She stated apologetically. I'm so rude. My name is Selena Beauregard and I am the daughter of Aphrodite. She said while shrugging in a carefree way. I know what you were thinking when you were around my sisters. They were using a little Ove magic to influence the way you thought. Hence, why you couldn't speak normally when they talked to you. She explained while getting a nod from Annabeth, who was, surprisingly, acting quite civilized around this girl. Thanks a lot for the help, Selena. Naruto thanked. The girl nodded at this before looking over at the laying figure that was Percy. She sighed out loud and walked over to the poor boy. She then bent down and whispered something quietly into his ear. Percy immediately sprang up and had a look of absolute terror on his face. This puzzled Naruto since he was curious as to how she woke him up so easily and in that state. What did you say to him? Oh, that. I simply muttered some incantations and, he's back to normal, she answered with a French accent, more or less. Yeah, thanks Selena. If you hadn't arrived things might have gotten messy. Annabeth thanked while wiping the dirt off her clothes. What happened? Percy asked, now getting back to his feet and stretching. Selena rolled her eyes at the foolish boy before reverting her sights back onto Naruto. I better leave before my sisters do something stupid again, she said. Well Naruto, I'm sure I'll see you around, he hummed before running back to her respective cabin. Naruto just dumbly nodded at her disappearing figure before looking back at Annabeth. The girl was still visibly upset and about ready to kill anything. Then a thought abruptly entered his mind. Yo Percy, what did Chiron want to talk to you about? Naruto asked to a now serious-looking boy. I think it would be best if we talked about it on the way back to our cabin. He answered back while motioning for them to follow his lead. Naruto simply shrugged and followed, but Annabeth was quickly anxious about what Percy was going to tell him. But she too followed after them after a few seconds of indecisiveness. But none of them had noticed a pink cloud of smoke from directly behind them. It had originated from a certain goddess of love's table with a bouquet of roses laying elegantly at the spot the goddess had been standing on. On their walk back, Percy was, for the most part, quiet much to everyone's creeping nervousness. He finally broke the silence when he spoke up suddenly. I was given a quest. He finally said. This, however, struck a chord with Naruto. He suddenly flashed back to when he read his father's note to him. Best of luck on your quest, my son. Did he mean this quest? Naruto thought quietly to himself. He didn't notice that he had stopped walking, and now his two friends were looking at him worriedly. Percy, what exactly is your quest dealing with exactly? Naruto inquired while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. It's quite simple. I have to find and return the Master Bolt to Zeus by the summer solstice. Both Naruto and Annabeth face-palmed themselves at the boy's simple-mindedness. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that stupid statement, fish brains, Annabeth said. Now I know you have met the oracle. It is necessary for everybody in order to partake in a quest. Can you tell me exactly what the oracle said to you? Percy had to think for a minute before relaying the prophecy in its whole. You shall go west, and face the god who has turned. You shall obtain the legacy of Philoctetes, and only the mortal son of two can wield it. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall also return a part of you back to your creator. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall help a brother reclaim his lineage. Percy relayed before taking a deep breath in. Naruto was confused by this prophecy. There were so many various meanings for each statement that it completely boggled his mind. But Annabeth wasted no time in theorizing the whole prophecy. Okay, the first line simply states the obvious. If Hades is the prime suspect for stealing Zeus's master bolt, we have little to no choice but to venture down into Hades, which so happens to be located in the city of Los Angeles and directly west of our current position. But the god part is perplexing. We won't know until we face him, I guess. Annabeth murmured before continuing with her analysis of the prophecy. The legacy of Philoctetes. I haven't heard that name in quite a while, she trailed off. What exactly is the legacy of Philoctetes? Percy asked questioningly. He had never heard of the name before, but apparently he was an important figure if his name was mentioned in the prophecy. Percy, do you know the name of the only person willing to light Heracles' funeral pyre? Annabeth asked while still in her thinking posture. Heracle who? Percy worded out much to his difficulty. It's Hercules. But Heracles is his true Greek name. Hercules is the Roman name for him. She muttered out with annoyance. Naruto was happy just to watch the interaction between the two. He honestly had no clue about what they were talking about. But as long as one of them understood the prophecy, then he didn't really care all that much then. Okay then, so I'm guessing this guy, Philoctetes, was the man who lit his funeral pyre. She nodded before speaking out again. I might as well move this along since you know little about Greek mythology. At least Naruto has an excuse, but you're just hopeless with it. Annabeth cried out in defeat while throwing her hands into the air. She knew she was overreacting a bit, but it frustrated her to no end that a boy who was given a prophecy wouldn't have understood it without her being there. The legacy of Philoctetes is actually a weapon. Namely, it is called, simply, the bow of Hercules. It was used by the Greeks to win their war at Troy, and it was it that killed Paris and officially ending it. The location of the bow remains a mystery, however, since several stories mention Hercules eventually regaining his bow. But the only person who would know its location would be Apollo. He was the Pers on who first gave the bow to Hercules in order for him to complete his 12 labors. Annabeth then sighed at knowing that obtaining this godly weapon was only half of it. There's also the son of two issue. From inferring what we already know, and that the bow of Hercules is an incredible weapon, I'm guessing the son of two is actually a son of two divine beings. Naruto's eye grew widely at the claim. Wait a minute, Annabeth. Wouldn't being the son of two divine beings make that person a god then? Percy nodded also in agreement with the boy's logic, but Annabeth sighed once more, and rubbed her temple in deep thought. Usually that would be the case, but there are ways for a god to become mortal. I guess the easiest way would be for the god to abstain from drinking ambrosia, the substance that keeps a god immortal. Still, that would take a while and is very unlikely since most gods would be unwilling to just give up their godhood. So the most plausible and likely scenario is the baby was born mortal from two godly parents. Annabeth concluded while pacing back and forth in an impatient manner. Okay, well, let's just go with that theory and move on to the next statement. Naruto comforted her while also trying to keep progress. Yes, the next part is the returning of items. The first part one understand as being the master bolt, but the second is very vague in its explanation. She mumbled while still pacing. Both boys didn't have a clue what it meant either, but decided to think about it later. Okay, so the next part is the betrayal. I think we should skip that one also, Naruto suggested, and both people nodded their head in agreement. So that leaves us with the lineage thing, Naruto finalized while scratching his head in thought. Well, it does state that I helped my brother. So as of right now, I'm going to help you uncover your lineage, Percy stated with a happy tone. Naruto smiled warmly at his half-brother and nodded in thanks for his willingness to help him. So I guess it's true. My mom is indeed a goddess. Still, I wonder how I could have been born mortal. Naruto pondered. He decided to share his sentiment out loud to his friends. Hey, I think I'm the one who is the son of two divine beings, Naruto revealed in front of his friends. Both of them now had a stunned look, and gazed at him expectantly. Obviously, my dad is Poseidon. But my mom, I do not have a clue. But apparently her powers deal with wind, Naruto explained. Percy and Annabeth began to think about all the goddesses who could potentially be his mother. I know several gods dealing with wind, but I can't seem to remember any goddesses who also had abilities dealing with wind, Annabeth said with a sad voice. But Percy shocked everyone, mostly Annabeth since Naruto still didn't know much about Greek mythology. This may sound crazy, but could this goddess have been potentially a Titaness? Percy suggested, much to Annabeth's shock. Well, it's not entirely out of the picture. But I find it difficult to see Poseidon, one of the three most powerful Olympian, being associated with a Titan, no less a Titaness. She whispered out quietly. All these theories and hypotheses were now overloading a certain whiskered-faced blonde's brain. I think we've done enough brainstorming for 1 century, Naruto exclaimed sorely. Annabeth, How many days do we have until the summer solstice? All right then, we know what to do and where to go. So let's go, Naruto cried out while running in no particular direction. He does know that west is the other way, right? Annabeth asked, appalled at seeing Naruto's abundance of energy for the long quest. Why are you asking me? You're talking to a boy who can barely read a compass, Percy hyperbolized while waving his arms for added effect. But Annabeth rolled her eyes, and began walking towards her cabin. When you get Naruto, I suggest you two pack accordingly and meet me by Talia's tree tomorrow morning at dawn. Our ride will then drive us into the city, she finalized before getting out of earshot of both the boys. She then proceeded to begin praying to her goddess, Athena. Mom, since this quest deals with Hercules, one of your favorite heroes, please give me some guidance during this journey that may help us find his bow. Your help would greatly be appreciated. Oh, and one last thing, Annabeth. H was now blushing profusely when she entered her cabin, much to the dismay of her fellow cabinmates. Can you help me with, boys? Pretty interesting, huh? Well, I hope you enjoyed the chapter and read a few interesting things along the way about Greek mythology. If not, more power to you. Oh, and if you weren't able to uncover the name, highly unlikely since most of you seem to be pretty intelligent, then I will officially reveal it next chapter. Don't forget to review. Until then, ciao. Small update: the 9th of February 14. There will indeed be a second girl paired. You may now once again debate about who she is. Chapter 4. Anne. Sorry for the late update. But here it is, Chapter 4. I promised the readers last chapter that if they didn't get the little puzzle then I would reveal the pairing for Naruto. He will be paired up with Annabeth and another girl. But I think I need to make something clear. I never stated that I would make Clarice the other girl. Sure, she was involved early on, but that doesn't make her the other girl. In fact, I really wasn't thinking of her as the other girl anyways. Moving on, the whole mother thing will be revealed in this chapter. I really couldn't get a very detailed description of her, so I filled in the gaps with my own thoughts about her. I think that's about everything. Also, as labeled in the title, a peculiar god will be making an appearance in this chapter. Well, enjoy the chapter and I'll see you at the bottom. Chapter 4. I Meet a God. Naruto had finally made it back to his cabin after getting lost from his most recent hyperactive moment. He mentally berated himself for allowing such a childish behavior to supersede his more mature self. Shaking his head in irritation, he was surprised when he noticed his cabin door to be ajar. Moving silently towards the opening of the door, he slowly began to peer inside and saw that a faint light was illuminating from the center of the cabin. The source of the light was emanating from a cloaked figure who appeared to be staring off in no distinguishable direction. But Naruto was very much shocked when the said figure suddenly turned around and pointed a finger directly at him. You, boy, come here now. The voice commanded. The tone of the voice wasn't as threatening as it came out to be, but regardless, Naruto did as he was told. Hesitantly, he opened the door and walked towards the mysterious figure with a slight gimp in his stride. While walking, he quickly became aware that his personal chest was completely open and that it could be theorized that the person had gone through his personal belongings that were once held securely inside it. Narrowing his eyes, he mentally strategized about how he should combat this unknown foe. Strange though that my father didn't eradicate this intruder, Naruto mentally thought. He had learned from earlier that day that no one except the children and relatives who were related with their god or goddesses in blood could enter the cabins or else risk being severely punished by the owner of that cabin. However, when Naruto was thinking about this, the figure suddenly pulled back their hood and revealed their face. He was suddenly dumbstruck by the beauty in front of him. In front of him was a beautiful female whose face practically screamed out angelic and could even be considered the pure example of true beauty. Her irises in her eyes a light hazel color, but even more distinguishable were the color of her pupils. They were pure gold. They weren't piercing like the children of Aphrodite's or Annabeth's. Instead, they were comforting and heartwarming to gaze upon. Her hair were also the same color as her pupils. They were flowing locks of gold and, from his opinion, were even more radiant and awe-inspiring than Annabeth's flowing blonde hair. The divine-looking female simply gave Naruto a half-hearted smile. before putting back on her stoic face. So, I presume you are Naruto, correct? The boy nodded and realized that he was feeling oddly comfortable around this female all of a sudden. She nodded, and gracefully pulled out 2 items from behind her back, or maybe it was from thin air, Naruto couldn't tell. One of the items was wrapped in a silk-like material while the other items she held were a pair of glasses. What the hell? Why sunglasses? Also, those aren't just any ordinary glasses, they appear to be luxurious branded sunglasses. Naruto stated internally while scratching his head in puzzlement. Interesting, the female noted before stepping forward. She was now directly in front of the boy and offered up the 2 items. Cautious, Naruto grabbed the glasses first before reluctantly grabbing the other item. When he had grabbed the item, he was surprised to hear a slight hum vibrating from it. Perplexed, he looked up at the woman expectantly and saw that she was looking around the room with her still stoic expression on her face. Although, Naruto could swear that he could still sense her gaze still fixed upon his figure. Ridiculing that idea, he went back to unwrapping the mystery item. To his befuddlement, the item was a mini portable fan. Or in his case, a stupid pointless toy. Not to be rude or anything but. Naruto trailed off before continuing. If this is your idea of a joke, it's kinda lame. Naruto admitted while carefully looking over the simple-looking item. He was shocked, however, when he heard a small fit of giggles coming from the previously stoic female. She now graced a small feral grin and was rubbing her forehead, while shaking her head slightly at the honest opinion. Okay, it's now becoming really weird, he thought while trying to understand the now calm female. Oh, you poor naive child. I have not heard anything that innocent in many years, she confessed, now sporting her serious face once again. I will forgive you since you are indeed still very much a child in my eyes. But I will tell you this, that fan works very much in the same way that your brother's watch functions. Naruto's eyes went wide at the girl's hint and he hastily pressed the button located near the bottom of the device. It unexpectedly exploded with such blinding light that Naruto was forced to turn away quickly from it. When the light finally died down, he peered back at the item in his hand and was shocked to see a gold-handled tachi instead of the mini portable fan. The blade itself was a bright brass color with a humming sound emanating from it at a now higher frequency. In his hands, it felt absolutely perfect in his grip. It was almost like he was born to wield this weapon. It conformed comfortably into his hands and gave him a sudden burst of energy. But it was a familiar feeling. It felt very much similar to his necklace that he was now adorning around his neck. Unconsciously, he reached his right hand up to it and began rubbing it for comfort. Yet this peculiar action did not go unnoticed by a certain female who was currently standing idly within the room. She had also unknowingly revealed an emotion that she had not yet shown to the boy. While watching him closely, if Naruto had glanced back at her at that, "Whoa, that's so cool," Naruto exclaimed while swinging his new weapon around with newfound abandonment. A snort was heard which made Naruto divert his attention back to the now bored-looking female. She was still playing with her nails but a smirk was very much evident on her face. "Glad you're enjoying the little gift," she commented. "Thanks and all, but I really can't accept this. I mean, I already have a sword, a katana in fact," Naruto stated while unsealing it. The girl's left eyebrow were now raised by the boy's declination. But she answered the boy's statement with a roll of her eyes and gestured for the boy to hand her his katana. Conflicted, he finally handed her his sword. What happened next made the boy cry anime tears. The moment he handed the sword to her, it instantly went up in gold flames. There was absolutely nothing left that could indicate that a sword was even in her hands now. "Gah, my precious sword, how could you?" Naruto squealed much to the girl's annoyance. She was now rubbing her tender ear before she replied back to the boy's idiotic question. "Your katana would have been worthless in your little quest. Sure, you could channel chakra into it, but it would not be enough to kill the monsters you are inevitably going to have to face in your quest," she explained while walking up to the now level-headed boy and grabbing the blade of his sword. "This tachi, however, can more than defeat any monsters you come across. The blade is made up of celestial bronze, metal that can only be used to defeat them. Furthermore, this is not any ordinary celestial weapon either. It is divine and was once wielded by a god. The name of the sword, in fact, is Katabatikos downhill winds, but for simple translation it is simply named Crosswind. She informed. Naruto then looked down at his new weapon with a newfound admiration for it. A god wielded this weapon. He questioned quietly to himself before asking the female an arbitrary question. So, Poseidon wielded this sword also. This question made her raise an eyebrow though. You may be the son of Poseidon, but that does not necessarily mean that he is the one who offered you this boon. She said quietly. What? Then which god would even think about giving me their personal weapon? Naruto cried out in puzzlement. But the girl closed her eyes and began to ponder to herself about how she would explain to the boy before Naruto's next sentence quickly pulled her out of her thoughts. It is my mom's weapon, isn't it? She nearly choked from hearing the boy's clever guess that it was his mother's. She was even more uncomfortable when she felt the hard stare coming from the whiskered-faced boy. Is it? He questioned with a condescending tone. Coughing to clear her throat, she looked at the boy straight in the eyes. Before speaking, interesting, but yes. You were right in guessing that it was your mother's weapons. Now it was Naruto's turn to be impacted by the revelation. His eyes went wide at this and he was now gazing at the sword in his hands even more intently than before. So, who was my mother? Naruto asked quietly, still inspecting the sword in his hands. I cannot say. Only your father or mother could tell you. She said while preparing to leave now that her little task was done. So then, who are you? Naruto asked now turning so that his full attention was on her. I want to know your truth and how you are associated with my father. Who, me? You really wish to know about my past and involvement with your life? She questioned. He gave her a nod and she sighed with aggravation. Fine, I am nothing more than a once proud being. A shell of my former self. In my heyday I was even more beautiful than the goddess of love, Aphrodite. I was wanted by many and envied by even more. My hubris was that I knew all of this. And in my arrogance, I angered a particular goddess who sought vengeance against me. Before I knew it, I was raped and doomed with the bastard children of their fathers. I lost the will to live, but being immortal, I could not die. So instead, Zeus exiled me and turned me into a stream so that my sorrow and pain could forever flow quietly without interruption. That my foolish little boy is where your father comes in. He being the god of the sea and any source of water soon found me. He sympathized with my plight and offered me freedom from the accursed stream. His only requisite was that I serve him until my pain and anguish had finally faded from the healing only time could offer. Which leads to the reason as to why I am here. Poseidon asked me to carry out a simple task of giving you your mother's sword and, she pointed to the sunglasses that Naruto was carrying in his right hand, those sunglasses. She explained while finally being allowed to take a deep breath. Naruto was rubbing his chin in thought. Her background was tragic and her reasons for helping him made sense. But he was still hesitant about the newfound goddess. Fine, say I believe you. What is your name and abilities? Naruto questioned. In the back of his mind, something was telling him that this certain female was even more involved with him than she would have cared to reveal. Names. I have many, but for now you may call me Aura, goddess of breeze. As for my abilities, I can control wind as evident by my title. She stated. She can control wind. Naruto yelled mentally to himself. I thought Annabeth sigh. There were no goddess that she could think of that couldn't control wind. Shaking his head, he concluded that he would have a little chat with her. Now that I believe I have wasted enough time explaining to you about my past history, I think it'd be best if I take my leave now. She bowed and quickly made her way to the cabin door. Naruto nodded and watched her carefully walk to the door. But she stopped abruptly before exiting it. Oh, I almost forgot. Those sunglasses are very much necessary for your quest. She informed. Why do I need sunglasses? Naruto asked, still perplexed by them. But Aura shook her head slowly before replying back. You will know when the time comes. She answered back simply before bowing once again. When she turned her back towards the boy, a lone tear, the beginning of many, was leaking out from her left eye and sliding down her cheek. Be strong, my precious son. Before any more tears could come out and her sadness for him became revealed, her body N dissipated so that her once physical body was now nothing more than a radiant wind current. She swiftly flowed out of the door and left only a slight breeze wafting as evidence that she was ever there. Naruto was once again left with his thoughts before grabbing his hair in frustration. Why are women so troublesome? Naruto quoted a certain friend of his back home before beginning to grab ever. Why thing he would need for the long journey that he was partaking in. Near Talia's tree the next morning. There was a girl situated underneath a rather large pine tree. She had been waiting there for about an hour. Of course, she had gotten to the meeting location an hour early since she was a prompt and proper person. She sighed out loud once again. Overall she had slept fine, but it was the dreams that she had that irked her slightly. Thinking about them, her cheeks turned a slight shade of red. Damn you, Mom. When I asked for help, I wanted advice, not a graphical portrayal of it. She muttered angrily to herself. If she didn't know that her mother happened to be Athena, goddess of wisdom and a maiden goddess no less, quite frankly she would have labeled her mother as a closet pervert. Anyways, her mother's sick sense of help did not help her in any way to figure out her emotion for a certain boy. Why is he just so damn adorable? She argued mentally with herself. She was too preoccupied with bickering with her conscious that she didn't notice two boys walking up to her and staring at her with a questioning look. Yo, wise girl, should we start our quest now or should we come back in a little bit? Naruto joked while his half-brother chuckled at Naruto's jab at the girl's obliviousness to them. Annabeth gave a slight yelp before glaring back at the boy who created her whole debacle in the first place. Not funny, Whiskers, she replied back, much to Naruto's surprise of her using his nickname. Whiskers, since when did you find it appropriate to call me that? Naruto asked. Genuinely curious, since the last time she almost said it, she was reluctant when she did so. Shrugging her shoulders, she answered back, I don't know. Maybe because you think it's okay to call me wise girl that it is only right that I call you Whiskers. Naruto chuckled slightly before looking around the area charismatically. So, why did we meet here? He asked seriously. Right, this is where we are supposed to meet or ride. Though I am a little suspicious as to why our driver, Argus, and his vehicle are not here at the moment. She shared while tapping her right pointer finger against her chin in a thinking posture. No sooner had she said that, a bright beam of light protruding from the sky encircled a small area in front of them. All of them turned away since the light was blinding and only looked back when the light dulled. Emerging from the smoke, a strange-looking car was parked directly in front of them. What the hell is that? Naruto asked. He had never seen a car before, so the appearance of one was mystifying to him. That's our ride, I guess. Percy answered, much to the dismay of Naruto. What? How can that take us anywhere? It is just a huge hunk of metal, Naruto stated while scanning the foreign vehicle. However, at that moment, a teenage-looking boy wearing a white, sleeveless t-shirt, blue jeans, and loafers stepped out of the car via door. He was wearing sunglasses and was also sporting a large bright grin on his face. Actually, both boys found the grin to be too bright. I beg your pardon, boy, but did you just call my car a huge hunk of metal? The oddly masculine voice asked with a threatening tone. But Naruto was not deterred. Yeah, and you wanna know why? Because it is just that, a large piece of metal that belongs in a trash. Naruto cried out with annoyance. Both his friends slowly crept backwards since they knew this man was no ordinary man, Annabeth specifically knowing who this god was, and prayed silently that their exuberant friend wouldn't meet his demise from the hands of this god. But to their absolute shock, they were not at all prepared for what the 17-year-old looking teenager would do next. Betty, you mean that poor excuse for a vehicle actually has a name? Ha 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 ha. Naruto bursted out laughing, much to the other boy's annoyance. His left eye was now twitching with uncontrollable rage. Don't make fun of her name. It was either that or Lucy, and I couldn't go with that name since it didn't quite have the same ring to it as Betty. The boy explained, but Naruto was now rolling on the floor laughing his ass off. Screw your hip ways, the boy roared out before tackling the rolling Naruto and wrestling with him on the ground. The other two people had their jaws dropped onto the ground from what they were watching. It was crazy. A god was acting just as childish as Naruto. We really shouldn't be this surprised. I mean, come on. He has always acted like a large child. Isn't that right, Apollo? The said man quickly stopped his wrestling with Naruto, whose face was engulfed by the man's hand, and instantly glanced accusingly towards Annabeth. What do you mean a large child? If anyone is a large child, it would be my sis, he retorted. He was about to continue before he received a solid kick to his face which spiraled him into the air a couple feet. Ha, that's for rubbing your grubby hands over my face, Naruto yelled while dusting himself off. When Apollo eventually landed on his feet, he was holding his nose tenderly. Great, I think you just broke my nose, the man muttered. Well, are you going to apologize, or do you really want me to force you to? He questioned, but when he did, his whole body began giving off an extremely hot and menacing aura. Naruto, knowing he should apologize or risk being annihilated, caved in and apologized. Instantly, the atmosphere became more livelier when he dropped the threat and gave everyone his dazzling smile. I was just messing with you, kid. Geez, I would never hurt one of my family members, he assured them while giving Naruto a thumbs up. This in turn made Naruto respond back and give him his own thumbs up, much to the man's amusement. If you're alright, then what happened to Argus? Annabeth voiced with concern. Oh, good old Argus. Hera needed him for some things, and I decided that I might as well drive you kids since I had nothing better to do, he explained before opening the doors to his car. Well, don't just stand there, come on in. We've wasted enough daylight as it is. He laughed at his own joke. Everyone nodded and began to enter the car. Seeing that everyone was while in the car, Naruto allowed himself to think over everything that happened last night. It was very much unexpected. Aura. The name kept being repeated in his head. Naruto was so engrossed in his deep thoughts that he did not hear Annabeth calling his name repeatedly until he felt a gentle bump on his head. Looking back up, he noticed Annabeth looking at him expectantly. Finally, Naruto, I was wondering when you would hear me calling your name. What has gotten you pondering? She asked innocently. Naruto blinked and peeked beyond her and saw Percy staring off through the car's window. Hearing a cough from Annabeth, he sighed and decided to inform her about everything that had happened last night. Do you understand now, Naruto? Annabeth asked. Naruto listened to her lecture but still didn't fully understand the severity of the situation. Before any of them could say anything, Apollo interrupted them while driving. Naruto, who is your father? Naruto, gawking at Apollo, stuttered out his father's name, Poseidon. Very good. Now, who was the female he saved who had been turned into a stream? Naruto replied back by naming Aura. Wow, I think we have a genius amongst our midst. Nothing against the daughter of Athena, but this boy is simply brilliant. Apollo cried out with fake joy. But Annabeth rolled her eyes at the comical man before speaking up. Okay, you can stop with the sarcasm. Just get to the point, she stated patiently. Apollo, understanding that the girl was quickly becoming impatient, sighed before explaining fully to the poor confused boy. What I'm getting at, Naruto, is that Aura is your biological mother. After saying that last sentence, the whole area was completely silent. Only the roar of the engine could be heard from within the deafening silence. It was like this for a good 10 minutes before Percy broke the silence. Hey, told you so, he smirked while earning himself a glare from Annabeth. Shut up, seaweed brain, she yelled before looking back at Naruto. He was mumbling quietly to himself but she wasn't able to hear it. Naruto, are you going to be alright? She asked worriedly. Why couldn't she have told me? She was right there, Naruto cried out frantically. Annabeth tried desperately to calm him down, but her effort was useless. Look here, Naruto, no one is supposed to know that you're her child. The only reason I know that you are is because of my younger sister. How she knows I don't really know myself. All that I do know is that Artemis and her are very close to one another. Well, actually they were close. Now, I'm not quite sure, he thought while rubbing his chin in thought. Point is, Naruto, you are very much a forbidden child. Not only has Poseidon broken a law about having children, he also broke an ancient law forbidding any titan or titanesses from having children. Because of this, you are in the same danger that Percy is. Ently in because of him being accused of stealing Zeus's master bolt. You might be in even graver danger since your existence means the breaking of two very absolute laws. Annabeth explained. She was now grabbing her hair and shaking her head with nervousness. Well, you kids are extremely lucky though. It appears only the before-mentioned people know the whole truth about you. Apollo added while whistling a tune. Everyone quickly gave a slight sigh of relief at this information. Even so, the faster you complete this quest, the better your overall chances of still being alive will be much better. Which brings me to another reason why I am helping you guys. A little birdie has told me that you are seeking a certain object of mine that only I can tell you where it is. The god of the sun stated. HMPH. Only crazy people talk to birds. Naruto muttered under his breath. But the man heard his remark and gave him a glare. Ignoring that insult, I am more than willing to help you guys. B.U.T. He trailed off while leaving the teenagers in thought. We have to do something, don't we? Percy asked for all of them. The god merely nodded before continuing. I'm sad to say that yes, you must owe something for me in order to get something from me. He frowned at this logic. If it wasn't for the ancient rule, he would have told them everything they would need. Am I correct in theorizing that your little task force isn't as easy as we would hope it to be? Annabeth questioned, knowing already the answer she would receive from the sun god. Right as always, Annabeth. Because of the predicament we are currently in, I cannot give you an easier quest since it would either be too far for us to reach in such a short amount of time, or else be entirely impossible for you guys to complete at this time. Apollo said in a regretful tone. Fine, give us your quest. It doesn't matter how hard it is, we will complete it, believe it. Naruto cried out confidently. This made both Annabeth and Percy smile happily at their crazy friend. Apollo also was smiling, but for entirely different reasons. Believe it. That's a cute catchphrase. Apollo noted, much to Naruto's embarrassment. Shish, shut up. It's a bad habit, okay? Apollo waved his hand, showing that he didn't actually care about it. Well, your confidence is admirable. The task I'm about to give you is no easy one. Are you sure you guys still want to go through with this? Anyways, everyone nodded in agreement that they had to do this. I'm a dead man either way. At least this path is more heroic, right? Percy stated while scratching his head nervously. If you say so, kid. Alright. I, Apollo, god of music, light, truth, prophecy, healing, Archie. For God's sakes, get to the stupid labor. Annabeth screamed in annoyance. Sheesh, this guy really loves the sound of his voice, doesn't he? Naruto mused quietly to himself. Alright, I want you kids to kill the Gorgon named Medusa, he finally said. Alright, let's kill this monster. Naruto cried out while pumping his fist in anticipation. But when he glanced at his friends, he was surprised to see their faces very pale looking. What's wrong with them now? Naruto thought. Anab cocked her head towards the foolish boy and explained to him why they were so pale. Nah, Naruto. Medusa is a monster who can turn you into stone simply by staring at her. Annabeth explained. This NEW found information now made Naruto go pale. Fighting something that could turn you into stone would do that to you. What? How the hell can we fight it? Naruto asked, now getting very nervous about the quest. Well, didn't Perseus defeat her by looking at his shield? Percy noted. Yeah, but wouldn't you think she would have learned that trick by now? Annabeth added. She was now frowning and resting her chin on her hand. Apollo. What were the alternatives? Naruto asked innocently. Well, one of the other tasks would have been to kill the Hydra. But every time you cut its head off, 2 more would sprout from it. Apollo nodded in confirmation. This made Naruto gulp even more, since he really didn't think this was any easier. The other labor would have been to kill the Nemean Lee, on whose fur is impenetrable and immune to all weapons with your bare hands. Okay, so, really, killing Medusa seems like the slightly easier task of the 3. Naruto thought while frowning at this logic. I guess we'll kill Medusa, I guess. Naruto finalized. Annabeth and Percy nodded slowly, knowing full well that any of these tasks were pretty much suicide. I love your spunk, kid. Because of that, I'm going to personally drive you guys to where she is located. Specifically, her current lair is in New Jersey off the main highway in an old garden statuary shop called Auntie M's Gnome Emporium. The god informed them. You were going to drive us there anyways, weren't you? Annabeth muttered dryly. Apollo simply shrugged his shoulder before refocusing his attention on the road. Say Annabeth, shouldn't we have told Dionysus that we were going to leave? Percy asked. Annabeth told him that Chiron would have told him about their quest. But while the two were talking, Naruto had noticed had the driver's hands on the steering wheel clenched even tighter after the mention of their camp director. Curious as to why, he decided to ask him about it. Mr. Sun God, do you not like Mr. D that much? Naruto asked politely. By now both people had stopped their little conversation and were also intrigued by the seemingly harmless question. But the man gave a loud sigh before answering back. Kid, can I ask you a question? Apollo asked Naruto. Not giving the boy a chance to answer, however, he quickly continued on. What if I asked you if you could like a man who had tried to rape many women? Let's be even more specific. Could you like a man who had tried to rape your sister? Suddenly understanding the man's implicit meaning, Naruto quickly felt a pang of guilt shoot through his stomach after hearing this question. Didn't know. Naruto couldn't finish his last sentence in a coherent thought. But the man simply waved away the guilt. It's fine. You wouldn't have known beforehand. Naruto nodded at this, thankful that the god didn't mistaken his ignorance for mockery. If I may, who is your sister anyways? Annabeth palmed her face at this question. It was evident that she thought this was a foolish question. But Apollo didn't hint at this thought when he answered back. My little sis, kid, she is way out of your league. Apollo chuckled at the boy's sudden blush. He knew what the boy meant, but the jokester inside of him couldn't resist. Damn you, I didn't mean it like that. Naruto cried out in embarrassment. But Apollo quickly motioned for the boy to calm down. Fuming for a couple of more seconds, he relented and gave the man his attention once more. My sister is the goddess of hunt. She is none other than Artemis. He exclaimed with pride. But that's not the only thing that makes her incredible. She is also my twin sister. You know what that means. She shares a little of my awesomeness. He chuckled. Naruto rolled his eyes at the eccentric man. He was a little too frenetic for his liking. They all sat in relative silence for the rest of the ride. Only small talk between them was conversed. The sun was now at its peak, indicating that it was noon, and this raised a question that everyone had about it. Putting a hand up, he indicated to them that he very well aware of what their question was about. Relax guys, the job of transporting the sun has been temporarily covered by one of my fellow gods. Hermes to be exact, Apollo stated proudly, much to everyone's surprise. Though I now kinda feel bad about forcing him to do so in recalling a favor he promised me a long time ago. The man grimaced at the prospect of what his fellow god would have to endure for one whole day. Wait a minute, if you're a god, why can't you just, I don't know, teleport us to Medusa's lair? Annabeth cried out. I probably should have mentioned earlier that because none of the gods are supposed to help you with your endeavor, I'm not actually supposed to be here. He trailed off while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Also, because I'm not supposed to be here, I can't really speedily transport you guys, no less teleport you. What, you mean to tell me that traveling with you, we actually traveled slower than if we took another car or bus? Percy screamed, making everyone around him cringe slightly at his loudness. Hey, the information I gave you was invaluable, he countered while trying to preserve what dignity he had left. You haven't told us hardly anything. And you won't tell us anything more until we kill Medusa. Annabeth agreed with Percy. What I don't get is why you didn't tell us beforehand of your quest for us and meet us after we killed her. Annabeth stated her logic. After hearing this logic, the sun god face palmed his face. Of course it would be the daughter of Athena who would ruin his whole day with her logical statements. Whatever, we're almost there. He growled, still very much annoyed at his passengers. 10 minutes quickly passed and the car rolled up to an old-looking building. The building was in tatters and a barely hanging sign had the words Anti-M's Gnome Emporium inscribed on it. Well kids, we are here. So out you guys go. If you didn't know beforehand, I cannot follow you guys in. This is your quest. Everyone nodded in confirmation and began jumping out. Hold on for a minute, Naruto. Apollo stated, motioning for him to stay in the car. He complied and gave the god his attention. Yeah, what do you want? Naruto asked curiously. Remember earlier when I told you that Artemis told me about you? Naruto frowned before scratching his head in thought. Oh yeah, I remember, Naruto finally said. Apollo simply nodded at this. Right, well, I kinda lied. The reason I know the whole truth is because your father told me. Apollo admitted while playing with his sunglasses. Why would my father tell you? Naruto asked, now very much engrossed with this conversation. Funny, it was only recently I found out. In fact, it was only moments after you were claimed that I decided to talk to your father about you. Everyone else knew about Percy, but no one knew about you, Naruto. This made me curious as to why Poseidon never mentioned your name to any of the Olympians. When I finally got to talking with your father, he was completely exhausted from the interrogations his fellow Olympians made him go through. It was about that time when Percy received his little prophecy for his quest. Obviously, as a caring father, he wanted to know exactly what the prophecy meant. Exploiting my ability and oath to never lie, I told him its meaning stanza by stanza. And before you ask, I will not reveal any further meanings in the prophecy. It is only for you guys to figure out. Wait, if you can't lie, then how were you able to lie to me now? Naruto questioned accusingly, but the man smirked at the young boy. First off, you didn't even know that I couldn't lie. Secondly, I didn't really lie about my sister knowing of your existence. She isn't 100% sure that you exist, but she's pretty damn close. And lastly, I can lie too. Mortals. Naruto rolled his eyes from the understanding that he had pretty much wasted his time discussing this point. Anyhow, the line about the legacy of Philoctetes and how only I would have known its current location made your father beg me to help you. I'm no cold-hearted bastard, but I'll admit I was feeling a little lazy to carry out someone's task on a whim. It was then your father made a deal with me. He would reveal the whole truth to me, and in return I would help you in any way possible within my abilities to complete the quest. The man revealed. Naruto currently had an indistinguishable look upon his face that slightly unnerved the sun god. He was nervous when Naruto spoke up to him. Other than showing me how big of an asshole you are, why did you admit this to me in the first place? Naruto asked with anger laced in his tone. Sighing out loud, Apollo knew this would happen. Well, I am sorry for that. I decided to make it up to you. I give you this warning, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon. When you do enter the state of Colorado, I give you this piece of advice. Stay far away from the forest areas. I may have not been completely honest with you earlier, but I am wholeheartedly serious when I tell you that my sister, who is currently hunting there, would kill you in an instant if she knew you were the child of her once close friend. He warned in a grave tone while looking Naruto directly in the eyes. But a light bulb quickly went off in the young boy's head. Artemis was the particular goddess my mother angered. Naruto suddenly realized. Apollo, noticing the realization dawning upon the boy, nodded quietly to himself. Well, I think it's time you go off and kill Medusa, Apollo shockingly stated in a cheery tone. But it was pretty clear that his new attitude was a facade. Nodding in understanding, Naruto began to climb out of the car. But before he was totally out of it, he was pretty sure he heard Apollo whisper to him a subtle good luck. When he got out of the car, his friends were waiting patiently for him near the entrance to the building. Walking up to them, he was asked the most obvious question from Percy. It wasn't really anything too important. Say, do you guys happen to know where Colorado is? He received hesitant nods from both people. It was clear that they were confused by his question. Oh well, I just have to let you guys know that we should avoid the forest parts in it. Again, both still looked confused but shrugged anyways at the odd question. So, do any of you boys have a strategy for killing Medusa? Annabeth asked hopeful. She wasn't surprised when she saw both boys staring at her expectantly. Of course this would be a common occurrence, she told herself mentally. We figured you would have one wise girl, Naruto said while receiving a nod from Percy. Yeah, I mean you are the smartest person in our group, Percy added, making Annabeth rub her forehead in annoyance. That may be true, but it's a lot harder to strategize against a monster who could de-petrify you into stone with her gaze alone. That narrows down our moves considerably. She huffed while beginning her usual though processing pacing. Both boys decided that it was unfair for only Annabeth to think up a strategy on her own and began to think up their own. Naruto was quickly getting frustrated with all this thinking since he honestly did not believe himself to be much of a thinker, rather he was a doer and, more importantly, he was good at doing just that. It was then he heard a warm soothing feminine voice call out to him. Listening intently, he could just barely piece out the words from it. "You will know when the time comes." Instantly Naruto understood that statement. Reaching into his pockets, he pulled out his sunglasses that he had received from his mother from last night. His friends, Annabeth and Percy, noticing the sunglasses, gave the boy a confused look. It was when Naruto put on the sunglasses did his female companion understand what Naruto was thinking. "Naruto, you are a genius," she exclaimed while wrapping Naruto up in a tight embrace. Both people were surprised by her impulsive reaction and quickly separated with slight blushes on each other's cheeks. Percy was still puzzled as to what was going on. "Hey guys, yeah, can somebody tell me what is going on? Naruto has come up with the best foolproof strategy for defeating Medusa," Annabeth cried out in joy. But Percy still did not understand. He looked back at Naruto who was grinning with his sunglasses on. Frowning, he pointed at Naruto's glasses before speaking up once again. "How is wearing sunglasses going to help him defeat Medusa? You seaweed brain, these glasses allow me to look at Medusa indirectly." Naruto explained much to his and Annabeth's aggravation. Oh, I get it," Percy yelled out in final realization. He slapped himself repeatedly at his stupidness while his friends tried feebly to console him. "It's fine Percy, I guess a lot of people could call themselves stupid for not coming up with such a simple solution for such a strenuous task, me especially." Annabeth comforted the frustrated boy. It worked since the boy now seemed to have lightened up at the acceptable logic. "Right, let's go take down Medusa so we can get one step closer to retrieving that bothersome bow," Percy said while getting an affirmative nod from the other two people. Quickly, but carefully, they entered the building. When they entered, they were surprised to see that the inside of the building looked a lot better than the outside. They were even more surprised to see an elderly low-looking Middle Eastern woman tending to some plants. She was humming a quiet tune to herself while watering the plants. The trio looked around hastily, trying desperately to find or sense any malice from within the building. Naruto, are you sure Medusa is here?" Percy asked, now getting frustrated once again at the prospect of being at the wrong place. "That's impossible. Why would Apollo bring us here if she wasn't even here in the first place?" Annabeth reasoned. "I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that old lady over there is Medusa," Naruto hypothesized. "What? That old lady can't be her. She seems too happy with flowering plants for her to be a man-killing monster," Percy reasoned also. Frowning at the two boys' pointless statements, she grabbed the collar of Naruto and dragged him so that he was closer to the old lady, and motioned him to socialize with the suspected man-killer. Naruto, taking a deep breath in, pulled out his toy, and slowly began to walk towards the unaware old lady. He stopped for a moment and glanced back at his two friends. They were gazing inconspicuously at some stone figures with their back turned towards him. "Smart. Even if I can't get turned to stone, then still can." Naruto turned back at the still working lady and thought quietly about what he was going to do. Compromising that he should at least find out if the lady was Medusa or not. He cautiously poked the back of her shoulder. The lady's body became rigid from his touch much to his shock. But after a few tense moments, the lady's body relaxed much to Naruto's relief. Slowly, she turned around so that her body was facing his. Fortunately or unfortunately, a veil was covering the old lady's face when she had turned around. Naruto frowned at this and was conflicted about whether or not he should just tear the veil off and see if it was her. His immature self cried out for him to do so, but his current self told him to be patient and methodical about this. He listened to the latter. "I'm sorry, you scared me a little there, young boy," the lady said while patting her hair. But what caught Naruto's attention was that she had smacked her lips with her tongue when she had said that. Getting quite uncomfortable all of a sudden, he began to feel slightly lightheaded and noticed a strange aura emanating from the lady. "What is this? Genjutsu?" Naruto guessed in his head. How the hell was the lady using genjutsu? Well, there was only one way to find out, he concluded. He clapped both hands together and began to stop his flow of chakra. Immediately afterwards, he PPLIED an even stronger flow that quickly disrupted his flow of chakra. Instantly, the light-headed feeling faded away. The lady in front of him had a scowl on her face, however. I have never met a man who could resist my spell. The lady hissed in a very inhumanly way. Since you were able to, I will not kill you. Instead, I think I will keep you as a personal piece of art. She said while slowly uncovering her veil. Well, I guess it is make it or break it time. Naruto reminded himself. Either he would be turned into stone or else this would be the easiest task any hero would have partaken in. When she removed her veil, Naruto was disgusted by the sight of her head. Her hair was covered in snakes that were hissing loudly at him. It took all of Naruto's will to even force himself to look lower. But when he did, he was able to see Medusa's face in its entirety without turning into stone. Her face was a sickly pale color. Her eyes were an even more sickening yellow color that resembled vomit more than it did eyes. Naruto's overall impression of her face was that she looked more like a lizard than anything else. Wah, what? How are you not turned into stone? Medusa cried out alarmingly, but Naruto ignored her question and pressed the button that was located at the bottom of his portable fan. Blinding light exploded out of it. Once again, but Naruto was not as affected by it before, thanks mainly to his stylish sunglasses. Medusa, however, was not at all prepared for it and was quickly blinded and disoriented by it. Realizing that this was the best moment to strike, Grip had his sword crosswind with both of his hands, and gave a upward cleave at Medusa's head. It gave a quick slicing sound before the sword completely passed through Medusa's neck. A look of pure shock was present on her face before her head rolled onto the ground, her body slumping down towards it quickly afterwards. Grimacing at the still very much ugly-looking head, he decided to wrap the head in a bag that he found behind the counter. After placing her head in the bag, he looked back at his friends and realized that they were now facing him with their eyes closed. It's all right now, you can open your eyes, Naruto told them. Slowly, they raised their eyelids and were relieved to see Naruto still very much alive and holding onto a bag that they presume housed Medusa's head inside. But Annabeth felt personally even more jubilant from the sight of seeing Naruto still alive and not a stone figure. Without even thinking, she rushed up to the boy and gave him a heartwarming hug. Naruto, unprepared for this, stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. He looked down at the girl hugging him and smiled at the worried girl. It's all right, Annabeth. There was no way I was going to die that way, he reassured her. Glancing quickly at Percy, he saw he too was smiling at him. Please, I could have killed her if I had an extra pair of sunglasses, Percy muttered while still smiling at his brave brother. Naruto ignored the statement and accepted his smile as being enough for him. Annabeth had now stopped hugging Naruto and was gazing longingly into his deep blue cerulean eyes while her cold, piercing steel-colored eyes clashed with his gaze. Wow, your eyes are definitely bluer than the Circassian Sea, she mumbled quietly to herself. Naruto chuckled at that remark, and decided that it was only right that he compliment her eyes. Yeah, how about this, wise girl? Your eyes are sharper than any blades that I have ever known. He grinned at her when he saw her cheeks become lightly tinged with pink. Okay, you guys, can we please get out of here? This place is giving me the creeps, Percy whined while trying to look distracted when the two of them were giving each other compliments. Noticing that they were still in a tight embrace, they separated from one another awkwardly and apologized quietly to one another. Now that we defeated Medusa, how the hell are we supposed to contact Apollo? Naruto asked, now clueless about what to do next. But Annabeth was a couple steps ahead of him. She walked over to a nearby fountain and began to look into it critically. He seemed to have found what she was looking for when her eyes lit up all of a sudden. She plunged her right hand into the fountain and pulled out several large golden-looking coins. Aha, I knew I would find some drachmas here, she stated while rubbing the coins in her hands. Drachmas? Both boys asked quizzically. Annabeth explained to them that it was simply the currency of the gods. She also told them that she could create an iris message using the mist from the fountain. commanded simply. Instantly the large, cocky-looking grin upon the sun god could be seen by the trio. He appeared to have been sitting idly on a couch when he was contacted by them. Hey guys. From receiving this message I presume you have killed Medusa. Everyone nodded in confirmation, much to the man's delight. Excellent. In that case I will be there, now. The signal suddenly was disconnected and quickly afterwards a honk could be heard from outside. The trio looked at one another in surprise before walking towards the exit of the building. When they left the building, they were pleasantly surprised to see Apollo leaning nonchalantly on the hood of his car. I knew you kids could do this, way to go. He-Man cheered while giving them all a thumbs up. Yeah, I appreciate your concern first, but I believe it is your turn to complete your side of the bargain. Naruto questioned with a nautic, evil tone that did not go unnoticed by his friends. He was still a little upset at Apollo for earlier, but was pretty sure he would forgive the god after the quest. Apollo, still grinning, nodded his head in understanding. Right, well, the location of the bow is currently housed in a certain water park, which is situated in Denver, Colorado. Apollo explained while rubbing his neck in nervousness. What's so special about this water park? Annabeth asked, suspicious as to why the sun god had suddenly become timid of it. What do you mean? There's nothing special about it. It's just a little old, that is all. He explained hastily before opening the door to the car once again. Well, I think it would be best if we were off, wouldn't you agree? Looking at one another, the group nodded in unison and climbed into the car that would take them to Denver, Colorado and, more importantly, to the location that would lead them to where the legacy of Philoctetes was being housed. Yep, she is dead. I know the death of her was fairly quick and simple, but the idea of having glasses does seem to make things easier, so. As you would have guessed, a certain god will be making his appearance next chapter. Trust me when I say Naruto's abilities and powers will be fully revealed soon. But for now, he really doesn't need show them. Well, hope you guys keep reading and remember to review. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 5, oh, wow. I've updated. Yeah, sorry about that. Life's been hectic and whatnot, so I guess I'll answer some reviews from last chapter. Askander Mandorakan. Nope, he's just the way I portrayed him. Coincidence? I think so this time. Fusion Inferno. Honestly, I am too. This was the common review. Yes, I will hopefully be updating more and with more frequency. I do not plan on ever abandoning this story, and I will complete this story. Thanks for your support and compliments. Anime Naruto 46. Yep, it will be interesting. But you're right in pointing out that he is not a vengeful person. Or hateful in that manner either. Another common review which dealt with the characters. I've gone back and reread the books. And I've made some alterations with the characters. And about the whole Uchiha and Aries thing. It was a risk I took in trying to add more backstory and whatnot into the story. Obviously, some people disliked it, but it's a part of it nevertheless. End of story. Thanks for the input thought. Last common review dealing with Naruto in combat and in general. I don't know what to say. He doesn't seem to be the guy to go overkill on his opponents. I will only give this away though. When he does fight Aries much later, the fight will be in cataclysmic proportions. Toshiro of the Eternal Dream. Yes, this is a very good question and will be answered revealed near the end of the story. Sorry, but it'll be worth it. Okay, that's all for right now. Hope you enjoy the uploaded chapter, and see you at the bottom. Chapter 5. Cupids Aren't Angels. Say, Percy, have you ever thought about taking up archery? A smirking teenage-looking boy with sunglasses asked mockingly to an even younger-looking teen with jet black hair. Shish, shut up. The son of Poseidon huffed out. He was currently rubbing his wrists, which were currently as red as a cherry. Damn, I never thought that the bowstring would do more damage to me than to my opponents. Chuckling softly, the sun god carefully snatches up the bow from the boy's hands and dissipates it into golden flakes of dust. Number 1. Look down the shaft of the arrow all the way down to the field point when you draw and aim your bow. Key numbers 2. Make sure to hold your breath when aiming. This ensures that you're as focused and accurate as possible. And last but not least, at this last tip, the God of archery was practically grinning from ear to ear. Key numbers 3. Don't miss. I'm no archery expert, but I think that last tip was pretty obvious. Percy stated blandly. Nevertheless, the elder teen simply patted the boy's head, much to the boy's growing disdain. Oh, don't be like that. How about this? After you complete this suicidal quest, I'll get you some vambraces so your poor, Zeus little wrists won't be sore anymore. Okay little kiddo. Apollo said cutely, namely saying. Sore childishly. That's it. You're so going to eat shit and die. The now fed up boy shouted before tackling his much older cousin to the ground, who was still laughing throughout the whole tantrum. Percy had spent the last hour listening and taking the god's ridicule and mockery before he finally had enough of it. Two onlookers, who were watching from afar underneath an oak tree, were shaking their heads with mild disapproval. The crew had decided to a break from the long car ride. Currently, they were in Springfield, Illinois, and it would take them 14 more hours before they got to Denver, Colorado. I wonder what Apollo said to Percy to set him off. A bored-looking whiskered-haired teen asked to a younger-looking blonde-haired girl who was currently sporting a Yankees cap and reading what appeared to be a book on architecture. Glancing up quickly in order to see what was going on, she quickly diverted her attention back to more important tasks, which was reading her book. Those lithios, let them be, she stated boredly while flipping the current page in her book to the next page. What the hell is a lith moron? Wait, how did I know what that meant? Frowning, the boy then decided to take a closer look at the book she was reading. To his amazement, the words then bega, and to scramble in different positions until, finally, the words were legible to him. Whoa, you're reading Architecture of Greece, huh? Naruto asked mostly to himself. The girl suddenly paused her eating mid-read and turned the book over so she was able to read the title as well. She then looked up and gave the boy a curious look. Naruto, since when did you learn to read Greek? She asked questioningly. Shrugging, he said, I don't know, I guess I've never really thought or tried to read Greek up until now. Annabeth answered back with a blank look, much to his immediate confusion. Anything else that I might not know about you that you might want to share with me? She asked with great patience. Rubbing his chin in thought, Naruto began to think deeply before responding. I don't like ghosts. That's fascinating. Remind me not to hire you for any ghost-busting gigs in the future then. She responded back sarcastically. Sheesh, both you boys must have some kelp in your brains. Shish. Mumbled the last part under her breath. Okay, I think it's high time for some explanations from you, wise girl. Naruto replied back while crossing his arms. Same goes for you, Naruto. The daughter of Athena countered seriously. Her book now closed and laid carefully on the ground next to her. I'll go first, Whiskers. Who the hell is Sasuke? Naruto's eyes had started to squint so much that they could now be considered slits. Annabeth was getting somewhat uncomfortable from Naruto's reaction, but steeled herself to continue with her quest for answers. In your sleep, all you kept saying was, I have to save you, Sasuke. Naruto, still clearly perturbed by the question, looked away towards the now rising sun before taking a large breath in and closing his eyes. Sasuke was a friend who I couldn't save from dying. Oh, I'm so sorry. Annabeth apologized sympathetically. She quietly cursed herself for being so nosy about other people's business. It's fine, Naruto finalized before looking back at the now regretful-looking girl. Back at the cabin, you said something about not wanting to be a part of anything to do with Poseidon. What did you mean by that? This made the girl look at the boy with raised eyebrows. She then blinked rapidly before seeming to realize that he was never born or raised in her universe. Right, well, in Greek mythology both my mother Athena and your dad Poseidon always competed with one another. For example, the Greek city of Athens. The winner of the competition would have the city named after them. As the name hints, my mom Athena won the competition by giving the people of Athens an olive tree. Annabeth explained, much to Naruto's growing curiosity. So, what did my dad give the people of Athens? He gave them an overabundance of saltwater. Simply put, he gave them a flood. She giggled slightly at her definition of Poseidon's gift. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Naruto exclaimed with one of his hands pumping in the air. Only you would think that's awesome. She stated sardonically. You really are his son. So states the phrase, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wow, that's very insightful, wise girl. You're like a walking book of awesomeness. This made the blonde-haired teen roll her eyes at the boy's use of expressive adjectives. Sometimes the boy was just too much of an enigma for even her to decipher. Hate to interrupt you lovebirds, but it's about sun-high we got back on the road again. Both teens looked for the source of the voice and spotted to their left the sun god grinning at them with both his fists clenched together in a lovey-dovey manner. HMPH, only crazy people talk to birds. Naruto retorted while sporting his own feral grin. Tisk, you and your damn bird comebacks. Can't you say any other insults, kid? I thought the god of the sun would be brighter. Naruto stated with obvious further meaning to it while winking at the clearly now irritated god. You know what? With some wise teachings and lessons from me, you could become my next predecessor in being awesome in a couple millenniums. Apollo offered while suddenly thinking to himself quietly. Sorry, but the only god I want to proceed is my dad. He could kick your ass all the way back to MT. Olympus. The boy nodded at his own remark, while everyone smiled warmly at him for his appreciation towards his dad. Apollo's smile being the brightest and warmest. Okay kids, it's seriously time to go. So, everyone, hop into Betty. This order from the god made all the nearby demigods look at the eccentric man in front of them with a strange stare. And the stares never left eye contact with him even when they were getting into the car. The stared-at man then turned around and head towards the driver's door before pausing suddenly in mid-realization. Wait, everyone hop into Betty. That didn't come out right, damn it. He growled out at his personification of his Maserati Buffo, re-slamming the door shut and putting the pedal to metal much to everyone's surprise and shock. Tilda at a diner, tilde. Everyone's nuisance and humor. Apollo had no problem pulling over since, surprisingly enough, he was hungry as well, go figure. Now the four of them found themselves currently sitting in a booth at the diner with awkward-looking expressions gracing their faces. Naruto's face was the most awkward since none of the food on menu was ramen. Let me get this straight, you have no money. Annabeth repeated quietly to the aforementioned god. Apollo sadly nodded his head in affirmation in the same way a guilty puppy would nod in shame for peeing on a carpet. Like I said, I'm not supposed to help you kids on your quest. I'm barely able to drive you kids to your destined location as it is. But that's all I'm really good for though, he stated dejectedly, his head lowering even further in shame. Great, and I could go for a triple cheeseburger right now, Percy complained, his stomach gurgling in agreement. Soon everyone's stomachs began growling in agreement much to their contempt. However, right after their little group session, a loud and very noticeable biker pulled up directly in front of the diner. The biker, riding a Harley-Davidson chopper motorcycle with a flame pattern paint job, wore black jeans, combat boots, a leather duster, and a muscular shirt. The group nodded. After finally getting a good look at the stranger, the man then confidently strolled into the diner at a leisurely pace, completely oblivious to the frightened stares from the diner patrons. He swiveled his head to the left and quickly spotted the group and began to walk towards them the same way he walked in. Everyone who was in his way quickly got out of his way or made a beeline to the bathroom. Have come from the man, he was only human, right? Hey there, punks. The man greeted them before pulling a chair over and taking a seat, obviously not caring if he was welcome to join them or not. And with a dismissive hand wave, everybody in the diner went on his or her merry way. No sooner had he joined them did the waiter blink from her catatonic state and continue her scolding of Apollo for being a terrible father figure. It's fine, lady, unlike my half-brother over there, I'm responsible. He sneered. This made Apollo smile back at the stranger's insult. The smile, though, was not as bright as it usually was for anyone else. This response only made the man sneer even more devilishly before he pointed the "You know, it's because of douchebags like you that you give saints like me a bad representative," Apollo remarked while grinning slightly. You ain't a saint, I can tell you that. The sun god then stared at the man in an eerie silence for several tense moments before suddenly WNING in boredom and finding great interest in the world outside of the diner. Smirking at his apparent victory, the said man then removed his sunglasses. His eyes surprisingly did not contain eyes. Rather fire that is more reminiscent of a miniature nuclear bomb. Those soulless-looking eyes then peered directly at Percy, who was growing more and more agitated the longer he stared back at the man. "So, you're the kid who beat Clarice, eh?" the man asked, his vicious-looking sneers seemingly never disappearing from his scarred-looking face. "Yeah, she had it coming. Karma's a bitch," Percy answered back menacingly, but the rude comment only made the man chuckle slightly. "Yes, she certainly did deserve it. I honestly don't care. I don't fight my children's fights, regardless of if they are of my blood," the man revealed. He then turned his head so he was now staring at the boy next to him, namely Naruto. "You, to so easily defeat one of my sons is pretty damn impressive onto itself. Your compliment means nothing to me, Aries." Naruto quickly dismissed the god of war's weak attempt at a flattery. Before the god of war could respond back, the waitress returned with a heaping tray of delicious goodies. Grumbling quietly to himself, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a few gold drachmas and handed them to the very nervous-looking waitress. "But, these aren't," he interrupted her sentence by staring back at the waitress in the eyes with his own. She could vividly see the empty eye sockets and the menacing flame ignited in them. Gulping, she quickly scurried away. No words were needed for her to know that this man was not to be trifled with for any reason at all. Grinning at the woman's cowardice, he slowly glanced back at the group of people in front of him. Apollo had watched the exchange between the god of war and the waitress and was now sporting a humorless grin. "Geez, don't you know we're in a recession? We both know gold drachmas won't count for anything in the human economy. What if the woman has 5 children to feed when she gets home? Or even worse, she goes back home to an abusive relationship? Oh, the horror," he theorized dramatically. Aries simply rolled his eyes. I mean his sockets at his cousin's ludicrous imaginations. "You can't do that," both Naruto and Percy said in unison while glaring daggers at the menacing-looking man. "Tough shit, punks. Besides, it's too much fun not to do that in this country. Sigh, I miss Sparta." "So, why are you here?" Annabeth interrupted the testosterone-filled argument between the male companies. Aries glanced in her direction, his sneer still very prevalent. "I heard from a little birdie you juvenile delinquents were going to a water park in Denver, Colorado." "Only CRA. I swear to Zeus, if you finish that insult. So God help me," Apollo vehemently warned while giving Naruto his most serious look. Naruto, quite disappointed that he couldn't make the god of war look like a schizophrenic dimwit, mumbled quietly to himself about how people just didn't seem to have a sense of humor. "Anyhow, I thought, hell, I could give you kids a quest since you're going to the same location for the quest anyways," Aries explained while flexing his biceps for no apparent reason. "I'd rather live in a desert than accept your quest," Percy spat out with as much disdain as he could muster up. "Careful kid, I can make that into a reality," the man threatened while gritting his teeth. "Peesh, I'd rather give up ramen than participate in your stupid little quest." Everyone, including Aries, turned in. D gave the blonde-haired boy an odd look. "Are you special or something, kid?" Aries asked incredulously, much to everyone's slight chuckle at the comment. "Of course I am. I'm the most special kid in the universe," Naruto exclaimed with intense passion while giving his thumbs up to everyone. It was obvious to everyone that Naruto did not fully understand the derogative meaning behind the word special. "Hey, only I can insult my little cousin like that, you big bully," Apollo argued while grabbing Naruto's hand and clutching them in his own hands. "Don't listen to the haters, you will always be special to me, kid," he stated with equal passion Naruto had earlier. Thanks," Naruto responded back awkwardly. "Okay, can one of you accept my quest before this boy's idiocy becomes infectious?" "Yes, we accept your quest. What is it you wish us to do?" Annabeth quickly answered back. She didn't know how much longer the god of war could take before he snapped. "Nothing too difficult," Aries began, much to the ire of 2 boys. "I left my shield at an old abandoned water park during a date, and I want you twerps to retrieve it back for me. Why don't you get it yourself?" Naruto snorted out loud. "As a god, I don't have time for such insignificant tasks. Why don't you go to hell?" Percy added on. "You'll have plenty of time down there. Kid, I could obliterate you right now." "Then why don't you?" Or are you too scared? Like when you were scared off in the water park. Ooh, those cupids sure are scary. He raised both hands and wiggled his fingers in a scary motion. At this point, Aries' eyes were pretty much flaring out of their sockets. Yeah, the god of war was pissed. Okay, we'll get onto it, Aries. Anabeth agreed for the group. She was desperately trying to mediate between both sides. She was failing epically, unfortunately. Fine, I guess you really want to know more about your precious mommy then. This little comment quickly made Percy's ears perk up immediately. You know something about my mom? Percy exclaimed in sheer surprise. Yep, do this quest and I will tell you a little something about what happened to her. And with that closing tantalizing offer, the god of war got up and walked out of the cabin. His motorcycle roared to life and then quickly sped off into the distance. I don't know about you guys, but I'm stuffed. I think it's best we leave now. Apollo suddenly announced while patting his stomach. Everyone looked down at their plates and quickly saw that it was completely empty of any food. Luckily for them, after meeting Aries, they were not even the slightest bit hungry anymore. Whatever, let's just go to the stupid water park, find the stupid bow, pick up Aries' stupider shield, and go to the underworld. Percy concluded while getting up and leaving for the car. Everyone soon followed suit and were now in the car. Anabeth, what did Aries mean by special? Naruto asked innocently. It means you are stupid. Apollo answered imply for Anabeth, since she was thinking up a way of defining it for him in a nicer way. That crazy, bird-talking asshole. Naruto cried out in anger. A couple hours had passed after their meeting with the god of war and there was little to no conversations occurring, albeit some small talk here and there. Apollo had been surprisingly quiet throughout the ride, even when a couple of Porsche cars passed them and honked obnoxiously while doing so. The sun was once again beginning to set, as noted by a certain half-blood who was content with gazing at the serene scene in order to calm his emotions. Namely, the emotion he was desperately trying to curb being anger. Throughout his meeting with Aries, Naruto had to use all his energy in an effort to prevent himself from outright attacking the despicable being. This made the frustrated boy sigh in contemplation while scratching his whiskers for comfort. You're still thinking about Aries, aren't you? A feminine voice asked inquisitively. Not needing to look at the person who asked, Naruto merely nodded at her accurate claim. Anabeth grimaced slightly before closing her book she had been reading throughout their entire trip. It's not healthy to bottle up your emotions, Naruto, she urged while tilting her head slightly so she could get a better look at Naruto's face. His face was scrunched and creased, which clearly indicated that he was stressed and in deep thought. I know, it's just, I thought I was done with this constant cycle of hatred. I thought this world would be different, but I was clearly wrong. Naruto stated vaguely. Yeah, it only gets worse though. After being discovered, monsters will continue to hunt for you for the rest of your life. Anabeth added on regretfully. Shrugging, Naruto explains that the monsters are nothing but nuisances to him in the whole grand schemes of things. But his lack of danger and careless response quickly annoyed the gray-eyed girl. Just because you're the son of one of the big three, it doesn't mean that simple problems like monsters aren't debilitating issues for others. She scolded Naruto coldly, much to his surprise since he was not expecting that kind of response from her. Thinking quietly to himself, he immediately realized that the issue with monsters was a personal thing with her. In light of everything that has been revealed and talked about, how come they never heard about your personal life? Percy has at least told me that he was a struggling school student with hyperactivity up the wazoo before it was revealed to him that he was a demigod. And they already told you more than I needed to about my past, also. Naruto said while giving the girl seated next to him an imploring stare. Her response was not immediate, and it took a couple of moments before her steel-colored eyes glanced up to clash with the boy's cerulean-colored eyes. That's because I've never really had a childhood. My dad is a professor at West Point and teaches American history. He's never wanted to raise me, and only did so because Athena sternly told him that gods could not raise a mortal. It was clear to see that he valued his work above raising me. Because of this, I ran away. I've only talked to him a few times since then with letters. Now it was the girl's turn to be upset, as evidenced by the way she curled her lips and clenched her fists. I've tried to live with him one summer ago. But because I'm the daughter of an Olympian, I tend to attract a horde of monsters wherever I live. So, I am a full-time camp member. She explained while pulling out a beaded necklace from her neck. I have 5 beads so far. Like I explained earlier, I ran away and I was only 12 years old at the time. Each bead represents one summer at Camp Half-Blood. Nodding, he listening boy couldn't help but to respect the girl even more after hearing about the struggles she had to go through in her childhood. Struggles that could be argued were as bad or even worse than his childhood. I'm sorry, I didn't know your life was so hard. He apologized emphatically, but Annabeth simply shook her head before gracing him with a genuine, warm smile. Regrets? Boy, do I have a ton of those, Naruto thought sullenly. It would be easy for him to simply shrug away his previous mistakes. But it wouldn't have been the right thing to do. Hearing Percy sleep talk again, both Opal couldn't help but to grimace at the poor boy. It was clear he was having a nightmare, and a very bad one at that. I think after we get the bow, we should talk to him about these nightmares. Yuto offered to Annabeth, to which she readily agreed to do it. Okay lady and gents, we're about 2 hours away from our destined location. I suggest you guys wake up sleepy back there and get your heads in gear. Apollo shouted over his shoulder before accelerating once again. Sighing, both teams decided to do rock paper scissors in order to decide who would wake the heavy sleeper up. Ready, rock, paper, scissors, rock, scissors. Quote, fine, I'll wake him up. Naruto relented, much to the girl's joy. Hey, Percy, it's time to wake up. We're almost there, buddy, Naruto said, while slapping the boy repeatedly in the face with no abandonment. The girl, watching this unusual wake-up method, could only face-palm herself at the boy's odd method of waking up. What's going on? And why does my cheeks burn all of a sudden? Percy groggily asked while rubbing both his cheeks gingerly. Yo, we're about 2 hours away from our destination, the blonde-haired boy informed. So, why couldn't you have woken me up at least an hour before we got there then? The half-awake teen asked irritably while yawning and stretching his arms out. Because we're now currently in their domain, the sun god stated vaguely yet seriously. Who do you mean by they? Both Naruto and Annabeth had a chilling feeling about what Apollo meant, but it was Annabeth who confirmed it. Artemis and her hunters are hunting around in this area. Specifically, the forested areas of Colorado. Right as always, sunshine. And because of Naruto's birth mother, it would probably be in our best interest to keep an eye out for either my sis or her underlings. He further clarified while getting nods of understanding from his passengers. Though, if it comes down to it, I could probably persuade her hunters to let us go. Apollo was smirking at this sentiment while Annabeth simply rolled her eyes at the flirt. Well, in the meantime, I hear country music is popular these days, Apollo stated before changing the station to a country one and blaring the volume up. What is this music? Naruto implored while deciding on whether or not he liked it or not. Unintelligent, everyday, logical observations that so happen to rhyme in places. Annabeth answered coldly. She now had her nose buried in her book once again and was doing her best not to cringe from the distractingly loud music. I'm never going to be able to fall back to sleep now, Percy complained while resting his head next to the window. I see country music isn't a hit with you guys. How about we try rap next? Your generadio N seems to like fast talkers without sense, right? The sun god suggested. No, just turn it off. Everyone exclaimed, much to the god's dislike, as he did as requested and turned the radio off gingerly. I just remembered something. Wasn't Aries dating Aphrodite? Percy asked out of nowhere. He is still dating her. Annabeth corrected him, still reading her book without looking up. Actually, yes, they are dating, but, rumor has it, there's been a growing rift between the two of them, and that Aphrodite might call it quits between them since she caught him sleeping with a wood nymph recently. Hoyo clarified while playing with his sunglasses. I hope it's true, because a goddess of love sounds very much like my cup of tea. A hot, passionate brimmed cup of boiling ambrosia, he trailed off while beginning to drool. Obviously getting lost in his perverted daydream. I've met her children and they were irresistible. Imagine if I met their mother. Naruto theorized much to his horror. It would be painstakingly. I've never met the goddess, but if she's anything like her children, she's probably the biggest slut in the history of the universe. Annabeth hyperbolized, her goddess blood of Athena burning with intense dislike for the rowdy goddess. Those are just common misnomers. She's actually a swell, respectable, and caring woman. The divine driver announced before transitioning to a more important topic. Anyways, just keep looking out for my sis and her servants and I'll get you kids to the water park in no time flat. Again, the three demigods nodded in agreement, and carefully watched outside the window for any signs of the goddess of the hunt in silence for the duration of the trip. Waterland pulling up right outside the main gate, which was padlocked and topped with barbed wires. There was a sign that was only legible enough to read, "What RAD?" The place was old and decrepit and overall kind of depressing. Old water slides and various other water rides were dry and worn out. And pieces of parchment were floating around the water park with no sense of direction. It also didn't help that it was night out also, which only added on to the effect that the water park was spooky and eerie. Well folks, we're finally here, so you kids know the drill. Find Aries' shield, find the bow, and then come back to this spot so then we can continue heading west to the underworld. Everyone nodded in understanding before exiting the car and walking up to the locked gate. I guess we should start climbing over this, Percy stated before grasping one of the metal bars for grip and beginning his ascent up and over the fairly tall gate. Annabeth quickly followed suit, and when she pulled her right leg over the hedge, her body was completely turned so that she noticed Naruto was not behind them or below them. Yo, if you two could hurry it up a bit, that would be nice. A familiar voice called to them. Looking behind her shoulder, she was surprised to see Naruto leaning against a bench and watching them climb down the gate with a bored-looking expression on his face. Soon after, both people made it down the fence and regrouped with the patiently waiting boy who was now looking in all directions at all the possible rides in the water park. Man, if this place wasn't abandoned and we weren't on a quest, I'd have loved to come here someday for fun. Naruto whistled. Maybe next time, Whiskers. But for now, let's go look for the two items. Both boys nodded in agreement and quickly walked towards the more secluded area of the water park. They eventually made it to an empty pool surrounded by a dozen of bronze statues of Cupid. There was also a sign above it that named the ride, the Thrill Ride O Love. In the middle of the pool, there was a pink and white two-seater boat with little hearts painted all over it, and in it was Aries' shield, which was a polished circle of bronze. Huh, so that's his shield? Percy asked to no one in particular. He then scanned the surrounding area and to his befuddlement, nothing seemed to be odd or out of place. This is going to be easy, too easy, he trailed off. While Percy was doing this, Annabeth decided to take a closer look at a particular Cupid statue. This statue drew her attention because unlike its fellow statues, this one was made up of pure gold, and, more importantly, the bow that it had drawn was completely different than the others. The composite bow was made up of entirely bronze, its bowstring also being made out bronze. Naruto, I think you should come over here. Annabeth yelled out, gaining the attention of the said boy. Quickly, he rushed over to her position and was about to ask what she needed him for before noticing the unique bow. Instantly, he knew this bow was completely different than the other bows wielded by the many cupids surrounding the pool. So this must be the legacy of Philoctetes, Naruto stated while inferring that it was simply the bow of Hercules. This is too easy though. At this point, each member of the group was on edge. It was clear to each one of them that something was not right, and obtaining these mystical items would never be this easy, at least, they hope it might be. Well, at least try to take off I guess then. Annabeth urged, to which Naruto hesitantly complied to and slowly laid his hands on the bow. To his utter surprise, the bow was very warm to the touch and vibrating a low hum. The bowstring was whistling a low tune as well. Grasping the bow with both hands, he glanced quickly at the Cupid to make sure that nothing weird would happen. The Cupid remained completely still and was gazing off into the distance like before. Seeing that nothing had changed, he gave a slight oomph and the bow came cleanly off the hands of the Cupid. Again, nothing happened during this action or after. Now looking at the bow in his hand, a faint light emanated from it before it took hold and drowned the bow in its light. After the light began to fade, what was once a bow, now there was a flashlight. Huh, so this bow is enchanted as well. Can't say I'm surprised. Annabeth voiced her thoughts while tugging at her hair gently. I don't get this. It should not be this easy. Hey guys, yeah, I'm going to get the shield now so we can get the hell out of here. Percy yelled. Without the two people noticing, he was able to get down to the middle of the pool and was a couple feet from the love boat. It was then that Annabeth noticed the carved lettering along the base of the Cupid. She then crouched down and ran her fingers along the carved lettering. A Greek letter is carved into it. She mumbled quietly to herself before continuing her thought process out loud. Ada, wait a minute. Ada is translated into H. But why just an H? Unless that is a person's signature. And like a wave crashing into a rocky shoreline, realization dawned on her forcefully. Percy, wait, don't touch the shield. Annabeth desperate. Lee cried out to the boy who had already begun to reach out for the shield. Huh, why? He asked mere centimeters from the shield now. But it was too late. He had activated the tripwire when he had reached out for the shield. There was a sudden explosion in noise, and all the Cupid statues began to fire at across each other while silky cables trailed the arrows, weaving into each other and creating a very large net. It was then that Annabeth knew what was going on. This whole thing was a trap set up by Hephaestus. The point wasn't to prevent us from getting to the shield, it was to trap us, actually Aries and Aphrodite. And to show this embarrassment to all the gods in Olympus. And sure enough, after she said that, the Cupids' heads popped open, revealing video cameras to record the entire scene. Live to Olympus in 1 minute, 59 seconds, 58, a loudspeaker boomed, much to everyone's growing sense of foreboding. Great, we should have known that Hephaestus would set up a trap here. That's why Aries was too scared to come here, and also as to why they left in such a hurry. Annabeth finalized while trying frantically to come up with a plan of escape. The loudspeaker was till counting down as she was stating this, which made it even harder for her to think under the pressure. Percy had begun to sprint towards them with Aries' shield in hand and had almost made it out of the pool when he realized that something was odd about the rim of the pool. He had noticed the mirrors decorated all along the rim earlier and had assumed it was because both Aries and Aphrodite loved to see themselves in their reflections. But he was seriously beginning to doubt his earlier hypothesis when he noticed that the mirrors were beginning to shake. Uh-oh, this can't be good, Percy mentally guessed as he was pulling out his pen in preparation for whatever was going to happen next. His guess was correct when out popped a torrent of mechanical arachnids, each one of them scurrying out in all directions. Spid spiders. Annabeth shrieked uncharacteristically when she saw them, much to Naruto's now ringing ears. She had now proceeded to climb on top of one of the Cupid statues in hopes of getting as far away from the 8-legged pests as possible. She was currently shooing at them, but her actions were in vain. Naruto stood in his current position and quickly went through a battle plan of sorts in his head as quickly as he could humanly possible. Okay, so, we're currently being rushed by a swarm of metal spiders. Not to mention that the stupid Cupids are firing arrows with silky cables to weave a net and ensnare us. It definitely doesn't help that Annabeth has lost her wit to these 8-eyed freaks. He quickly looked over to Annabeth again and was greeted with her yelling various Greek words, which he assumed were probably curses or something equivalent to it. Ares korakas, she yelled out spitefully. Get away from me, children of Arachne. I don't even want to know what she said. The stoic-looking boy mentally murmured before gazing back at Percy. The said boy was now in the pink and white 2-seat boat and waving for them to get in the boat with him. Alright, first things first. We gotta get out of here before we're publicly humiliated. With this goal settled on, Naruto shunshin to the terrified girl, who was even more frightened by his apparent teleportation abilities. Okay, Percy, get us out of here, Naruto commanded while forming his hands into his signature hand seal. How? It doesn't matter how. Just use your God-given gifts to get us out of this mess. He interrupted his younger brother. Shadow clone jutsu. From that declaration poofed a dozen or so exact replicas of the blonde-haired boy into existence. Without even needing to be told, the shadow clones each launched into the air in different directions, each one targeting a Cupid statue that was still shooting arrows and their video camera flashing yellow indicating that they were about to broadcast them to Olympus in any second. The clones then formed a Rasengan and smashed the blue spherical ball of Chakra into each of the 12 statues. Whoa, that's incredible, Percy awed mentally before focusing back on the task at hand, which was to escape their current predicament. Scanning the surrounding frantically for anything that might potentially help them, he zeroed in on some old pipes a couple of yards away from them. There we go, I sure hope there's some water left in them, he prayed before recalling an earlier feeling he had when he commanded the water in the toilet to spurt out at Clarice. To his great relief, the same pang in his stomach was felt and he commanded whatever was left in the pipe to exit and pour out of them. Instantly, a torrent of water gushed out of the pipes with such force that a large number of spiders were thrown out of the way. The pool had begun filling up so fast that the boat was rocking in a back and forth ocean from one side of the pool to the other until, finally, the water level began to level off and disperse into the opening of the tunnel, which led into the actual ride. Hold on guys, Naruto cried out whilst applying some chakra to his feet so he wouldn't get unbalanced and fall off. Annabeth continued to hold on to Naruto with a vice-like hug and Percy grabbed onto the sides of the boat for grip. It took a couple of minutes, but they were finally at the end of the ride. Their peril wasn't over though. At the end of the ride was a barricade with several boats either completely smashed into pieces or submerged underwater. Both Percy and Annabeth's eyes went wide at this scene. Naruto, however, was calm about the ordeal in front of him. Yeah, we're going to have jump, he concluded confidently. Are you insane? Did the saltwater finally fry your brain? Annabeth yelled while still holding tightly to the young shinobi. I actually agree with Naruto on this. If we don't, we're going to be smashed into tiny pieces. Percy argued as he was preparing himself for the jump. Fine, but we'll jump but on my count, okay. Both boys nodded to this since it was only fair. 3, 2, 1, jump now, she instructed. Together, all three people jumped and vaulted over the gates and, luckily, landed straight into the pool behind the gates. Splash, splash, Percy and Annabeth sunk straight into the pool and were now completely drenched. When they were able to swim back up, they noticed that Naruto was completely dry, as in he was standing on the water dry. Wah what? You can also walk on water? Percy stuttered out in disbelief. Yep, oh, and I can also walk on walls and cool stuff like that. He added on with a wink. He looked at Annabeth and was a little nervous when he saw her giving him a heated glare. Naruto, remember when I asked you earlier if you had any other abilities worth mentioning? Well, why didn't you tell me about this one, Annabeth asked with vexation. In turn, Naruto answered her question with a sheepish chuckle. Who cares, we're safe and in the clear, Percy said while backstroking circles around Annabeth who was now gracing him with a deadpan. Look, her long, blonde, flowing hair now twined with each other and in an overall messy heap. Naruto was not sharing his younger brother's sentiment for entirely different reasons altogether. Annabeth, noticing this, gave him a questioning gaze. Hate to break this to you, but I don't think we're quite out of the woods yet. He questioned vaguely. What do you mean by that? Percy asked innocently. This fella over there destroyed one of my clones unlike the other ones. So I knew right away that this particular statue would be a nuisance later. Naruto clarified with annoyance. Percy and Annabeth gulped at this revelation and began to swim towards the end of the pool. Naruto's eye narrowed when the statue tensed the bowstring even further. It's pretty obvious that the statue wants the bow back and is willing to fight for it. He concluded before drawing out his toy fan and pressed the button located near the bottom of the fan. Like before, the fan exploded into a brilliant display of golden light before it shimmered down into a gold-handled tachi. The Cupid released the bowstring and let loose a dazzling array of silver arrows to which Naruto dodged all but one. The last one he deflected with his divine weapon. However, when he deflected the arrow, his tachi created a pulsating hum from the blade, which then reverberated into the handle and was displaced into Naruto's hand. in turn, creating a burning sensation against his hand. What the why is my sword reacting like this? He pondered deeply to himself. It was obvious it had to do with the silver arrow, but he decided to just forget about it for the moment. He then lunged at Cupid, who made no effort to move or to block his attack in the very least. Clang. Quote ellipsis quote. I was not expecting this to happen, Naruto voiced out loud sheepishly. His sword did absolutely nothing to the statue, and rather if anything pissed it off a bit more, since it did leave a tiny scratch on it. Having to jump back from the statue's overhead swipe with the bow, Naruto decided it might be best to come up with a new plan of attack. No sooner had he begun to think up one did the Cupid once again release volley upon volley of arrows at the poor boy. Growling in frustration, he was once again dodging and weaving the hail of arrows being fired upon him. Naruto, use the bow. It's the only thing that can defeat it, since only the true wielder can defeat it. Annabeth yelled out a couple of yards away. That does make sense, he mentally agreed before taking out the flashlight and pointing it directly at the statue, to which it stared at the boy with sudden concern. At least that's what he thought he saw on the perfectly stoic statue. Everyone's great shock, the flashlight turned on, meaning it was producing light and projecting it on the Cupid statue. Shit, all three demigods swore mentally with dumbfounded looks gracing their faces. Try twisting the lens seal, Percy suggested, having recovered first and throwing out ideas. Doing as he was told, he twisted the end of the flashlight that was near the lens and, like earlier, the flashlight glowed brightly before transforming into a bronze composite bow. The Cupid statue, now took a step back in hesitation and growing fear. Now what? There's no arrow. Just pull back on the bowstring and release, Annabeth instructed to the very confused boy. What? Why? Just do it. Trust me on this. Curling his lips in frustration, he again did what he was told and pulled back on the bowstring. To his amazement, an arrow appearing to be made out of pure light manifested itself on the bowstring. Knowing what Annabeth was saying was true, he stared down the shaft of the arrow and aimed at the helpless Cupid, who was now flapping its wings in hopes of flying out of its certain doom. Forget being a pin cushion. You're going to be a pile of rubble after this. And with that last jest, he let loose of the bowstring. Once released, the arrow beamed towards the Cupid statue and hit it directly in the back. When it made contact, the entire statue was engulfed in blinding light for several moments. Afterwards, various pieces of the Cupid flew down in the form of debris in all different directions. Whoa, that's one powerful bow, Percy whistled out, now standing beside Naruto, who had walked out of the pool during the whole event. He then glanced to his left and gave the daughter of Athena a look of appreciation. How did you know that plan for Naruto would work? He asked honestly. Call it women's intuition. She smirked slyly. Plan? You were able to come up with a plan that quick? Naruto questioned with disbelief. Of course, she replied back boastfully, her smirk never leaving her face. Athena always has a plan. Yeah, except when dealing with spiders. Both boys were not surprised when the now infuriated girl gave them both a solid punch to their shoulders. Stupid algae-brained idiots, she murmured angrily. The boys only laughed at her insult, which only further irritated her. All right, let's go back and meet up with Apollo, Naruto stated, and with that closing sentence, the three demigods began their walk back to the main gate. When they got back to the car, they were greeted with a blinding smile from the god of the sun. He, I knew you kids would be able to do it. A cute, baby-faced angel would never have been able to defeat the dynamic trio. He cheered before lifting his sunglasses. Though, I must say you guys look much worse for wear. Naruto got to his passenger door when he notices something strange. Hey, Chatterbox, I think your aim isn't as good as you think it is. What do you mean by that? Apollo questioned passionately while walking towards Naruto. The boy then pointed at the right rear wheel, which currently had a silver arrow lodged into it. At this sight, the god's mouth dropped to the ground. By now, Percy and Annabeth had joined up with them to investigate what was going on. When they saw the arrow, both demigods had differing reactions. Annabeth, however, knew right away that it was not Apollo's terrible aim that placed the arrow there. Nor was it the Cupid from earlier. This silver arrow was too large and pure for it to be a regular old silver-made arrow. It gave an indescribable aura from it. It almost felt like a much superior being had fired it and was now being emanated from it if she had to be as blunt as possible. She snuck a quick peek at Apollo, and was not surprised to see a look of anguish on his face. This arrow belongs to her, doesn't it? He looked back at her and gave a slight nod. A look of disconcert now on his features. Belongs to who? Who could have possibly shot that arrow to scare you so much? Naruto pleaded, wanting solid answers to the generalized statements made by both parties cryptically. Boy, there are not many things that can scare me. But one of the big phobias for me would have to be my little sis when she's angry. And from what we're seeing right now, an arrow in my chariot. She's very pissed. So yeah, saying that I'm scared is the understatement of the century. I'm freaking terrified right now. Apollo nervously explained while rubbing his forehead in thought. At this explanation, Naruto's and Percy's faces go deathly pale at the realization and danger they were currently in. Percy had read and learned enough Greek mythology to now the horrors and brutalities the goddess of the hunt could perform if angered. But she wasn't just angry. Nope, that just wasn't good enough for them. She was pissed off for some reason at them. Naruto was scared because he knew that his mother and Artemis had a major strife before he was even born. Because of this, she went so far as to get vengeance on her and impregnate her with 2 children, losing her chastity in the process. And quite frankly, he didn't feel like following in his mother's footsteps and getting raped also. No, he was too proud for that. He gulped nervously anyhow from that logical fallacy. So, what do we do now? Can we still drive out of here? Annabeth inquired, to which Apollo simply shook his head in defeat. If they're as good as my sis brags on about they are, then it's too late to run away now. He solemnly states mysteriously in a defeated tone. Who do you mean by they? Naruto frantically asked. He was getting more and more nervous by the second. Hey, my lil sis's Girl Scout Brigade. Before Naruto could demand for a more concrete answer, he all of a suddenly feels a sharp-pointed object. Notices that Percy and Annabeth are also in the same precarious position. Apollo, however, is still in his leaning position against the hood of the car with both his arms still crossed and his eyes closed. That still didn't mean he was spared from the arduous glares from the other females, since they did not seem to hold back on that department. Apollo, what mischief have you been up to now? A powerful, feminine voice asked, much to Apollo's delight. When Naruto looks for the source of the voice, he is greeted to the sight of another gorgeous if not even more beautiful woman. However, she has a silver circlet braided into the top of her long dark hair, which gives her the impression of a Persian princess. He quietly thinks to himself. Not much, Zoe. How has hunting Bambi and the Easter Bunny been going? He teased with a glowing smirk, much to the girl's rapidly growing tick mark on her forehead. I see you're still as immature as you've always been, Lord Apollo. She gritted out with as much restraint as possible. Oh, don't be like that. Here, wanna hear me play my harp? I've finally learned how to play Bohemian Rhapsody. It's a pretty chill song. You girls could definitely relax a bit. My sis's always serious attitude seems to be rubbing off on you, you sweet pure angels. He was about to pull out his harp before the lady in front of him stomped her foot into the ground, indicating for him to be serious, which is pretty much impossible for him. Enough. Your petty attempt at being cordial will not distract us from our mission, she scolded before continuing on. We're here because you and, she looked at Annabeth with a look of indifference. Then Percy with a look of pure hatred, and then finally Naruto with a look of hate and disgust before continuing her explanation. Your little group of demigods have interrupted our hunt. Lady Artemis requests an audience with them, only. The god of archery raised his eyebrow at hearing that he would be excluded from talking to his precious little sister during this meeting. But he decided to say nothing and answered back with a slight shrug of the shoulder. Grinning at having been able to prevent the insolent god from making a snarky remark, she turned her full attention to the captives who were now tied with their hands behind their back. Notably, Naruto had allowed them to be captives since he didn't want to start a fight and was curious as to what was going on in general. Grimacing at having to accept their existence, she eyed the boy critically before speaking in an authoritative voice. I am Zoe Nightshade, lieutenant of Lady Artemis. She then twisted sly TLY and pointed to all the females who looked eerily similar to one another. We're the hunters of Artemis. Human, demigods, and nymphs who have sworn loyalty to the virgin goddess, Artemis. She Anno. Unst much to Naruto's growing exasperation for the man-hater. Yeah, and my name is Naruto Uzumaki. What do you know, we all have names. Naruto blurted out with an antagonizing tone. Zoe was not amused at the boy's outburst whatsoever. The glares that were previously aimed at Apollo were now all transfixed on the lone whiskered-faced boy. Apollo, if I didn't know any better, he's a spitting image of you. She pointed out to him. He is my cousin after all. He answered back cheerfully. So we've been told. She then turned her back towards the three teenagers and swiftly gave a hand signal to her fellow hunters. Instantly, they began to drag the teens to God knows where. Apollo, sighing loudly, calmly followed them and matched their brisk pace. Where the hell are you taking us, you crazy Amazons? Naruto demanded while patiently coming up with a plan for escape that didn't deal with violence. Silence, you disgusting being that we consider to be filthier than the dirt we walk on, you impudent little man. She cursed out with no restraint. You, boy, son of the goddess who dare spite Lady Artemis's chastity, are the one man right now she considers even lower than men's current standings and will have an audience with whether or not you want to. Sheesh, for calling me a big mouth, you sure love to hear the sound of your archaic voice, Zoe sweetie. Apollo pointed out while acting the called-out female even angrier than before. And unsurprisingly, both people proceeded to bicker about various things, both old and new. Don't worry guys, I'm sure Artemis isn't as vengeful as she was before. Like they say, time heals all wounds. Annabeth tried to reassure Naruto optimistically. But somehow, he didn't find solace in those words. If anything, he felt dread to meeting his mother's worst enemy. Mom, Aura, please give me the guidance to not screw this up for the both of us. He silently prayed. If he were lucky, he would be able to leave the meeting with the goddess of the hunt with his head. Whether or not there would be an apple in his mouth, he knew that may have been a stretch to pray for. Either way, this meeting will be tumultuous in the very least. Well, I hope you readers enjoyed this chapter. Remember to review. Again, I'll try to update more regularly. And as proof on my commitment for this piece, I'll present you the next chapter title. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 6. A Prophecy Inside a Prophecy. Chapter 6. Yeah, I've updated. Anyhow, enjoy the chapter and I'll see you at the bottom. Chapter 6. A Prophecy Inside a Prophecy. Approximately 1 year ago high above the Empire State Building, hovered a gigantic mass containing a city that houses the palaces for the Olympian gods, goddesses, and several other minor deities. However, in the throne room currently, were two gods discussing about something of great importance. One of them had a gray and black neatly trimmed beard with long black shoulder-length hair defining his facial features. This was all complemented by the man's alluring eyes which were electrically blue by nature. The other nearly as imposing man was just as divine as the first. He had long golden hair tied back in a man-b. And his eyes radiated the power of the sun. Both. That only he could carry that burden. Unfortunately, his father wanted to add on to that burden, thus, the current conversation. Apollo, son, it is well known already throughout Olympus that I had a child. Zeus stated rhetorically, much to his son's growing boredom. He was quite used to these long and usually monotonous lectures. Even so, he had yet to perfect sleeping with his eyes open, much to the man's annoyance. In doing so, I have broken the law created by myself, and paid dearly for it. Sighing out loud, Apollo glanced back at his father, who was now in deep thought, and coughed loudly so as to gain his father's attention. Pops, why did you drag me out at this late of an hour? I could still be at home creating more beautiful haikus. In fact, do you want to hear one right now? Before he could utter one word of his inevitably terrible poem, Zeus gave him a look that anybody, especially Apollo, knew to be quiet and to listen for all intensive purposes. Forgetting your recent rudeness, I must reveal a secret that only I have recently discovered. This comment made Apollo lean in slightly from his now piqued interest. I am not the only one of the big three to have broken the vow. Eyes now wide open, Apollo was now gaping like a fish out of water. What? Who broke it? It has to be Poseidon. It couldn't possibly be Hades. That man probably has never been laid, like, ever. I mean, the guy practically looks like death. Oh my, perhaps it really is Hades. Ha, I feel bad for whoever. Enough. Apollo, the king of Ol. Olympus roared from uncontainable frustration at his son's lack of interest or respect for that matter. It seemed to work since the sun god quickly shut up and gave his father his undivided attention. Quote, "If you make any more pointless statements or remarks, I swear on the river Styx you will regret it." Zeus left the threat hanging for several uncomfortable moments before speaking once more, his eyes still glaring at his rebellious son. Now, where was I? Looking around nervously, his son gingerly raised his hand in the air much like an elementary school student would to answer a question brought up by a teacher. Giving him an odd look, Zeus nodded at him that signaled for him to speak carefully. Which one of my uncles broke the law, father?" Poseidon, biting his bottom lip, the yunge. Our man couldn't help but to grimace at this revelation. So, the law has indeed been broken for a second time. "Does this mean you're going to kill your brother's child?" he asked innocently while bawling his logic off of previous consequences. Zeus looked at his son with a hard stare for several moments before sighing out loud with weariness. "I damn well should, but..." He glanced back at the full moon and quickly took in a deep breath before closing his eyes in thought. This odd action made Apollo glance up at the moon also. There didn't seem to be anything different about it. If anything, it did seem darker than normal, Apollo noted. His son is in another universe. Nodding subtly, Apollo scratches his chin in thought while running through the possible reasons as to why his father has told him this. If the boy is in another universe, then he really can't affect this universe. In a ways, Poseidon has only half broken the oath. I guess his punishment is that he can't visit him ever. He concluded logically. Still, why didn't his father just tell everyone else? This brings up the reason as to why I wanted to talk to you this late and out of prying ears. It is fated for the boy to come to our universe. Because of this, I wish to offer you a task. The other man simply stared at his father, before giving him a serious look, indicating that he was ready for whatever was being requested of him. I want you to look after the boy when he does cross into our realm. More at the unusual situation he was in. The reason is because this boy is special. As foretold by the Moirai, Zeus stated cryptically. Very well, when he shows up, if ever, I will keep a sharp eye on him. Apollo declared whilst turning his back towards his father and beginning his trek back to his own personal palace. Zeus made no further attempts at restraining his son, and was content with laying back down in his throne while resting his hand on his chin in deep thought. This kid must be very important. If he warrants the interest of the fates. Apollo stated mentally. He was being bombarded with internal questions about the subject and finally, after much deliberation, decided to drop the subject temporarily. He was about to exit the throne room before a figure impeded his path, much to his surprise. After recognizing who it was, he rolled his eyes and became content with just giving his new guest a silly look before speaking. "What's up, little sister?" Current time Artemis's tent The three young captives were currently unbounded and standing in awkward silence while they waited for the goddess of the hunt to make her appearance. The only girl in the group kept scanning the tent for anything that might be of use later if civil conversation failed between both parties. Percy was also looking around the tent, but he was studying and admiring the decor rather than coming up with a plan for escape. The inside of the tent was very hospitable and overall comfortable. All along the walls were hung animal pelts. In the center of the tent was a golden brazier. Lastly, Naruto was the odd one out of the bunch. He wasn't even looking around at all. Instead, he was staring directly at a purple and silver table. And directly behind it was a polished oak stand displaying a rather large silver bow resembling gazelle horns. He assumed that the bow belonged to none other than the goddess of the hunt. His eyes hardened from deep thought. However, his fists were both clenched tightly that indicated that he was very tense right now. Apollo was forced to wait outside much to his dislike, but he wasn't too upset since it gave him some time to flirt with the nearby hunters. Geez, how long is she going to make us wait for her? I would have thought we were important by the way that female huntress talked about us. Percy asked before switching his gaze towards the lone table located in the middle of the tent. On the table, though, was a cat that was eyeing them with critical detail, much to his growing nervousness. The stupid feline had been staring at them for the last 30 minutes or so, and had not even blinked even once throughout the whole awkward wait. Artemis will show up soon, Percy. She's probably busy with something else and doesn't have the time for the likes of us right now. The daughter of Athena reasoned while also looking at the cat. I say we get out of here. Apollo's right outside and could help us easily escape. Naruto offered, but everyone knew that running away would probably not be that easy. Even so, it was becoming quite evident that the teens were getting very anxious from the wait. Meow. Hearing that from the cat, the three waiting teens quickly focused all their attention on the cat that finally made some sort of action after 30 minutes of being nearly lifeless. Suddenly, the silver-colored feline jumped down from its perch on top of the table, and landed softly onto the ground with its silver-gray eyes still gazing deeply at the three of them. Unprepared for what was going to happen next, the quest takers were immediately blinded by a flash of golden light that soon engulfed the entire room. Being forced to shield their eyes, they quickly covered them with their arms while turning their heads slightly away from the source of the light. After several moments, the light began to slowly fade away until it became manageable enough for them to uncover their eyes and look at what just happened. All three teens were amazed at the beauty in front of them. There, in the middle of the room, stood a tall, well-built female no older than 16 with shoulder-length raven black hair adorning her lovely face. Her silver-gray eyes were steel-cold and intimidating to anyone who dare look her directly in the eyes. Everyone, except Naruto that is, dare not look directly at her face or fear risk angering her towards him or her. The mystery girl was sporting black leggings and wearing a silver tunic. She then turned all her attention to the only blonde-haired boy in the room, and gave him an unreadable look while her eyes were slightly narrowed, which indicated to everyone else that the boy was of some interest to her. I am Artemis, goddess of the hunt and the moon. The now revealed goddess introduced gently. Her voice was so smooth and elegant that even Naruto's immediate fury at recognizing who the mysterious person was now slightly dulled and cooled. But it would take more than a pretty voice to extinguish the tumultuous emotions the young Jinchuriki was currently feeling. Still fixated on Naruto, she spoke up once more. You, child of both Poseidon and of my former rival, Aura, dare to enter my realm even though you know about the history between her and I. Naruto was about to answer BEF. Or she lifted her right hand up indicating for him to be silent. You are either just plain stupid or foolishly brave. I pray to thee you are the latter. How could you? Just because my mom said song. Immature claims does not give you the right to have it her. Especially as going so far as to take away her chastity, you conceited little witch. Naruto passionately roared out while doing everything in his power to restrain himself from lunging at the one person who caused his mom the most pain. The goddess simply answered back with an emotionless look before turning her attention towards Annabeth. Much to her surprise at the unexpected attention she was now receiving. Daughter of Athena, why have you three crossed into my hunting grounds? Surely you are the most knowledgeable out of these two apes. In response, both boys gave the goddess a disapproving glare to which she simply ignored, much to their growing resentment at her crass attitude towards them. We're currently on a K. Saint and needed to visit Colorado since it contained an item we needed to help further it. Annabeth answered nervously. Artemis carefully studied the very uncomfortable girl before turning her head to the left slightly. And focusing now on the other son of Poseidon. Is that true, lightning thief? She accused with coldness and bitterness. Well, the reason why we're here is true, but I did not steal the stupid lightning bolt, Percy confessed angrily. But the goddess rolled her eyes at the frustrated boy. It was apparent that she did not believe him at all. Thanks to you, boy, I've been caught up in this mess and now my huntresses and I must prepare for war instead of hunting. That's why we're on this quest. We're going to retrieve the bolt from Hades and return it to Zeus so he doesn't start this insane war. Percy explained quickly while pointing at the group. This made Artemis pause for a moment in thought. After several seconds, she hastily left the tent without a word. The three of them had nearly no Time to discuss what just happened before she came back with a yelling and kicking Apollo whose ear was being forcibly yanked and dragged into the tent. She then let go of his EAR and he dropped into a messy heap directly in front of her. Okay, Apollo, mind telling me why you are tagging along with these kids? Also, why would you tell them that Hades stole the lightning bolt? It's obvious that Poseidon stole it, she stated while giving her brother a glare. He answered back with a shrug of the shoulders much to her annoyance and growing tick mark on her forehead. Artemis, YD, we'll discuss your personal vendetta against me after this. But for now, this is more important. Artemis interrupted much to the boy's growing aggravation. He then settled with crossing his arms and pouting silently to himself. As long as they dealt with the issue sooner rather than later, he could wait a little longer. Sighing, she looked at her brother who was now standing in Br. Ushing himself off of the dirt he had collected from the ground. She gave him a questioning gaze to whom he responded to by smiling brightly at her and ruffling her dark, glistening hair much to her growing ire at the man. Easy there, lil sis, it's for I to know, and you to not worry about. He comforted her while bopping her on the nose. She carelessly swung at her brother's taunt and glared heatedly at the sun god. Damn it, why can't you ever be serious? The world's nearly going to be destroyed soon, and you're as clueless and rambunctious as a 6-year-old in a candy shop. She muttered an grrrly which only made the man chuckle at his sister's descriptive insults. Oh, don't be mad. Here's a haiku to cheer you up, he announced while holding out both his hands in a preparatory motion signaling to everyone he was about to say his piece with great skill. During this time, Artemis gave her brother a deadpan look since she knew he was not going to stop. Regardless if she told him to. Green grass breaks through snow. Artemis is so very mad. I am so cool. Everyone grimaces at the god's terrible poetry skill, no one more so than his sister, Artemis. What the hell is that? It's not even a haiku. The last line only had 4 syllables. She pointed out with clear vexation in her voice. You should change it to, Apollo is stupid. Quote, can't sis, that's 6 syllables. Waiting for a moment, Apollo then decides to change the last line. I am so awesome. Nodding at this, he smiles brightly at his now successful haiku poem. Excuse me, but if you don't want to impede our quest, then are we free to leave? Annabeth suddenly voiced. The 2 divine beings stopped there. Little bickering and both turned their heads towards her. Yeah, you guys can wait outside. Apollo stated cheerfully. Except you, Naruto. I doubt you'd want to leave right now anyways. Artemis said while crossing her arms. You're damn right, he responded back with pent-up anger. His 2 friends then gave him a supporting glance before exiting out of the tent. It was quite clear to the both of them that whatever was going to be discussed was not meant for them to hear. The tent was then silent for a couple of minutes after the 2 demigods had left. It was Artemis who broke the silence first. Boy, how much do you hate me right now? She asked carefully to a now very attentive teen. Words can't even explain how I'm feeling right now. All I know is, if I was just even a year younger, I would have attacked you without abandonment. That's good to hear that you're somewhat mature. Although, I wonder if you could even harm me, she trailed off vaguely. Naruto gave her a shocked look before glancing at Apollo. He had a hardened look on his face that indicated that he was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? I could arguably be the most powerful person in my world. Why would this world be any different? He asked with confidence. You can drop the acting, kid. We all know had you don't have access to all your powers. Namely, your 6 paths abilities. Artemis revealed to a now extremely astonished-looking whiskered-faced teen. Don't be so surprised. We know all about your previous happenings in your own little universe. We also know that you're destined for greatness. Again, she trailed off in order to keep her previous comment impactful. Damn, I knew something was wrong ever since that night. It wasn't just any ordinary chakra exhaustion, it was actually the deactivation and sealing of my more powerful abilities. But how were they able to do it? A cough was heard, and Naruto looked towards the source of the sound, which originated from the usually quirky god who was trying to gain his attention. I know I don't need to explain the whole chakra origin and stuff, so I'll get to the point. This universe is not at all like yours. True, there is still chakra since it is both the molding of physical and spiritual energy. However, unlike in your universe, there was never a Shinju, or, as I like to name it, the chakra tree of Apollo's awesomeness. To this very serious explanation, Naruto gave the god of the sun a very peeved look. Clearly, he did not find the god's personal touch on his universe's history funny whatsoever. Anyways, because of this, you cannot possibly use any sage arts since there is no pure chakra floating around for you to use or absorb. Our nature energy is pretty boring, I'll admit to that. As for your other major abilities, the full use of the 9 tails is also limited. You can thank your inheritable abilities gain ed from your daddy for superseding your previous abilities. I should also add that I might have done some stuff to your seal. So, a kunai quickly embedded itself in a nearby picture frame where Apollo was standing in front of mere moments before. He had teleported to the opposite side of his sister, and was hiding directly behind her right shoulder much to her irritation. Hey, I needed to do it for safety reasons. For all we could have known, you could have been a power-crazed lunatic hell-bent on the destruction of everything. Shrugging her brother off her shoulder, she sighed before clarifying. My brother won't admit this because of his pride, but he did what he did because he's terrified of your full power. Actually, we all were. So it was agreed between the 3 of us that when you did finally show up, we would limit your powers. 3. Who was the 3rd person who knew about me? Naruto implored expectantly. Why, Zeus, of course. He might not look like it, but he is quite knowledgeable about this stuff. Apollo inputted before suddenly noticing something he hadn't before. He quickly walked up to Naruto and grabbed the mystical necklace that was around his neck. Studying the piece of jewelry for a brief moment, he then glanced up and looked Naruto directly in the eye. Who gave you this necklace? Shaking his daze off from the unexpected question, he quickly replied with the name Poseidon. Shaking his head, Apollo then turned his head so that he was looking at his sister once more. Little sister, whose necklace is that? Aura, she stated without skipping a beat. To this, the sun god nodded his head in agreement. Okay, so what if it belongs to my mom? It doesn't make a difference, does it? Naruto asked while unconsciously holding the necklace for comfort and protection. You are probably familiar with these types of necklaces, but what you have there is a chakra necklace, and not just any old one at that. You quite literally have your mom's soul in that piece of jewelry. Her powers, existence contained in that one sapphire. He revealed to a now completely stunned teen. Naruto immediately glanced down to gaze at the necklace with a newfound respect and vulnerability. Mom, why would you risk something so valuable to me without telling me its worth to you? I'm not surprised. Despite her previous history with children, you are the most important thing to her. And she is more than willing to offer you her protection if that means risking her entire existence. The silver-haired beauty explained with the same silky smooth voice, however, there was a hint of sadness in it. She then took a couple of steps so that she was now directly in front of the now puzzled-looking boy. Naruto, I do not hate you. Nor do I not hate your mother anymore. You have to know, Naruto, that it was a very dark time when the strife between your mother and I arose. The world was not as settled as it is now. Battles between gods were all too common. And what was being fought over would commonly be over the stupidest things. So, you were correct in pointing out that I had no rational reason for harming your mother like I did. But back then, it wasn't so black and white. We were all vying for power and recognition. And because of that, I am truly sorry. After her short but insightful explanation, the goddess of the hunt knelt down onto her left knee and put her right hand against her heart. A posture that showed that the goddess was asking for forgiveness. Naruto gazed at her, deep in thought, for a couple of long minutes before grinning slightly. If you truly mean that and are indeed genuine about your previous actions, then I forgive you, Artemis. Still, I don't think I can stand to be around you right now. Also, the person who really needs to forgive you is my mom. He then knelt down so he was eye level with the apologetic goddess as well. I'll also admit that my mom was in the wrong. She should not have said the things she said about herself and about you. He returned the apology while gazing directly into her silver-gray eyes. Both people smiled at one another while nodding in understanding. Okay, can we please move on before I start tearing up too? A masculine voice interrupted their little sensitive conversation. Sighing, they both stood up in unison and turned to look at Apollo, who was staring at them with mock sadness. Well, I am glad that you guys made up, At least the both of you. Anyways, there is one more important thing we have to talk about. To this, Naruto tilted his head in befuddlement. What else could he possibly want to talk about? Frowning slightly, Artemis decided to inform the boy further in depth. You may not have known this, but Apollo is also the god of prophecies. To her amusement, Naruto didn't seem to understand what that meant, or the gravity of the situation it presented. Naruto, it means you are in another prophecy. What? I'm destined for something again, he murmured while referencing the last prophecy he was in. Yup, lucky you. Apollo applauded the young teen before continuing on. While I won't go into too much detail, the prophecy simply states that you will either become an Olympian or a Titan. But I'm only a demigod, he said convincingly, but both god and goddess in front of him shook their heads solemnly. No, you are very much a god. However, you do not have full access to your divine powers. Think of this period of being immortal as a trial by fire of sorts. But in the end, you will eventually gain them. It's just a matter of time. You might gain them tonight, tomorrow, or even in 10 years. I'm guessing me becoming a Titan would be a bad thing then. Naruto voiced his concern. It would be favorable if you became an Olympian, yes. But not all Titans are bad. Your mom is a perfect example of that, Artemis clarified while fixing her hair. Wow, this is a lot to take in, he trailed off in thought. Yeah, it really is, kid. But on the bright side, you're going to be even more awesome, the energetic god added to what has been an overall serious discussion. Anyhow, I think we've kept the kids outside waiting long enough. We do still have a quest to complete, since the fate of the world kind of hinges on it. Naruto, you still have nearly less than a week to find Zeus's master bolt and return it to him before the summer solstice. Traveling by car, it would take you a little less than a day or so, Artemis informed him while cleaning her giant-sized silver bow. Yeah, that's definitely more than enough time to complete the quest. Apollo confirmed his sister's statement. I am sorry to say this so abruptly, but I can't accompany you kiddos for the rest of the journey. Believe it or not, I do have obligations that I must perform as a god and, more importantly, as an Olympian. Naruto reacted to this news by staring at the god for a short period of time before busting out into a feral grin. That's the best news I've heard all day. Wow, you definitely brought sunshine to my day. He chuckled, much to the sun god's disappointment and growing irritation towards the boy. Artemis meanwhile couldn't prevent herself from letting out a light-hearted giggle while holding her hand to her mouth in a weak attempt to hide it. She obviously shared in the boy's sentiment. Why, you ungrateful little twerp. I've been great company for the past 2 days. And another thing, it's not even daytime, it's night out, you dumb dense boy, Apollo countered while jabbing his finger into the boy's chest. This only made the boy laugh even harder, since the god's weak comeback was so pathetic. You think preparing for war is a funny matter? Now this tidbit made Naruto quickly shut up. War was never a funny topic, no matter what universe he was in. Giving Naruto a quick once-over, the man let out a pained sigh. I have absolute trust you kids will complete this quest, however, I still must prepare for the war, and that would I would have to side with my father, he trailed off. Coming to a shocking realization, Naruto could only gasp at the newfound perspective and possible scenario. You mean we would have to fight? Let's us pray that does not happen. Young one, Artemis stated while gripping her bow. Can Olympians even pray? Naruto asked. Honestly, if people prayed to them, whom did the Olympians pray to then? This elicited a chuckle from the goddess's brother, who was now at the entrance to the tent. Giving Naruto a genuine look of confidence, he then refocused on his sister, Artemis. This one, I really do like him, he stated with such seriousness that both people were slightly surprised to hear such a heartfelt truth. Recovering from this declaration, she merely nodded to indicate that she understood what he meant. Naruto, however, bit his lip while tilting his head to the side in confusion as to why the god had said those words. Waving goodbye, the god of music beamed back up into the sky in glorious fashion. Tisk, he was always one for flair and drama. Artemis mumbled, if Dionysus wasn't already the god of theater, my brother would have been the god instead. Chuckling, Naruto then realized the loss of his cousin was actually a real loss. Shit, he was our transportation. How the hell are we going to travel now? Relax, child of Aura. My younger brother may be a doofus, but he has inherited his dad's power and planning. The older woman commented while walking up beside the still stressed boy. You will find out what I mean when you walk out of this tent. Still puzzled by what she meant, he shrugged his shoulder and began to walk out of the tent before pausing mid-step, much to Artemis's curiosity. Where did Apollo go? Back to Olympus, thought. But before he could leave, Artemis had to reveal one more piece of information. That bow, the so-called bow of Hercules. Huh, yeah, what about it? Naruto inquired. Smiling once more, the goddess of the hunt gave him a comforting look before looking at the flashlight that was currently hanging from Naruto's waist. Please, take care of it. It is our mother's weapon after all. Eyes widening, the boy looked down at the flashlight with newfound respect. Wow, to think I've been given two divine weapons. He mentally thought before looking back up towards the goddess. She simply looked dazzling in the moonlight, and her silver tunic seemed to glisten and shimmer in it, accentuating her already silvery glow. I guess it's true. The most beautiful things are the most dangerous. He noted. Damn, it was such a shame that he had a weak spot for beauty. Even if that said beauty caused turmoil in his heart, he just couldn't hate something so magnificent, especially if that being was truly apologetic and sorrowful. He could still sense people's emotions and honesty. He had not detected any hints of deceit or ill feelings from her towards him throughout their entire conversation. I will protect it. After all, I do need it to complete my quest. He answered back bluntly before turning his body away from her and exiting the tent, leaving the lone goddess to her thoughts once more. When he got outside of the tent, he was met with the familiar sight of his two friends and companions. But there was one extra person standing with them, and who was currently in a lively conversation with Percy. The boy was tall with curly brown hair, brown eyes, and Caucasian skin with a wispy beard adorning his chin. Walking up to them, he instantly had a strange feeling that he might have seen the stranger before, when, he wasn't quite sure. And we ran out of the tunnel. Percy, it was the scariest moment of my life. The still unknown boy told them, much to Percy's growing amusement. At least you saved two people from being monster food, Grover. Ah, Grover, the goat-legged boy from that first night. Annabeth, noticing Naruto walking up to them from the corner of her eye, quickly closed her book, startling two boys since she seemed extremely invested in it. Naruto, what happened after we left? And where's Apollo? She asked hastily with a hint of concern in her voice. He left to prepare for a war. And after you left, Artemis and I discussed how we were going to continue our journey. Blinking at them, Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. Actually, I still don't know how since Apollo has left us. Naruto, Apollo's car is still here. We can drive it to Los Angeles. Grover inputted hesitantly. We haven't formally met, but I just wanted to thank you for saving both Percy's and my life. Oh, don't worry about it. It isn't a big deal. I was glad to help. Naruto replied back while giving the goat-legged boy a glowing smile. Yeah, but still, seriously, it's fine. Hearing the tone of his savior's voice, Grover knew that the discussion about the topic was over. While they were talking about this, the huntress from earlier made her presence known to them by growling at them with obvious disdain. What's your problem, woman? Both Naruto and Percy voiced simultaneously. Men, that's what is wrong. Zoe huffed out before recollecting herself. Lady Artemis wanted me to inform you savages that Apollo's car is only about 2 miles northwest from here. She said while pointing towards that direction. And without even seeing if the intended people had heard her, she turned around. Dian walked in the same direction she came from while mumbling something in Greek to which no one seemed to understand. What a barbaric woman. Jackalopes couldn't possibly be able to do those things. Apparently the daughter of Athena had interpreted what she had said, and it was probably not a good remark either. So, does anyone here know how to drive the god-awful contraption? Naruto voiced to the group. If you mean the car, I can drive it. Grover raised his hand, showing he was willing to offer his services. Since when did you drive? Percy asked honestly while giving his best friend a strange look. For a while now. I'm actually 30 years old, Percy. From this revelation, the said boy gave him a wide-eyed expression. Unlike humans though, satyrs age half as fast as humans do. So, he's more like a 16-years-old boy. Annabeth clarified, to which Grover lowered his head in embarrassment. Okay. Good, let's go then. Naruto offered. Everyone agreed and all three of them began their trek back to the car. Say, Grover, were you able to save those demigods? Percy asked inquisitively. Kind of. I wasn't able to bring them to Camp Half-Blood since they both wanted to become hunters. So, can't they become hunters and still go to Camp Half-Blood? Shaking his head solemnly, Grover explained further. No, they can't, Percy. Once you make an oath to become a hunter, you are banned from many things. Romance and freedom being one of the few of note. Don't worry, you don't have to be burdened with that decision since you are not a girl. Naruto chided, much to his half-brother's exasperation. He had noticed that all the huntresses were composed of all females. So it was only logical that only a female could join the hunt. After about 30 minutes of walking, they finally made it to the sun god's car. When they began to go into it, everyone but Grover noticed that Aries' shield was missing. And in its place, there was a backpack. On top of it was a note. Percy reached for it, and began to read from it. My mom is not dead. She's still alive, and she's being kept hostage by Hades. Percy announced while crumbling the piece of parchment into a ball. Don't worry, Percy, we'll get your mom back when we go down there. Naruto reassured his brother. Yeah, everything will be alright. Grover added before putting the keys in and activating the car. Awesome. I've always wanted to drive a sports car. Remember, Grover, gentle on the pedal. Gentle on the. Annabeth's warning and teaching was interrupted by Grover's hollering and cheers whilst stepping hard on the pedal, rocketing the vehicle to Mach 9 speeds, much to everyone's great fear and impending doom. If you don't slow down, I'm going to drown you. Naruto threatened while gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life. Hearing the son of Poseidon's threat, the satyr wisely eased off the gas pedal, and allowed for the car to go at a crisp speed of 85 miles per hour. So sorry about that, guys. I don't know what got into me. He tried to apologize to everyone. Receiving a slap to the right cheek, Grover gave his passenger a look of disbelief. Idiot, I told you to go easy on the pedal. Annabeth puffed out while crossing her arms. I said I was sorry. Annabeth merely looked the other way. She clearly wasn't in a forgiving mood, but in all honesty, you guys should get some shut-eye. You're going to need all the strength you can muster. To this, everyone agreed and began to slowly doze off. That is until the song, So, Yesterday, by Hilary Duff came up on the radio. He just had to sing to it, much to everyone's aggravation. But after the song ended, and his terrible singing, they all resumed their long naps. Tilda by a Lake. Tilda. After driving all night and for most of the morning, Annabeth H. suggested that they take a brief pit stop to allow for Grover a chance to catch up on his sleep, even though he kept stating that he didn't need sleep and that he was fine. Listen, stubble toes, there are 3 things I hate the most. They are people who wish to deal harm to others, the 3 minutes it takes to cook ramen, finally, liars. Everyone, even mythical creatures, need sleep. So stop acting like a tough guy and get some sleep. Naruto demanded. It appeared like Grover was about to retort until Naruto cracked his knuckles. I can always just forcibly put you to sleep. To this threat, Grover instantly lied down on the grass and quickly fell into a fitful sleep. Smiling at his successful threat, Naruto looked around and noticed that Percy was missing. He wanted to take a walk around the lake. Annabeth informed the now disgruntled boy. Growling lowly, Naruto was going to walk after him until Annabeth grasped his wrist, preventing him from going any further. He stopped mid-stride, and looked at her questionably. Listen, I know you are acting the part of the big brother, but you have to give him some alone time. Yeah, but the boy's rash and naive. He doesn't know the dog. Inger's in or what to do once he's in a heinous situation. The whiskered-haired boy rationalized worriedly. That is true, He does have seaweed in his pea-sized brain. Both of them laughed at this observation. But you have to remember that you were like him at some point in your life. What I'm getting at is that being protective and all is fine, but smothering him won't allow him to learn you've learned in order to become the person you are now. Grimacing, Naruto looked back up and across the lake. He could faintly see Percy skipping pebbles across the lake. Sighing, he eased comfortably from his tense position. I just am, Whiskers. She cooed back while releasing her grip on the boy's wrist. Unknown to one another, the sudden physical separation disheartened the both of them. Deciding that standing in one place was too uncomfortable, they decided to sit down in the grass as well. Hey, Annabeth, can I ask you something? Hearing the boy next to her say her name, she knew this was going to be serious. Shoot, she offered. Taking a deep breath, Naruto took a few moments before asking his question. If you were me, would you have forgiven Artemis? I mean, you probable. Why know more about their history than I do currently? Frowning, she thought deeply about the question before even responding back. Honestly, no, it's not the logical choice. Who's to say she's actual? Lee learned anything and is really regretful for her action. To me, what she did is one of the few things a person could do to never have a chance at forgiveness. Hearing this, Naruto graced a small smile. Noticing this, the steel-colored-eyed girl gave him an imploring stare. Both people became content with just gazing at the lake and listening to the cool breeze flow past them. My mom's alive. All I need to do is go to the underworld, rescue her, and retrieve the bolt and everything will go back to normal. Unfortunately, there was an aching feeling in his gut that everything probably would not go back to the way it was. He was about to chuck another pebble into the water until a ripple in the water caught his attention. What th? To his disbelief, a beautiful maiden rose from out of the water. Dropping his pebble in shock, he slowly began to walk backwards towards the mainland. Percy Jackson, I was sent by your father, Lord Poseidon. The maiden stated while calmly walking towards the now interested boy. I am a Nereid, a creature of the sea. Don't worry though, the water nymphs allowed for my passage here. In response, Percy gave her a look of utter disbelief. Seeming to read his mind, she answered that even though it was by definition a lake, it still fed into a river, thus, eventually led to the sea. Releasing a sigh of relief, he dropped his guard. Everyone else was. When he got back, he was met with the scene of Naruto and Annabeth dozing off with both their shoulders touching and supporting one another. Their heads were barely touching and blonde hairs were nearly intertwined with one another. Stumbling a bit from being in such an uncomfortable situation, he slowly walked up to them and shook them up gently. Groggily, both people woke up drearily, looking at who was next to them. They were extremely embarrassed when they realized the precarious position they were in. Swiftly, both of them got to their feet and looked the other way in embarrassment. I'll wake up Grover. Annabeth stuttered while beginning to walk to where the sleeping satyr was laying. Yup, sounds good, Naruto replied sheepishly. Annabeth quickly woke up Grover. And soon they were all back on the road again. After a couple of awkward minutes on the road, it was Percy who broke the weird atmosphere. So, while I was walking along the lake, a Nereid shows up a message from our father and told me that I had to go to the ocean before we went to the underworld. Widening their eyes, Naruto asked if his father said anything else. Shaking his head dejectedly, he told Naruto that was it. Geez, what's with our dad's secrecy? I know he's preparing for a war and all, but can't he spare, 10 minutes and speak with his two sons? Naruto asked while clenching his hands into a fist. There's always a reason as to why the gods do what they do. Annabeth reassured him. Sighing, the boys decided to take the statement for face value and dropped the subject. I hate to ask this, but does anyone have any tin cans lying about I can eat? Grover was answered with several judgmental stares. What? I'm hungry. We'll stop later since we did just stop not too long ago. Annabeth answered simply. Has anyone even checked out the backpack Aries gave us? Hearing this, Percy decided to open up the backpack and check the contents inside of it. Let's see, there's $20 in cash, a pouch full of drachmas, and a bag full of double-stuffed Oreos. He listed to the listening audience. How kind of him. Now we won't go hungry. Naruto snorted out with sarcasm. Hey, I might, Grover interjected. Ignoring that comment, Naruto decides to look into the backpack himself. He wasn't surprised when he came up with nothing. Frowning internally, he dropped the backpack onto the bottom of the car. The next couple of hours were uneventful and soon Annabeth and Percy decided to take a nap. Grover was too busy humming to the music on the radio to notice anything around him except for the road. Looking out the window, he began to reminisce about everything that's been happening again for what felt like the 50th time that whole day. Kicking in boredom, he was astonished to hear a faint crunching sound coming from the backpack. Glancing around quick to see if anyone had heard, he slowly picked up the backpack from off the ground. Pausing for a moment, he carefully unzipped it open. Inside, he was not expecting to see what he saw. Partially crushed, a rose was found inside of it this time. Curious as to why there was now a rose inside of the bag, he gingerly picked it out of the bag. Now in his hand, he stared at the strange flower. Deciding that he should smell it first at least, he carefully brought the rose to his nose and took a brief whiff. Smells like a rose, the boy deducted. He was about to put the flower back before a tantalizing and very familiar feeling took over him. I know this feeling. It's love magic, he realized. Immediately, he dropped the symbol of love onto the bottom of the car. Checking his hands for any signs of oddity, he was relieved to find there were none. So, what is an item belonging to the goddess Aphrodite doing in Aries's backpack? Rubbing his head in thought, he glanced back at the rose. To his dismay, the rose's petals had turned pink. What the? They look like sakura petals. Okay, this was getting very weird. Smelling something different in the air this time, he took some time to analyze what the smell was. It smells like vanilla now. What the hell is going on? Naruto was clearly freaking out. Crunch crunch. Looking up directly in front of him, he sees Annabeth crushing the flower beneath him with an ice scraper snow brush. A look of pure malice was graced across her face. Wow, she's really going to town on that flower. After a couple of minutes of mashing the flower into a pulp, and waking Percy much to his absolute surprise at what was happening, Annabeth threw the brush back into the car's dashboard and let out a loud HMPH while crossing her arms. It was clear to all the males that she was very angry at that moment. Naruto, what did you do to make her like that? Percy whispered, while leaning over to see what was left of the flower. Besides, where did that flower even come from? Me, I didn't do anything, and the flower came from the bag. Percy was a boo. Cheetah asked how before Naruto answered that he had no idea. Isn't it obvious, kelp heads? The backpack is enchanted. Apparently, Naruto's investigation was what was needed for the stupid flower to appear. Questioning as to why a simple flower would appear from a backpack, Annabeth gritted her teeth before answering forcefully. Don't you get it, Naruto? You're being flirted by the goddess of love, she explained while spitting out the goddess's name in vain. She must have glitched the backpack so that the flower would appear when you looked inside of it. Why would Aphrodite, goddess of love, want anything to do with Naruto? Percy asked curiously. She's probably looking for another play toy. The daughter of Athena mumbled out. She was still very annoyed by the whole situation. Hey, ring them theorize as to why she would be interested in him. Naruto turned his attention back at the flower. At this point, he wasn't surprised to see that the flower had disappeared. Sighing from not knowing what was going on, he decided he wouldn't dwell too much on it and, rather, focus on other things, such as how they would even get into the underworld. So, guys, how do we even get into the underworld? Do we even know where the entrance is? It's actually quite simple. We look for a building titled DOA Recording Studios, which stands for Dead on Arrival. Annabeth answered while pulling out a map from the dashboard. It should be approximately right here. She pointed out a specific location on the map. It's also near the ocean, so we can easily transverse between the two places. Yep, speaking of which, we'll be at our destination in a couple of hours. Grover informed his passengers. Hey, Grover, are you able to talk to goats? Naruto asked suddenly. Yeah, I can actually. I can also talk to a lot of other animals. He explained with pride. I feel like that might be useful for something later on. The son of Aura suggested, not quite pinpointing what exactly. Anabeth, however, was already a step ahead and knew a specific time when they would need Grover's unique talent. Remember, Grover, who guards the entrance to the underworld. She looked at Grover. A.N.D. was moderately amused by the look the boy had on his face. Having turned a deathly pale color, the goat-legged boy took a large gulp before considering his next words carefully. Sorry, I don't understand, dog. Phew, hope you readers enjoyed this chapter. Now, I can definitely tell this chapter may piss some people off or even make them stop reading the fiction entirely. Hey, that's cool, you won't hurt my feelings. I'm only writing this since I enjoy doing so, and it's actually kinda fun. Here's a question some people might bring up. How powerful is Naruto if he is indeed less powerful than before? I'd probably say cage level if you add the limited powers from the Nine Tails and his new abilities inherited from his father. Oh, and the story will not end after they obtain the bolt. There is still one item missing that they must still find. As for the Aphrodite part, she's such flirt. Anyways, hope you enjoyed this chapter and are continuing to enjoy the story. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 7, Okay. As evidenced by the title, the story is going to expand and involve other people and deities. I'll explain more about the whole concept of what's happening at the bottom. Well, enjoy the chapter and I'll see you at the bottom. Chapter 7. The Son of Jupiter. How the hell did I get myself into this cataclysmic mess? Well, I'll tell you. First, I got kidnapped by this bright beam of light that then teleported me to this new world. After saving 2 kids and going unconscious, I wake up and am told by a half-man, half-horse person that I'm actually the son of a god. Yeah, that's some crazy talk right there. But I've heard more outlandish revelations before, so I wasn't too bewildered, namely that my chakra came from a tree. Soon after, I am introduced to a gorgeous, albeit unreadable, girl named Annabeth who further explains to me about the whole god and goddess hierarchy system thing, and that they label themselves as the Olympians. She then proceeds to take me on a tour of the camp, namely dubbed Camp Half-Blood. During the tour I meet and interact with several fellow demigods. Of course, the next day I meet the boy I had saved earlier and take him under my wing. During the little game of Capture the Flag, the revealing of both my parent and Percy's occurs. Much to everyone's shock, we have the same dad. Not only that, but he's one of the big 3. Yep, our dad was a major name in terms of divine recognition. Anyways, after being moved into cabin 3 and interacting with more demigods, Clarice and the children of Aphrodite, I meet my mother back at the cabin. Unfortunately, I had no idea at the time she was my mom, or else I would have. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't really know what I would have done. It seems the typical hug in this situations wouldn't quite suffice. I guess I'd probably just ask her about why she left me and stuff. Moving on, I received some gifts from my mother and used her gifts for my quest. The sunglasses were very useful against that crazy-haired lady named, what was her name again? Medusa. Whatever, the point is that so far in this quest one really haven't learned anything in this new world pertaining to why I am even here. From what I've seen and been told, Percy could have done this quest by himself. But after what Percy has just told us about his nightmares, and that there may be a possibility that Hades might not actually have the bolt, there's definitely something dreadfully more ominous looming in the very near future. We're finally here, our overenthusiastic driver yelled out before exiting the vehicle. Percy and I glanced at one another and gave each other knowing nods. What do we do about the car? We can't just leave it here unattended. This may be LA, but I seriously doubt a Maserati is a commonly seen car in these parts, Grover said in worry. Before anyone could voice their opinions on the matter, the car went up in a brilliant display of sparks before re-evaporating into several million specks of golden dust that then floated back into the heavens. Seriously, what's with the gold dust? Naruto thought with a deadpan look gracing his face. It appeared to be a reoccurring motif. I guess that answers that. Well, let's go catch some waves, Percy said while beginning to walk towards the edge of the surf. The other 3 individuals quickly followed his lead and soon all 4 people were standing at the water's edge. What now? Annabeth asked. I was just thinking that before my half-brother began to walk into the surf. What are you doing, Percy? Annabeth questioned while gingerly putting her toes into the water. But he ignored her or didn't hear her because he only walked further into the ocean. We're supposed to go into the water. I answered while wading into the water after him. Just wait here, princess. I knew she hated being called that after accidentally naming her that during the long road trip. Honestly, you'd be surprised. Said about the things you learn about your fellow peers when you're enclosed together for several long stretches of time. Don't call me that, the mocked girl shouted back to the now grinning boy. Nar. Yuto waved back in acknowledgement before his hand too disappeared underneath the ocean. Going underwater was really strange to me. I mean, I really never needed to go underwater before since I would usually just, walk on it. But I think actually breathing underwater was a whole new definition of weird for me. Glancing back at my self-destructive brother, I was slightly amused too. See the poor boy still holding his breath with his eyes closed. Casually, I walked over to him and slapped him on the back. His eyes bulged and he let out a gasp before he started yelling at me. Yes, that's what brothers are for, right? He then touched his mouth and seemed to realize he was breathing underwater as well. Wow, for being underwater, I can really hear you really well. Percy pointed out. Whoa, is that a shark? Naruto asked with excitement in his voice. However, this 5-foot-long mako shark wasn't attacking them. Rather, it was looking at them with an imploring gaze while heeling like a dog. It reminded him of a dog waiting for its master to give it a command. Percy tentatively touched its dorsal fin. The shark bucked slightly, indicating for them to grab it and hold on. Nodding slowly, I grabbed the top of the fin just as carefully as Percy did. Immediately, it jettisoned us to the edge of the ocean proper, where the sandbank dropped off into a huge chasm. You've come far, Percy Jackson. She then turned her attention towards me. You, even further, Naruto Uzumaki. I really didn't know how to respond. So we both ended up awkwardly bowing to the Nereid. So, you're the woman who spoke to Percy in that lake. Quote, yes, young one, I am a Nereid, a spirit of the sea. I also serve in Lord Poseidon's court. She explained calmly. So, why isn't our dad here? Is he too busy to personally talk to his 2 sons? Naruto asked with a hint of bitterness to it. In that moment, a cold current rose from the depths of the huge chasm. Don't judge the Lord of the Sea too harshly, the Nereid frowned. He has to prepare for a war. Not only that, but gods are forbidden to help you directly. Apollo should have told you this, she trailed off. How does she know about Apollo's involvement? Naruto thought nervously. Duh, of course she would know what has happened so far. There, father quite literally begged for his help. And she's one of his personal servants. I'm guessing gods can still indirectly aid us. The Nereid smiled warmly at the boy's correct answer. Yes, that's why I am here. I am here to give you both a warning and a gift. She held out her hand. 3 whited pearls flashed in her palm. I know you journey to Hades' realm. Few mortal have ever done this and survived. The few who have survived had great talents. Do you have any of these great talents? I can breathe underwater. Percy answered innocently. Besides that, I can control water. Sighing, the woman handed over the 3 pearls to the daft boy. You have gifts you have only begun to know. But for now, take these. And when you are in need, smash a pearl at your feet. What will happen? That depends on the need. But remember, what belongs to the sea will always return to the sea. She said. However, Naruto noticed that there was a problem, a very big problem. There are only 3 pearls. I don't know if you know this, but we have 2 more people above on the mainland. That makes a total of 4 people in all. Quote, I can count, child. The Nereid replied back with a condescending tone. Clearly she was miffed at the boy's remark. Naruto frantically waved his hands to show that he was sorry for the unintended insult. As to the reason why there are 3, and only 3, she glared at the guilty boy before continuing, is because you, Naruto Uzumaki, are destined to walk a different path. Percy's eyes popped out at that information. What, are you saying he's not going down to Hades with us? She nodded quietly. But why? He's probably the most powerful person in the group, and we need all the help we can get, Percy stated. Even more reason as to why we need my brother, Percy added on, desperately trying to dissuade the Nereid. Shaking her head, she gave the boy a confident look. Like I said, have faith. Have faith in your abilities, child. She clarified before switching her gaze to Naruto. Boy, get on the hippocampoi. I'll explain later. You had me at hello. Naruto replied excitedly. This made the woman tilt her head slightly at the boy's odd phrase. I never said hello. It's a common expression. Ah, she said out loud before taking on a thinking pose. I'm still confused. Never mind. Naruto waved off, much to the Nereid's growing confusion. Looking at Percy, Naruto gave him a grin. Don't worry, seaweed brain, you'll be fine. He reassured his brother. Percy nodded before giving him a worried look. What about you? You'll definitely be doing something as dangerous or more than us. Shrugging, Naruto scratches his chin before replying, can't be that bad. Besides, I've probably fought tougher. Realizing that the sea spirit was still waiting for him patiently, Naruto knew it was time to say his goodbyes. Percy, I just want you to promise me one thing. Promise me you'll protect Anabeth. Raising an eyebrow, Percy understood clearly why Naruto wanted her to be protected in particular. Still, he had to insert a joke. I promised to protect her, but why just her? Don't you care about your bro too? Don't you know the phrase, bros before girls? Laughing genuinely, Naruto shakes his head and acknowledges that he too wants Percy to protect himself also. It seemed like a given, but what the hell? Nodding to Percy, he mounts the seahorse and gives Percy one last look before the seahorse races off into an indistinguishable direction. Now all alone, Percy sighs silently to himself before kicking back up towards the shore to reunited with Grover and Annabeth. Naruto, now uncomfortably sitting on a mythically large seahorse, glanced behind him at the woman who now had a disconcerted look on her face. It was a bit unnerving. The woman behind him seconds ago had exuded an aura of confidence and comfort. But now, she was radiating worry and uncertainty. So this personal adventure, what does it deal with? He asked. The woman took a deep breath before she said anything. Child of Aura, the quest you will be partaking in is something no one except one other, your dad, and I know about. Listening closely, he realizes that this quest sounded a whole lot like an S-ranked mission back home. Biting his bottom lip, he gives his driver a questioning gaze. Naruto, you understand that everyone knows that Zeus's master bolt is missing, correct? He answered with a nod. What no one except us knows. That it's not the only weapon missing. He let those words sink in before realization dawned on him. The Nereid's statement practically yelled out that his dad's trident was missing as well. What? His trident is missing too? How? Naruto asked with a shocked look appearing on his face. We don't know, but it was around the same time as when Zeus's bolt was stolen. However, unlike Zeus, we know where the trident is located. So why doesn't he just retrieve it back then? Naruto implored. Frowning again, the woman gave the boy a sympathetic look. Son of Aura, you should know by now that the big three are forbidden from entering each other's territory. What? Naruto almost yelled. Seriously, all these rules and stipulations were driving the boy insane. Is it Hades' territory? Naruto asked hopeful. If that were the case, then he would be able to reunite with his friends. However, the Nereid shook her head. No, the god's dominion we are dealing with is Zeus's. Shit, Naruto thought. But Zeus knows of our plight. In fact, this whole Zeus versus Poseidon war is actually a conspiracy. Zeus knows that Poseidon has lost his trident and vice versa. Zeus is a fool, but even he is foolish enough to know that the stealing of the trident from the Lord of the Sea indicates that he did not steal his bolt. Quote, hearing this revelation, Naruto became quite impressed at the intricacy of the whole ordeal. So what you're saying is, that the whole point of this conspiracy is to fool Hades into believing that they will go to war when in actuality they will gang up on him. She nodded, quite impressed at the boy's understanding. Still, if both gods exchanged weapons, wouldn't you think that they would suspect each other of foul play? But that is not the case. First off, the God's weapon can only be used to its full effectiveness by the hands of the true owner. In that context, both Gods would be fighting in a severely weakened state, and with their brother's weapon. Naruto laughed at that picture in his head. Zeus wielding a trident and his dad, Poseidon, wielding a lightning bolt. Both gods frantically trying to make their weapon of mass destruction work right. Yes, it was a very humorous scene. And the god who would benefit the most from both of them being weakened? Hades, Naruto answered logically. It was all starting to make sense now. So, why can't Zeus just simply give his brother back his trident? A dark look shrouded the sea spirit's face when Naruto asked that question. Gulping, Naruto knew something very bad was about to be told to him. He can't quite locate it exactly, she stuttered, either out of fear or hesitation, he couldn't tell exactly. What do you mean the king of the gods can't locate a WMD in his own domain no less? Naruto emphasized critically. The Nereid then gave the boy a serious look and gazed directly into his eyes. Boy, there are ancient powers at play here, relics of the past are at work. She then looked up, mysteriously at something above the surface. Primordial beings stir even now, if anything, they stir stronger, louder. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions are all but a mere sample of the powers of the old ones. Are you talking about the actual Earth? Naruto guessed. Yes, but I must warn you. Names have power, she told the boy. Names? I didn't say anyone's name. No, but the word Earth is dairy. Ved from her name. She then spurred the seahorse on. Clearly she wanted to get to their destination as fast as possible. Continuing my earlier explanation, Zeus is willing to let us find the trident under some conditions. They were. He urged her to go on. We had to try to find his master bolt first. That meant that we had to offer up a child of Poseidon to aid in his endeavor, proof that we were indeed truly genuine with trying to help him, she explained uncomfortably, and that's why we separated you and Percy. Wait, are you telling me that Percy is supposed to fulfill the first condition and go on a suicide mission down to Hades to maybe find the bolt? She nodded slowly in confirmation. So the second condition I presume is to have me look for my dad's trident in his domain alone. I mean, sure I'm alone, but I'm more than powerful enough to deal with anything in his stupid territory. This sense of confidence made the Nereid knit her eyebrows slightly at the boy. I fear the task you have partaken in may very well be even more suicidal than your younger brother's quest. Like I stated earlier, ancient, powerful beings are awakening, and for some reason, they appear to be congregating in a certain spot in Los Angeles. She warned vaguely. Another thing, child, you will not be alone in this. For Zeus's, rather Jupiter's, second condition, he requested that his son accompany you. Wait a minute, I thought Zeus only had one child. Naruto questioned confidently. Zeus did have one child. Jupiter had one child as well. Again, the Nereid was being cryptic once more. Much to the growing headache of a whiskered-faced boy. What does that even mean? And why are you referring to Zeus as Jupiter? He asked maddeningly. Well, they're the same, more or less anyways. The only difference is that one is Greek while the other one is Roman. Be more clearer, Naruto cried out. This was just getting out of hand. He was being bombarded with all this information and frankly he didn't know what was what anymore. Sighing, it quickly became apparent that this entire explanation would be better conversed at a different time. Very well. In short, Greek gods came first. Then the Romans adopted some of the Greek gods and made slight alteration with them. For example, the Romans know Zeus by the name of Jupiter. However, the boy, son of Jupiter, who you will meet will have come from another demigod camp. You mean there's more than one demigod camp other than Camp Half-Blood? Naruto was shocked at this. Yes, that is why I'm going to ask you this. Do you, Naruto Uzumaki, swear on the river Styx to never share what has been conversed here? Great, another absolute promise. Yeah, I, Naruto Uzumaki, swear on the river Styx to never share what has been conversed here with anybody else. Nodding at the boy's promise, she pointed towards the surface. We will be at our destination very soon. The boy will more than likely find you first. He will ask you for your father's name in Roman. You will say, I'm Geos to Neptune. Nodding in understanding, he wanted to make sure of one thing first. I'm guessing the Roman name for my father is Neptune. Quote, You seem to be grasping this concept rather well, boy. She complimented. Naruto could only cherish it before the seahorse suddenly broke the surface of the water. This is where I must leave you. Good luck, Naruto Uzumaki. And with that, the seahorse plunged back down into the depths, leaving the boy alone on the beach. Looking back towards the mainland, Naruto was appalled at what he saw next. Directly above him was an enormous bridge that seemed to span across the entire sky. What the hell? Where am I now? He mentally berated himself. Looking beyond the bridge, he was even more shocked when he saw mass clumps of buildings that appeared to be touching the heavens. Shaking his head with disbelief, he decided that he should probably start walking towards the unbelievable figures. So, I was supposed to meet someone here. Where is he? It was then Naruto was graced with another mind-boggling scene. He heard the sounds of flapping above him, and when he looked up, he sees a horse with wings flying down towards him. Okay, I've seen it all, he mentally concluded. He then saw a boy. He appeared to be 16 years old in age, riding the majestic animal like it was any other normal horse. However, the boy seemed different than any normal boy. From staring at the boy for a mere moment, Naruto quickly understood this boy was a lot more mature than he looked. The most distinguishable feature about the boy had to be his electric blue eyes. The boy was tall for his age, probably even taller than Naruto. He also had some weird-looking armor that Naruto couldn't identify from studying it briefly. As the boy got closer, he noticed a tattoo with a picture of an Cine este Tattletau. The boy asked in a demanding tone. He had now landed and was giving the boy in front of him a dangerous look. Remembering what the Nereid told him earlier about the boy asking for his father's name, Naruto replied back, "I'm Geos to Neptune." After hearing the boy's response, he nodded in acceptance before dismounting the horse. "I'm guessing you've been debriefed about our mission, right?" the now relaxed boy asked. "Yeah, as crazy as the explanation was, I know the objective." Naruto answered back coolly. Nodding again, the boy stuck out his hand and waited for the boy to reciprocate his sign of introduction. Noticing this, Naruto did the same and both boys shook hands. "So, your name is?" Naruto asked. "Jason," he said in a monotone voice. "Jason Grace, the son of Jupiter, a child of Rome, consul to demigods, and current centurion of the 5th cohort." "Oh, cool, the name's Naruto Uzumaki. I'm a ninja demigod, the son of Neptune, and current overall badass," Naruto stated with passion whilst fist-pumping the air. However, Jason gave the boy an odd look before shrugging his shoulder with indifference. "You're an odd one," he voiced. "Whatever, so now that we've met, where are we exactly?" Rubbing his chin in thought, Jason frowned slightly before responding back. "We're in San Francisco and currently underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. Are we near LA?" Naruto asked. Yeah, we're exactly 381.9 miles north of LA. Jason replied with mild curiosity. Naruto nodded to this, much to the boy's confusion and piqued interest. "So, where are we supposed to go now?" Nodding his head, Jason looked off into the distance and pointed to a specific direction. Following his finger north, Naruto sees a mountain in the near distance. "We are going to Mount Tamalpais. There, we will find Lord Neptune's trident." Camp Jupiter 1 week earlier. A boy wearing a purple t-shirt was sitting alone while inspecting his iglus. He was currently pondering his most recent dream and was trying desperately to understand what it meant. So far, he figured out that his father, Jupiter, was trying to convey to him an important message. However, like any dream, it was getting harder to remember their meeting from the night before. Growling in frustration, the boy ruffles his hair in irritation. "It seems like you're having a lovely morning." Hearing a feminine voice, Jason peers up and sees one of his close friends, Reina, walking towards him. She was currently sporting a regal purple toga decorated with gold medals over her golden armor, which indicated to everyone her status of praetor. She then took a seat next to him after he moved over slightly to allow for the extra room. "More like a nightmare," Jason snorted out with annoyance. This made the girl smile a little at the boy's childish behavior. She always admired her fellow demigod's noble behavior and good self-discipline. That was probably why she was so attracted to the son of Jupiter. Yes, he had all the traits of a great leader and possible lover. Shaking her head of her crush's polarizing qualities, she thought more about the dilemma the boy was currently in. Do you want to talk about it? There's nothing to talk about, he countered defensively, but Raina responded to his reply with a roll of the eyes. Jason, I don't even need my 2 automaton dogs to know that you are lying, she stated confidently. Shaking his head, Jason looks back at his friend with a look of amusement. You know me too well, Raina. We are friends after all, and you only play with your coin whenever there is something wrong, she clarified. Hearing a sigh escape the boy, she quickly becomes attentive. My father visited me in my dreams last night, he started, however, I can't seem to remember the details. But I do know it was important if Jupiter had to personally visit me. You know the protocols we would usually do in this case, right? She hinted quietly. Yes, Octavian is quite the weasel. But he is Camp Jupiter's augur. That means you will have to talk to him eventually since he's only one here who has the gift of prophecy. Scowling, Jason gets up suddenly and gazes towards the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus where the conniving demigod could be found. I guess I should say, the teddy bear murder, for a reading, he mutters while beginning to walk in that direction. Raina is left alone sitting for several moments before she finally gets up. It wasn't the first time Jason had abruptly left her like he did. These meetings, though, made her heart ache at the boy's dense personality. She always told herself that one of these days she would confess to him. What she didn't know was that Jason was destined to love another woman. Walking into the temple, Jason was always amazed at the overall grandiose of the temple whenever he entered. The marble floor was etched with fancy mosaics and Latin inscriptions. The domed ceiling sparkled gold 60 feet above each time he entered the room. In the center stood a marble altar. A kid in a toga was currently doing some sort of ritual in front of a massive golden statue of his dad, Jupiter, dressed in a silk XXXL purple toga, holding his famous lightning bolt. The kid finished his whatever and turned his attention towards Jason. The kid was tall and skinny, with straw-colored hair, oversized jeans, a baggy t-shirt, and a drooping toga. When he saw me, he gave me a crooked smile and a slightly crazy look in his eyes. Like a person who went on a Red Bull marathon while pulling an all-nighter or two. After noticing the disemboweled teddy bear in his right hand, Jason couldn't help but to snicker at the funny scene in front of him. Seriously, Jason would have been totally fine with a real-life killing of small animals if only for the mere fact that the rituals would be taken more seriously by his fellow peers. Why if it isn't the infallible boy who has decided to grace his presence to a loyal servant of Apollo? Octavian mocked while bowing to the now annoyed-looking boy. How can I be of service, 5th cohort centurion? Grimacing, Jason takes a deep breath in a weak attempt to control his growing anger before saying anything. Octavian, I seek for you to interpret my dream. Raising an eyebrow at the boy's out-of-the-blue request, Octavian beckons for the boy to offer something up in order for him to read the augury. Knowing this beforehand, Jason hands over the pillow he had slept with the night before to a now peeved-looking boy. Are you upset that it's not a teddy bear? He joked. Scoffing at Jason's remark, he ignores the boy's jab and raises his knife toward the altar. He slashes open the pillow and pours its stuffing over the altar. He mutters a few words over the fluff, and turns with a forced smile on his face. It appears that you need to go to Mount Tamalpais, he declares. What? Why? Jason asks, very much surprised at the reading. I do not know. The will of the gods is always hard to discern, Octavian states with a tired sigh. Now then, if we're done here, I have other tasks I must attend to. Son of Jupiter, he spits out with disdain. And with that closing remark, he goes back to mutilating the other poor teddy bears. This is a strange turn of events, Jason thought before he turned around and left the crazed boy alone once again. It was around noon when Jason was nearing the mess hall for lunch. Thanks to the 5th cohort's damaging reputation, he members were seated in the least honorable spot. Their tables were at the back of the dining hall next to the kitchen. Jason knew there probably weren't too many people in the dining hall since Lou NCH was never much an important time of the meal around here compared to dinner anyways. Thinking sullenly, he is quickly reminded as to why his cohort was the worst. The actual reason started way before his time. Now entering the building, the boy looks towards the back wall where the Legion's standards were on display. Whenever he looked back there, he was always reminded of the missing eagle hat used to belong on the now empty pole. It was a big deal because the eagle is the symbol of the whole camp, a big eagle made of imperial gold to be more precise. It gave the cohorts all sorts of power. And even more important was that their missing eagle's power came from his dad, Jupiter, himself. In short, the previous members of the 5th cohort were pretty much wiped out and most of Legion's imperial gold weapons were lost, including the eagle. Since then, the 5th cohort was blamed for everything. "Hey, Jack, over here." Looking towards the direction where his name was called, Jason wasn't surprised to see his friend Dakota waving him over. He was also used to him calling him by the wrong name constantly. He didn't know if the kid did it to annoy him or if he was genuinely aloof to these sorts of things. Nevertheless, he signaled back to him that he understood and walked towards the boy. Sitting next to the boy, Jason couldn't help but to smirk at the boy's vampire red mouth. From his Kool-Aid that was spiked with an insane amount of sugar. "I would think after knowing each other for a while now that you would know my name as Jason," he stated while crossing his arms. Who cares? Like names really matter in the 5th cohort. To everyone else, we're just losers. The drunken boy retorted while delving back into his ham and cheese sandwich. "Beswides, there's no reason we can't be civil," Dakota says while chewing his food, much to his fellow Centurion's distaste. "Yeah, sure," he simply agreed. Scanning the mess hall, he wasn't too stunned to see the other cohorts snickering at the two of them. He would just usually ignore them. It helped that Dakota never seemed to notice or care what people thought about him in the first place. Maybe that's how they became friends. Looking over at the Praetor's table, he saw most of the senior officers appearing to be in a deep conversation with Reyna. It was clear to him that she wasn't paying much attention to them. If anything, she appeared to be staring at him. "So, what do you think about tonight's war games? You think we have a chance?" The son of Bacchus asked half-heartedly, reclaiming Jason's attention once more. "We always have a chance. It's just that they are never that good," Jason grumbled while one of the Ore became visible. An elfin girl in a white silk dress blew up a dish of baked dormice, Hicken drumsticks and brownies out of thin air. She giggled and winked at Jason before disappearing in a gust. The 5th cohort was always used as fodder for the main force whenever they played. They would soften up the defenses even though it was as effective as chucking eggs at a stone wall, messy and completely pointless. "I heard we get the elephant this time," Dakota cheered. "That means we're attacking." "Awesome, I'm charged," Jason exclaimed. He loved being on the offensive since playing defense was always boring and monotonous to him. Just thinking about it made his blood boil with anticipation. "Say, Dakota, have you heard of anything happening in the San Francisco area lately? Specifically, Mount Tamalpais?" Scratching his chin in thought, the kid shrugs his shoulders showing that he had no idea. "Nothing really. It's been quiet for the most part. Apart from the occasional monsters showing up and terrorizing the local inhabitants, nada. As for Mount Tamalpais, well, that place is always creepy. 'Cause, you know, the previous inhabitant wasn't on the best of terms with our gods. Since they did kinda revolt against him," he explained while narrowing his eyes at the boy's very specific question. "Oh, I was just curious. Thanks anyways," he thanked while quickly hoping to change the subject. "I think I'm going to go," he finalized before getting up and waving his friend a quick goodbye wave. "Huh, he is acting weird today," Dakota thought before resuming his feast. After leaving the mess hall, Jason was still pondering his current situation. "Perhaps I should stop by my dad's temple again. Maybe he'll give me a sign or something," he reasoned, even though he knew it was unlikely that he would actually have a meaningful conversation with his divine dad. However, at this time, Octavian would have left the temple to do other things outside of it, giving him a chance to possibly talk to his dad alone. Walking now towards Temple Hill, Jason was interrupted once more by a reoccurring intruder. "Sorry, Dawn. I don't have any food or spare change to offer up to you," he said while shrugging his shoulders. Dawn, who happened to be a fawn with an afro and wearing a Hawaiian shirt with rainbow-tinted sunglasses, gave the boy a look of sadness. "It's cool, man. I'll just sneak into the mess hall during dinner and get some freebies," the fawn announced, much to the boy's humor. "Hey, where do you think you're going this afternoon, lad?" "Temple Hill. I have some business I have to do there," Jason answered back vaguely. "As that's so, well, I guess I'll see you around then. Remember, you're my favorite dude," he hollered back while sprinting off into the distance. Letting out a deep breath, the boy peers up and sees the looming hill in the distance. It was time to get some answers. Entering the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus for the second time that day, he was surprised about the overall change of atmosphere compared to what he had felt earlier when he entered. The air was practically charged with electricity. Looking over the room once more, he couldn't see anything different or out of place. Coming to the conclusion that nothing was overtly wrong, he then walked slowly over to the altar, the remains of a teddy bear in the form of fluff strewn across the altar. Shaking his head, he swept off the remains and kneeled in front of the altar. Hey Dad, if you're listening, can you explain to me what you were trying to tell me last night?" Jason prayed pessimistically. Seriously, this seemed like a huge waste of time. There was no way his dad would act to you mortals and your accursed flaws. A voice boomed directly behind him. Turning his head swiftly, he notices a large, intimidating man wearing a purple toga and a mural crown upon his head. W. Hilst standing in the back of the room, giving him a cold look. Gulping, Jason bows down to him immediately. It was quite clear to him who this person was. "Stand up, child. We do not have much time. And what must be discussed is very important." Hearing this, the boy tentatively stands up and gives the man his utmost respect. "Now then, are you prepared to hear what I'm about to ask of you?" Jupiter asked with a dominating tone. Seeing the boy in front of him nod, the Roman god beckons for the boy to come over to him before leaning down and pointing at a specific inscription on the marble floor. Now on one knee in front of the god, Jason squints at the inscription. 7 half-blood shall answer the call. To storm or fire the world must fall. An oath to keep with a final breath, and foes bear arms to the doors of death. Jason reads out loud. After reading it, he gives his dad a questioning look. That prophecy has yet to come to pass. But it is still important nonetheless. Jupiter points out, "If it doesn't matter now, then why are you stressing me to know this all of a sudden?" Jason asked truthfully. This made the Lord of the Sky give his son a critical look. "Has this camp taught you nothing? The best strategy needs perfect planning. And in order to plan something, you must first understand what the future entails." Jason, understanding what his dad was getting at, answered back with a frown. "If that's the case, then what was so urgent that you needed to talk to me in my dreams? And to talk to in person?" "Yes, about that little thing. As the augur brat stated earlier, you must go to Mount Tamalpais. But first, you must pick up a certain boy," Jupiter trailed off. Noticing this, Jason speaks up. "What's so special about this boy? And why is it necessary to have him with me? He's the son of Neptune." To this, the boy's eyes go wide in shock. The god ignores this and continues speaking. "As for the other question, he has the absolute right to go with you. After all, this is his quest." "Then why am I even going?" the boy asks. "You are going because you are the son of Jupiter." His voice boomed throughout the entire temple. "You will represent me, and work alongside Neptune's son." Listening to his dad's statement, Jason is surprised at what he says next. "So, I'm pretty much going to babysit the boy." This makes his dad raise an eyebrow at the boy's claim. "Whoa, where did that come from?" He mentally asks to no one in particular. "Think of it as you may. But this quest is important to the both of you. Neptune's lost his weapon, his trident." Jason nearly yells out in shock. Things were definitely getting out of control in Mount Olympus. "Indeed. So I close with this," the god states while giving his son a serious-looking expression. "In 1 week's time, you will meet the boy underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. Ask for his father's name in Roman. He will respond with the answer, Imaiogeos to Neptune." Hearing this, Jason gets a confused look on his face. "Wait, isn't that Greek?" Seeing a stern nod from his father, he realizes that the question appears to be a touchy subject. Knowing this, he decides not to press on and puts it in the back of his mind for further thought down the road. Snap. And just like that, Jupiter was gone. Looking in all directions, Jason was not surprised to confirm that his dad was indeed gone. Giving out a pained sigh, Jason decides it would be best if he went back to his barracks. When he left, he failed to notice the person hiding behind one of the many pillars within the temple. Praetorium. Lounging back on the seat Jason was sitting in, he sips some water from his goblet. He then sets his drink down and looks at the other people in the room. Currently the entire 5th cohort centurions were congregated inside with him. It might have been a bit misleading since there were only 3 people sitting around a table. I heard you had a busy day, the only female pointed out to the boy, who had just taken a sip of water while she shook a pair of tesserae Roman dice in a cup before eventually tossing them. The pair rolled across the table and both of them landed on a 3. Yes. Ha. You got cleaning duties for the week. Dakota. The overjoyed girl shouted while cheering mostly to herself. Tisk. This is why women shouldn't gamble. Dakota muttered out before grabbing the pair of dice and tossing them. Don't worry, I'll help you clean. Jason reassured Dakota much to his relief and gratitude. The pair of dice rolled and lands on a 1 and 4. The boy's forehead scrunches at the useless numbers. He then hands the dice to Jason. And Gwen, has anyone ever told you to mind your own business? He asks while turning his attention to the guilty girl. Well, I'm sorry I asked. She pouted while crossing her arms and turning her head away. You know, you've been really mean lately. She countered. Have not, have to. Shaking his head, he graces a warm smile towards her direction. If it makes you feel any better, you were great in tonight's war games. Ah, that's sweet, she says while trying feebly to cover a pink hue across her cheeks. She then puts a finger on her lips in a thinking pose. And even after offering a kiss on the cheeks to whoever could get over the wall first, I thought that would lift the cohort's spirits. Trust me, sweetie, a kiss from me would have done the same to motivate them. Dakota chides while gulping down his Kool-Aid. In turn, Gwen punches the boy's left shoulder in anger, causing the boy to spill a little of his precious drink. Gah, what have you done? In retaliation, they both get into a small brawl much to Jason's amusement. From seeing his fellow centurions' interactions, Jason couldn't help but to laugh at the scene. I don't care what anybody says. This cohort is the best. Looking out the window, he sees the stars twinkling in the night sky. I have to succeed in this mission. At this thought, he clenches his fist in determination. He had talked to Reyna about the mission earlier, obviously leaving out the top secret stuff, missing Trident, the boy, the prophecy. He had simply told her he had to go to Mount Tamalpais because his father, Jupiter, commanded him to go personally. The whole approval process went without a hitch and he was allowed to go in 1 week by the Senate. At one point Reyna had offered to go with him, but he had to deny her for obvious reasons. Jason, we're all friends here. Do you think you can tell us a little about your mission to Mount Tamalpais? Gwendolyn inquired. Two previous scuffling centurions had now recollected themselves and were sitting where they were before the little altercation. Shaking his head, he looks at his 2 friends for a moment before rubbing his forehead in thought. The only thing I can tell you is that it's very important. So important that it may help to restore the 5th status if I do succeed. Both people's eyes widen at this revelation. They both look at one another for a couple of seconds before turning back to Jason. It was Dakota who broke the tense silence. That means the mission must be suicidal then. Everyone knows anything short of a suicide mission would be necessary for the 5th cohort to regain its respect. The girl beside him nodded to this. She vehemently agreed with her fellow centurion's observation. It is a very dangerous mission. And honestly, I might not survive. But I need to do this, for all of us. Jason added seriously. The 2 people in front of him gave him a worried look. It was obvious to everyone in Camp Jupiter that, even though there were technically 3 centurions in the 5th cohort, Jason was the undeniable leader for them. Then bring us with. Everyone was shocked when Gwen offered that suggestion. She now was feeling very uncomfortable at being the center of attention in front of the two people she respected the most in the cohort, as evidenced by her now jittery posture. I mean the chances of survival would go up, right? She reasoned. I'm sorry Gwen, I have to do this alone. It's my prerogative, Jason explained. Besides, the fifth needs you two to lead them. That is your guys' duties. Jason, no offense Gwen, but I think you believe in the same thing, but you are the leader of this barracks. If you die, we will fall apart, regardless of us leading. Dakota pointed out his Kool-Aid drink was now set aside, showing to everyone how serious he was now. Knowing that he had to take control of the situation and make it abundantly clear of his intentions. He had no choice but to act uncharacteristically and become a true Roman centurion leader. You will not question me then when I state that I will be going alone on this mission, he declared confidently. No, if you deny my request, then you do not deserve to be called Romans. After hearing this, both people went silent. Not being considered Roman in camp was the closest thing to being an outcast. No, it was even worse. It was as bad as being non-existent. Seeing that his message was received, he softened his gaze and spoke up in a gentle tone. Besides, you two have power. Honestly, I would not have become the person I am now without you two. So man up, I mean grow up and take charge. This is our. Smiling slightly, both people nodded in understanding. Jason was only trying to make them understand their importance, and it was their fault that they had made him go so far as he did. We understand. We're just worried for you, that's all. Gwen said in a calm tone. I know guys. Thank you, Jason said with a warm and thankful look. When you come back, mister, we will be sure to throw you a feast. She declared. Yes, we'll have all the other cohorts watch as we celebrate your great victory. Dakota snickered maliciously. Jason laughed sheepishly to this statement. Think about the task at hand for the rest of the night before he was finally able to fall asleep. The day of the mission. Lunch had felt like a funeral party. Everybody ate, people ate and talked in hushed tones. The overall mood was sullen and depressing. The other cohorts kept stealing glances over at Jason like he was the corpse of honor. The praetor, Reyna, made a brief speech wishing Jason good luck. Octavian ripped open a Beanie Baby and pronounced danger and hard times ahead, but predicted the camp to be saved by a strong individual, aka the teddy bear murder. Afterwards, the rest of the campers left to their afternoon classes or whatnot. Jason went back to the barracks to collect his backpack, which contained the essential items: clothes, nectar, ambrosia, a little mortal money, and some other minor stuff. As customary, Reyna had given Jason a scroll of introduction at obligated retired legionnaires to aid him when shown the letter. Knock knock. Looking up, Jason is pleasantly surprised to see Reyna in the doorway to his room. May I enter? She coughs nervously. I simply nod and she quickly walks in. She looks around my living quarters with a critical eye. I was getting a little nervous for the mere fact that there was a girl in my room. It wasn't the first time, but it was always awkward. She then glances at the 1963 movie poster of Jason and the Argonauts hung on the wall beside my bed with a sudden look of interest. Kind of ironic that your idol's name is Jason, huh? She murmurs mostly to herself. I couldn't tell if she was talking about my name being compared with Jason in particular, or that she thought my name was ironic for some other reason. She then turns her attention back to me and gives me an unusual look. I just wanted to say my last goodbye before you left. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Reyna. I reply back awkwardly. She was acting really differently right now. I couldn't understand why. Maybe it had to do with the fact that I may never come back alive. Jason, I was thinking. Maybe when you do come back, that you would be open to becoming the second praetor. Gee, I haven't really thought about it. I answer back sheepishly. Seriously, where was this coming from? I understand it was a rational question, but the way she asked me was uncomfortable. Oh, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when you get back then. She replies back quickly. She then stands stiffly in place for several moments, much to my growing curiosity. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? I kinda have to leave soon. I urge her. What? Oh, right, Yes, you're pressed for time. Very well, I'll make this quick. What do you think of me? She asks timidly. Okay. This was getting really uncomfortable for me right now. Hiding my look of shock, I settle with staring down at the ground, my face flushed with embarrassment. I had to answer her. Damn, I'd rather fight a titan than be in this situation. Reyna, how should I say this? I desperately say while trying to delay for answers. We've been good friends for a long time now. Right, and I think, as of right now, I'm in no position to answer that question wholeheartedly. I finish carefully. She has look of mild disappointment but he covers it quickly with a strained smile. Is that right? Well, it doesn't matter that much either way. You have bigger distractions to deal with right now. I was just curious, she adds. She then walks up and gives me a big hug. Much to my shock and awe. Be careful, Centurion, she whispers emotionally. Recovering from my stunned state, I reciprocate the hug and embrace the hug between two good friends. I will. You be careful too, Praetor. After several moments we break the hug. She waves one last goodbye and walks out the room. I wait a couple minutes before I too leave the barracks at the same time saying my goodbyes to my fellow campers. Boundary of Camp Tilda. Getting off the elephant, my friend Bobby, a legionnaire for the 5th cohort as well, wishes me a safe journey. Hannibal wraps me up with his trunk. Then the elephant taxi service heads back into the valley. I sigh for the umpteenth time and walk towards border patrol. Please. The ever-pleasant statue of Terminus appears at the summit of the hill. Ah, Jason, it's great to see you again. The statue huffs out with a smile. Now you know the drill. Come over here so I can pat you down. Yeah, sure, I say then though the statue lacks any arms to pat me down with. After conducting a rigorous mental pat-down, he asks me if I have anything to declare. Yes, I declare that this is stupid. I say with a grin. You quest travelers are going to learn to respect your gods one of these days. SPQR with 12 bar lines indicating 12 years of service in the Legion. Jason Grace, the son of Jupiter, a child of Rome, consul to demigods. And current centurion of the 5th cohort. Very well. Everything seems to be in order. The statue nods to me. Now, do you need directions for today? No, I answer back simply. Just down to the BART station. Terminus said anyways. Change trains at 12th Street. A sound of flapping from above interrupts the gods. Directions much to his sudden ire. Looking up, I was stunned to see Reyna's. What the hell is that animal doing here? Terminus yells out with frustration. Sorry, Terms, but I'm going to have to pass on the directions. I tell the infuriated god while mounting the mythical beast. Come back here. I haven't cleared that animal to leave yet. I still need to know its medical history, vaccinations, previous owners. The god's angry shouting soon got of earshot. Much to my delight, looking forward, I quickly see the bridge coming into view. I lean down to Scipio's right ear. Let's become heroes. What'd you say, buddy? And in response, the Pegasus neighed in response. That's a good Pegasus. I pet the horse rewardingly. Closing my eyes for a little, I decide to take a quick nap. Thank you, Reyna, I mentally thought before the NDS of the wind drifting past me lulled me into a light sleep. Where do I start? The main plot for this FIC is still about them returning the items to the gods by the summer solstice. However, the entire premise will be based off loosely from the Percy Jackson series and the Heroes of Olympus series. The game changer here is the inclusion of Naruto's own plot and character development and interactions. In doing so, some parts from both series may be mentioned briefly or else entirely forgotten. But I assure you, the key points and conflicts in both series will be included. My overarching plan for the Forbidden Sun series is to make it into a trilogy. I believe 3 fictions will be enough to complete the series. Again, some of you readers may not like this idea or plan. But you have the choice not to read it then. In light of this, I only ask that the reviewers voice their opinions on what should be added, erased, tweaked, etc., or overall share their opinions on how this FIC can be better or throw out ideas for the future. Rants and meaningless insults will be ignored. No one wants to read your problems, sorry. I believe that is all. Hope you all enjoyed this chapter and are excited for the future and will continue to enjoy the story. Until next time, ciao.